Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 120-121 Victory. From both of King Wu's palms, spiritual energies gushed outwards like a flood and swiftly coalesced into a translucent fortress gate that often acted as the last line of defense for a castle. It towered 20 meters and protected King Wu entirely. The sword of true slaughter didn't veer as it held true, stabbing ferociously into the fortress gate. A grating explosion erupted from the impact area. The spirits of everyone present groaned in pain, and even Wine was shocked that his spirits responded the same. But in truth, while his 4 spirits of Kai were complete, so were the others. Their high quality didn't stop them from reacting to shockwaves that targeted the spirit. A thought from the Tree of Eden flashed in his mind, Tao of Alchemy. When this thought entered his mind, he realized what it meant. The Tao of Alchemy, especially 7th grade and higher products, could strengthen spirits and make them more resilient. This could also improve their spiritual strength, aura, sense, and energies. With their overall attributes enhanced, wouldn't they become exceptional in the future? The Tao of Alchemy was a path, and the path that seemed to carry the hope of reaching the realm of sages, perhaps even surviving the calamities of hell even without it. As this thought that would definitely define the next coming decades of struggle and life of Wine occurred, the spiritual battle between Long Chen and King Wu came to an end. The sword of true slaughter had taken some time, but in the end, it shattered the spiritual gate of King Wu and ruthlessly pierced towards his dantian. It seeked to shatter his spirit, crippling him. This was the lethal danger of spiritual battles. They affected the very foundation of cultivation spirits. These spirits formed the brain of the hearts of Kai, merging with the core to become a solidified spirits of Kai. If they were severely damaged or destroyed, the only result was endless regret, desperation, and insignificance. Roar! King Wu let out a beastly roar unbefitting a king as his everything was threatened. His spirit unleashed all of its spiritual energies, even its core most spiritual energy that constituted its body, to wrap around King Wu protectively. The reason it didn't just protect itself was, if he did, while the spirit won't be harmed, his sea of consciousness and physical body would still be affected. Spiritual energies were the combination of physical, mental, and essence. This was a crucial aspect of the beginning of cultivation, and while its primary focus was the spirit, if the sword of true slaughter's spiritual energies truly penetrated his defenses, becoming physically disabled, mentally retarded, or become unable to absorb the essence of heaven and earth was entirely possible. With this film of energy, the sword clashed viciously against King Wu's body. Argy felt a shock passed through his body, mind, and spirit. The light of his eyes dimmed considerably as he could no longer maintain a state of levitation. He fell down like a rag doll from the sky, his body twitching uncontrollably as a bloody light flashed around his body intermittently. Thud! He heavily crashed into the ground and caused everyone to turn their gazes to him, his body's impact forming a crater. This lofty existence, titled as the second strongest expert of Wu country, had been defeated. Many people went stupid, unable to even think anymore. Yes, the little girl who floated in the sky toted her little fist in the air with a victorious and genuinely happy smile. This scene, despite the glaringly bright violet blood leaking from her lips, was abnormally cute. Some couldn't help but feel happy for Long Chen's victory. Wine calmly stood. His eyes moved towards Su Mei, who was currently on the beast platform, and wait. He closed his eyes slowly. That person outside was an existence beyond his cultivation. But he wasn't going to let that stop him. He had to take action. His life and future depended on it. Well, I was expecting to fight an astral core realm expert today. Even if it wasn't who I intended, I'm well prepared. When his eyes opened, a calm, clear, and decisive light flitted through them. However, fate seemed intent on interrupting his actions. The world fell silent. This silence was a familiar feeling. Not just him, but everyone once more had their attention lifted away, this time towards the sky. Astral tribulation. Wine helplessly cried in his heart. That's right. The aura of the world had changed, and it seemed astral tribulation was about to descend. This feeling was all too clear and unmistakable. It was this very feeling of the world against all things that made his heart of cultivation once more become firm. How could he be mistaken? However, the aura this time seemed different. It seemed stronger. Fortunately, it seemed this act was to his favor. A figure that seemed to have been inexplicably concealed through mysterious, fascinating means was revealed. This aura was holy and unique, as if carrying the will of the heavens. It was an aura that he, who possessed the bloodline of sin, could similarly never mistaken. His head snapped to that direction. A woman was a little shorter than average, but her golden blonde hair and ocean blue eyes were gorgeous. Her physique was also far more impressive than Godlord Lin, with perky and tight breasts and ass contained in a tightly fitting white gown. The gown had esoteric markings on it, seemingly another language. A faint aura flickered from it that seemed to be hard to discern. She was invisible. His heart shook as he thought of the possibilities with true invisibility. Even he couldn't locate her with 4 spirits of Kai. Saber intent. Mind Dao empowered spiritual sense. If this was the case, then he had to ensure she never left his sight. Furthermore, she could have other tools. He had to be on guard. Luckily, he didn't need to threaten her life. The spirit oath they swore before, the one where he was cheated and thus enraged, was more than enough. That being said, he couldn't let her escape or give her an opportunity to evade him. He had to take her away. He didn't care about the tribulation. His actions were decisive and swift without a hint of hesitation. His movements were mostly ignored, but a few noticed his actions. A few startled exclamations later, and he arrived before Ming Shufeng, whose eyes were still looking up while muttering something beneath her breath. With a movement of his hand, he touched her forehead with unprecedented swiftness. She hadn't even reacted to the situation when he sent Eden Kai into her sea of consciousness. With a harsh throb, he caused her consciousness to shut down. Her briefly widened eyes slowly closed as her body went limp. He held her in a bridal carry. Very careful, he ignored her delicate and incredible fragrance or her beauty. Swiftly shooting off towards the beast platform, Su Mei had already mounted Bai Lin. Bai Lin had been mostly a spectator for these events, completely and thoroughly a watcher. Only when Wine sent Su Mei did she regain her focus. Remembering their purpose, seeing Wine rushing off, she flapped her wings and produced a terrifying gust that both startled and sent the nearby beasts off the platform. She lifted into the sky. Her body wreathed in a pale white flame. Wine arrived in a blink on her back. His eyes were focused as he looked at the area beyond the barrier. If that person acted, he would truly be in for a battle. With a deep breath, he viciously thrust his palm towards the Kai array. A 5th hunter opening immediately appeared. This was created by sheer physical power created by the momentum of his palm. His fleshy body was refined by 4 sets of elemental energies, draconic blood energies, and saber energies. It was beyond incredible. Bai Lin shot forward and exited through the opening. In a split second after she left, it closed off. This was why he used his physical power. If he used Kai or spiritual energies, then the array would collapse. If anything, he wanted to set up a barrier in case Long Chen decided to follow. They seemed to be free, with nothing but the open skies ahead. They would escape with a successful and swift abduction. Or at least, this was what Wine hoped for. Unfortunately, the heavens seemed to be seething. Perhaps it was due to stealing a seer, but he felt an incomparably gloomy feeling emerge in his heart. The feeling of astral tribulation abruptly ended for some inexplicable reason. And then he felt it. A force so boundless, so powerful, that he was already ensnared. Cree! Bai Lin cried as she was literally frozen in midair. Her physical body stuck in its flying form yet unable to move a single inch. She felt as if 1,000 chains had wrapped around her body. Then, she was slowly being dragged back by this force. This caused Su Mei, Bai Lin, and Wine's heart to fiercely palpitate. He turned his head back and saw a figure within the sky. The barrier that entrapped everyone had dissipated like dust in the wind. revealing the devastation and haphazard people looking both confused and fearful. These were all elites or geniuses. Yet these events thus far had sent their hearts trembling endlessly. In an instant, Wai Waiyan and the others were brought back to the wedding venue. Lin Zian was staring at him with shock and rage, her eyes seemingly capable of killing as she saw Ming Shu Feng held within Wai Waiyan's arms, unconscious. Long Chen, with his bloodied body, paid no attention to him or Lin Zian. As he stared upwards at the figure in the sky, he was standing upon the sky without an ounce of Kai to support him. It was as if the sky was the ground. You all cause such a ruckus in my kingdom and try to escape. What do you take the Wu clan? No. The Wu country, as the voice was majestically magnificent and echoed in the hearts and souls of all those present. Fear couldn't help but be birthed in their hearts. Chapter 123-122 Ancestral King Wu. Wu Jiao. Chapter 123-122 Ancestral King Wu. Wu Jiao. Bai Lin could only helplessly watch as she was dragged back, forcefully landed on the ground, and restrained by some invisible force. It felt as if the entire world was pressing against her body. This feeling felt like her life was no longer her own. It was incredibly frustrating and frightening. Su Mei's heart rumbled endlessly with trepidation at events. She hadn't expected that their escape would be intercepted in such a strange way. Her eyes lifted towards the sky like everyone else, and that feeling of fear only increased. Up above was a man that stood upon the sky as if flat ground. Could this figure even be called a man? He seemed to exude boundless majesty and imperial authority. Like an emperor of all creation, those with sufficient cultivation bases could see this man's features. He was tall and slender, with a middle-aged visage that perfectly accentuated an age sufficient to possess wisdom, cunning, grave, humility, while containing an earned sharpness. His eyebrows were thick and forceful. Every curve of his brow could send tremors down others' spine, especially as it tilted. His eyes weren't a color. It was a myriad of colors that seemed to embody the essence of the night sky and all sorts of celestial bodies, brilliant and endless. He was exceptionally handsome, and despite being middle-aged, his youthful aura was still present. This wasn't an indication that he was young, but that his young energies were incredibly vibrant. In his golden and white robes, he seemed like an immortal descending to the mortal world. The presence as if he was a part of the world only matched this belief in the minds of others. Wai Waiyan, Su Mei, Long Chen, all the godlords present, and all the other guests, were thoroughly and completely awed. This awe originated from their hearts, minds, and spirits. This man's existence felt far and high, as if a demigod blessing others with their presence. This was most certainly because of his impressive cultivation base that held no equal among those present. Those eyes of his that seemed to contain the stars were calm. He made a slight sound as that imperious gaze descended upon a collapsed figure. It was King Wu. He remained calm as he waved his sleeve. This action was casual and without a hint of urgency. A gossamer-like stream of refined spiritual energies left his sleeves and traveled elegantly downwards towards the body of this grandson of his. Everyone watched as this spiritual energy that no longer seemed like conventional spiritual energy slowly descended unhurriedly. It entered King Wu's body like a steady stream entering a narrow channel. In a few breathless moments, the spiritual energies vanished and King Wu started emitting a faint glow. King Wu's voice came out as an agonized cough. It felt painful and disoriented, but it revealed that his life was still present. Despite Long Chen's sword of true slaughter, containing both sword and slaughter intent, it was unable to instantly kill King Wu. All these eyes continued to soundlessly watch as King Wu's spiritual aura was regained, and his spiritual Kai once more circulated. Whatever energy inserted to his body was rapidly improving his condition with every breath. Wai Waiyan's senses were clearer than everyone present, except perhaps this new arrival. He observed clearly how the refined spiritual energies helped rejuvenate and restore the nearly destroyed spirit of King Wu. It was in the midst of dissipating, his status as a cripple cementing with each passing second, but a casual stream of energy allowed him to recuperate in mere moments. This was both an exceptional and dreadful event. Wai Waiyan's heart quivered as he pondered the implications. Was this the strength that those who exceeded the mortal Tao possessed? Is this the ability of an astral core realm expert? What would normally be impossible for any Chi condensation expert was easily accomplished. The feeling of dread only intensified as he realized that his plans and strategies might be wholly irrelevant. Witnessing this figure bring Bai Lin back with an invisible force that he couldn't sense outside of feeling as if the world had taken action was a reeling experience. His mind circulated endlessly as he contemplated his current position. A hint of hope flashed in his mind as he considered himself neutral. Besides kidnapping the seer, if this figure decided to take action, then perhaps he could skate away without an issue. However, this thought was wiped away from his mind. I don't want to live my life hoping. This phrase was the instigation that jolted his heart of cultivation once more. He had never given up, nor had he ever allowed others to dictate his choices. There was always a way to ensure survival, and he would seek it, while fighting felt useless. Believing in the hope that someone would do something was a failure's mentality from the onset. His silver eyes brightened as he stared at this immortal-like figure. Step, step, step. This figure slowly walked downwards from the sky, descending as if the world was his staircase. Even and calm, each step caused a jolt in everyone's heart. King Wu seemed to have regained consciousness with a long sigh and a slight cough. He forcefully pulled himself up as he remembered his location. How could a lofty king fall to a junior? He felt angered at events. But when he lifted his head to inspect the surroundings, no one was looking at him. He slowly lifted his eyes upwards and felt the thumps of his heart correlate to each step. His throat was somewhat dry. His eyes flashed with fear, and he felt a numbness in his mind. Grandfather, his exclamation was like a thundering clap as everyone came to the abrupt realization as to who this man was. He looked younger than King Wu yet. When one checked the resemblance, there truly was some between them. King Wu's grandfather was the hegemon of the Wu country, the ancestral king of Wu, and sole astral core realm that reigned supreme. He was a true powerhouse of the entire myriad Yor continent, a figure that all had to respect and fear or else. Wu Jiao. This name defined an era. It was his name that founded the Wu country a millennia ago. It was his name that used mounds and mounds of corpses and rivers of blood to establish the prosperity of this country. Anyone worth their weight would know this name. Wu Jiao stopped his movements as he turned those starry eyes towards Wu Yu. This grandson of his. Are you even worthy to remain king? His words were spoken evenly and with the utmost calm, yet it chilled everyone's hearts. King Wu hurriedly kneeled with a heavy thud, cold sweat dripping down his back and forehead. Ancestral king, I know I've wronged, please punish me. This lofty king transformed into a pitiful filial child begging for mercy and leniency by admitting his wrongs. The shock was not small in anyone's hearts. Where was the figure that seemed to dominate heaven and earth, sentenced those to death with a mere word, and acted with the utmost calm? Wu Jiao ignored King Wu, not even deigning to coldly snort or offer any response. This truly caused King Wu's heart to feel as if it was dropped into a frozen lake. His teeth clenched as he realized that his ineptness resulted in his grandfather exiting his cultivation. It was a sin that he could not bear. His hatred brimmed as he glanced at the bloody and tattered figure of Long Chen. It was seething and boiling to the surface with an unfathomable intensity. This was all his fault. And his two Prince Chen, who stood with an uneasy and uncertain expression while holding that recording crystal with damning evidence. This hatred had been bred and cultivated over the course of this single day, and it was remarkably high. If he was given the chance, this son of his would be executed. When he recalled all these spontaneous events, he grinded his teeth even harder. Prince Lei was his favorite and most cherished son. Therefore, while he knew he went overboard sometimes and had even gained the allegiance of the hidden shadow domain, this was all according to his plans. In fact, father and son had calculated this meticulously. The others wished to establish a puppet on the throne, but didn't he as well? His time to govern was soon coming to an end. But he still loved and desired the power and authority of a king. Being a strong cultivator was an extraordinary feat, but actively ruling hundreds of millions of people was a feeling that he felt could never be trumped. Unfortunately, the ancestral king, his grandfather, had already declared that he could no longer remain king. Thus, He used this opportunity to culture a plan. He made it seem like headlong, since reconsidered Prince Lei as a last candidate possible. Had him overindulge and be seen as a juicy piece for the crafty Hu Jue and Ba Chen. With two godkings supporting Prince Lei. Oh, the things he could do behind the shadows. Yet this young cultivator wanted to ruin everything and even kill him and his son for a woman. No less a woman who agreed to marry his son and the throne too. Of course. As for that traitorous Prince Chen, a son he never liked, as he constantly pranced around spouting naive nonsense about peace, love, and union. He was such a fool that made his stomach turn in disgust. While this thinking could lead to peace for the country, it would ultimately limit its growth severely and never be able to rise above any others. He had big dreams, and ruling one country was only the start. As for Prince Shen, his life and death wasn't really important. In fact, he hoped to act as a good guardian and protector for Prince Lei. After all, this son of his believed in filial piety and was fiercely loyal. Even with Prince Lei taking his position as king and his fiancée, he never once went against his father's words or decisions. He had even fought to protect Prince Lei and held little back in doing so. He was an older son to be proud of, a guardian who believed in the clan and its greatness. While he had ambition, he wasn't overly ambitious. He wasn't aware of Prince Lei's attempt to kill Prince Shen, but even if it happened, it wasn't much of a loss. Unfortunately, now that his grandfather was disturbed, his chances of having anything to do with ruling the country was reduced to dust in his mouth. Long Chen was the focus here, as he was the cause of all this, and thus the one most responsible. He touched an unassuming black ring on his finger that was oddly the only part of his hand not drenched in blood. His gaze was calm as he regarded Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao swept his gaze over everyone, and halted on Long Chen, a brow raised as interest flitted through his eyes. A dual spirit sword and slaughter intent to end. Your spirits seem to be able to control. He didn't finish as he revealed an expression of wonder. After a certain memory entered his thoughts, he shook his head. Those who saw that slight movement knew it was a shake of pity. Then, he felt something. His gaze shifted to Wai Wine. This gaze was unexpected. Wai Wine felt a spiritual sense attempt to strip away all his secrets. However, he felt his draconic spirit of blood and alchemic spirit of Eden Kai slowly recede into the recesses of his heart and mind. Even the innate bloodline powers within his blood had concealed itself in an inexplicable way. Wu Jiao could only see Wai Wine's surface, but he revealed a hint of surprise. Saber intent. Your fleshy body is abnormally refined to an exceptional limit. It even eclipses my own. Those words, while spoken with just a hint of surprise, made Wai Wine the focus of the crowd. Anyone who can cultivate intent was a genius amongst geniuses of an era. Their combat ability and talent was far beyond their cultivation limit and others respectively. But to have a body that even an astral core realm expert couldn't compare to, this startled many. Wai Wine realized that Wu Jiao hadn't detected his alchemic kai or draconic bloodline power. They had somehow hid from his senses. Oh, Wu Jiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Wai Wine didn't hesitate to act upon seeing the shift. He waved his hand and brought forth a sphere of white mist that contained dozens of pellets with various colors. While he didn't have a treasure, he didn't want his life and death to be dictated by others. With that, he brought out his first plan. The misty sphere rapidly shifted into another copy of Wai Wine. It formed an exact duplicate, barring the spirits residing within him. When it formed, volatile energy started to radiate outwards. It created a pressurized storm that caused all small objects and people to be pushed a few meters back. Wu Jiao didn't seem concerned as he looked at Wai Wine's clone. You've embedded pellets into your avatar. Is this your life-saving card? Wai Wine fearlessly said. Yes. If you make even a single move, the energies within will detonate with a thought and everyone will die here today. While you might be exempted, that's not my goal. Wu Jiao was silent for a moment as he said with a hint of a smile, I can take everyone I wish out of this area with ease. He spoke as if this matter was minor to take those within out of this wedding venue. Wai Wine calmly smiled, standing upright as he stared at this figure above that seemed to possess boundless power and abilities. You're mistaken. Wu Jiao lifted a brow. When I said everyone will die here today, I meant the entire city, the entire heavenly Wu city. His smile turned into a grin as he snapped his fingers. The pellets within his clone started to reveal their identities and true power. Wu Jiao, for the first time, had his expression change. Chapter 124-123 A Random Lecture. Chapter 124-123 A Random Lecture. Each pellet started to emit energies of a highly volatile nature. This exposure revealed their grades. And it was fierce. 7th grade pellets. Even Wu Jiao was startled. His expression that seemed as if the entire world was within his grasp turned dark. 7th grade pellets were alchemical products that rivaled astral core realm experts. While it might not be able to match their true power, it was enough to be a threat. This alone could bring to the imagination the possibilities if pellets of that nature were to explode. If it was one, perhaps a kilometer-high mountain would crumble. But if there were dozens, like there was in this avatar, it was a certainty that the heavenly Wu city, and all its inhabitants, would be killed without a doubt. Even Wu Jiao would need to be cautious in the face of this, while it lacked focus, and thus couldn't threaten his life if he expected it. It was more than enough to ruin his city entirely. This changed the situation. Wu Jiao was silent. King Wu paled. Are you crazy? He didn't care about how Yan obtained 7th grade pellets. But the energies emitted from the clone was so daunting that he felt his knees nearly buckle. Yan ignored King Wu. This was merely trump card 1. If things really got messy, he wouldn't mind using everything to bring this lofty astral core realm cultivator to his grave and push him into it. King Mu's heart shook. The true issue was, he didn't even know who Yan was. He hated Wu Chen, Long Chen, and everyone who fought against the Imperial clan's forces. But Yan hadn't acted from beginning to end against him. He merely snatched a woman and tried to run. The latter was expected while the former could be due to any number of reasons, such as life or desire. So he didn't care. Yet now, this man was threatening to bring all of them and their spirits with him to the grave. Why it seemed incomprehensible. What King Wu wasn't aware of was that the earlier frown was Wu Jiao's intent to capture Yan for his secrets. For a cultivator to abruptly have a physical body far stronger than his own, with a much lower cultivation, meant he had methods far exceeding this continent's. If he could obtain it, his chances of overcoming future astral tribulations would spike. And Yan wasn't a reckless idiot to act for no reason. He had only acted because his sharp senses felt that ill intent. It was the first time Wu Jiao showed any interest in him, and he felt it keenly. If he was captured and dissected, he didn't want to consider it. However, this event put them in a small stalemate. If Wu Jiao was determined to contain him, he would have no choice but to act differently. This threat was merely a bluff. He valued his life too much to end it, and he still had means to deploy. If Wu Jiao ignored all else, this was his last resort. Prince Shen and Qin Feng were shocked by Yan's threatening actions. They hadn't expected this development. Qin Feng, however, was confused. 7th grade pellets. Could Yan be a king alchemist? This thought was like a lightning bolt that unraveled his mind with frightening ferocity. How could that be? No. He must be overthinking it. There were plenty of old cache of pellets, pills, elixirs, and pastes that were in ancient ruins and graves. He must have obtained one of those. Wu Jiao didn't act. Instead, he revealed a smile. He stood upon the air and calmly said, "The ignorant are fearless." What everyone had felt the energies emitted by Yan's avatar. Was this the best time to be throwing insults at him? The crowd was sweating, as the aura of the clone continued to permeate throughout the venue. They knew that a single thought from Yan and their lives were over. This was what their instincts honed by years of cultivation and battles told them. Yan merely smiled in response. "Do you know of the astral core realm?" Child Wu Jiao questioned Yan. Despite being so high up and speaking softly, his words were like thunderclaps and resounded directly into one's ears. His exhibited demeanor was calm, as if the entire world was well within his grasp. Yan frowned. He disliked being called a child. However, considering Wu Jiao was likely 1,000 years or older in age, He accepted it. While he didn't have any fear in his heart towards the man, he also wouldn't forget his own junior status. Enlighten me. Why Wine coolly responded. The surrounding crowd grew silent. They looked upwards and a synchronized birthing of yearning for knowledge emerged in everyone's eyes. It didn't matter who it was or what situation they were in. The thirst was there for everyone. Furthermore, if they lived, wasn't this an endless benefit to everyone here? The astral core realm was mostly a mystery. While there were legacies left behind, faint descriptions of their abilities, no one really knew about the realm itself. It was very similar to the false reality phase. It was difficult to describe, and even if you did, it would be wildly different and even sometimes feel conflicting. It could be that there had never been a cultivator who truly understood the astral core realm, or it was too complex to simplify, requiring one to experience it themselves. Then, I shall. Wu Jio's words perked everyone's ears. They yearned for his teachings like eager children. To understand the astral core realm, you must first understand the Chi condensation realm. This impromptu lecture was spontaneous and random, but Wine wasn't against it. In fact, he needed to stall for a little more anyhow, so this suited his desires. Also, learning a little about this unknown realm was a much appreciated experience. Chi is a metaphysical manifestation of vital energy. It is formed from 4 core, vital substances of existence: mind, the sea of consciousness, and mind's eye. Matter, the physical substructure and inherent physical energies. Essence, the world's neutral energies. Spirit, a segregated portion and imprint of your soul. The most crucial is essence. While many would dare declare that the most crucial is spirit, essence is the cohesive of mind, matter, and spirit. Without it, without the world's neutral energies, it's impossible to cultivate. In fact, we use those very energies to strengthen our mind, matter, and spirit. The first phase of Chi condensation is the creation of this energy in its most nascent state. It is fragile, lacks tangibility, and requires enrichment. When this energy is enriched with essence, the cohesive bonding becomes stronger, enough for it to exist in an externalized state. He continued to explain the progression of phases to its most intricate detail. There were many who had reached their current level and were still ignorant of these details. Their eyes enlightened as they felt a myriad of new ideas and concepts emerge in their minds. There were even those who felt like a problem they had struggled with for a long time had been solved, revealing looks of relief. The 6th phase of Chi condensation is a stage many of you have reached. However, do you know what is required to merge yin and yang energy? Wu Jiao seriously asked the crowd. The little girl Godking unintentionally blurted out her answer. Her state of mind was fully invested into this impromptu lecture. The Earth's seismic vibrations. It is prevalent in all directions. The oceans, the mountains, the air, and the ground we stand on. It is used to create resonance with 2 diametrically opposed forces, such as yin and yang. Her words drew the eyes of everyone. There was confusion in many of the mortal gods' eyes. They wanted to reject her words, but they became tempted. Essence, what is required is the components that create the neutral world energies. When used, it can help bind the forces naturally birthed by the world and self. It isn't easily discovered, but they are all around. And when those components mix, they produce essence, the world's neutral energies. It was Long Chen who spoke next. Despite his current dangerous situation and injured state, this makeshift forum of cultivation discussion would be beneficial to everyone, especially if Wu Jio goes into the mysteries of the astral core realm. Also, he never lived as if he would die. He had been through countless dangerous situations and survived them all. He had confidence in himself and his trump cards. Just like Wyan. There were a few more godlords who spoke, but all of their answers were drastically different from the others. In fact, they seemed as if they were discussing different things. Amongst the 12 who spoke, there wasn't a single one who held the same view. They wanted to see which of them were closest to the truth, so they held nothing back. Wu Jiao smiled. You're all right. What? How the crowd stirred. They couldn't all be right. Right, the first 2 explanations were so wildly different it didn't even seem like they were talking about the same thing. Some talked about the skies, the water particles, or even sound waves. Wu Jiao clarified. You all reached the 6th phase therefore. You're all right. Wai nodded his head with a smile. They had ascended to that phase. How could they not be right? All of your understandings are right. Because all of them relied on the force produced by the world itself. There are quite a few names you can call it. But those at my level unanimously call it one title mana. Mana. This name was like bells and many of them felt as if an emissary of the heavens had spoken, officially terming this exquisite force. They, without exception, felt that that was its one and true name. An individual amongst the imperial clan, a soldier of the royal guard. At the 5th phase of Kai condensation went into a trance, and he started producing the phenomenon of the false reality phase. A myriad of images were birthed into existence and circulated wildly around his body. Everyone turned towards this imperial guard and felt disbelief. A name alone helped him ascend. One must know. There were only 1,000 or so mortal gods in the entire Wu country for one to be born so easily. How could they not be shocked? In truth, the myriad of insights offered by the mortal gods, godlords, and even a god king was a hugely contributing factor. While he had ascended immediately, it's likely that those who heard those words will definitely make a breakthrough later. Mana Wine felt himself immersed in this name. Wu Jiao smiled. The 7th phase is refining the mana you've absorbed using your personal refined essence, causing one's Kai to reach a complete state, a sublime state. Wu Jiao waited to allow his words to be digested. The newly introduced concept of mana was wondrous. Therefore, it will require a few slow thinkers time to fully connect their thoughts. Most of the crowd were in an immersed state of enlightenment. Su Mei had directly entered a meditative stance, and even Bai Lin's eyes turned blank. The name mana held a universal heavenly truth within it. Despite being only 4 letters, it signified much in cultivation. As cultivators, whether they realize it or not, they were defined by this word. The 8th phase, infused spirituality, is as its name suggests. Only in its most complete state where Kai has become sublime can one's spirit be introduced into your core of Kai. In fact, it is the mana you refine that allows spirit, the controller of Kai, to fully merge, in the same way essence allowed Kai to form. As he explained this cycle, many nodded subconsciously. Even those who had yet to reach this realm, with the spirit merged with Kai, one's Kai enters a state ready to begin its transform into a secondary soul. In the cultivation world, we call this newly formed core natal soul. Natal soul, cultivation was being dissected and revealed today the very essence and mysteries. Wine's eyes brightened to the extreme. He cultivated the divine heart method, which seemed special. At the time, he wondered why his spirit seemed so intelligent and sentient. Now, he had an understanding as to why. Even in the beginning, his spirits were developing into true souls, secondary souls. The realm of sages' soul cultivation. He felt his mind explode with information as he recalled the true soul of Sen. It outlined absorbing karmic Sen as nutrients for the soul itself. Could the method be meant for his spirits? As this question entered his mind, he felt his breadth of thought expand. The world was truly miraculous. Your natal soul is born. Now, the 9th and final phase, by absorbing essence, your natal soul can refine a unique form of energy imbued with its own unique strand of mana. The majority of the cultivation world called this Kai essence. By reabsorbing this unique strand of mana and the energy within, your natal soul undergoes a final transformation. Now, your inherent Kai possesses this unique strand of personalized mana, priming it for a transformation. Depending on the amount, from 1 to 99, it determines the inherent strength of your Kai and state of your transformation. Each elevated state determines your chances of ascending to the astral core realm, the level of your might, and your potential in the astral core realm. A transformation with 11 Kai essence is called the first mortal state, 22 is called the second mortal state, 33 is called the third mortal state. The 9th mortal state is intermixing 99 Kai essences. However, that is not the end. After your natal soul has produced 99 Kai essences, if you wish to exceed the norms, you can create a mana essence. With it, you merge the 99 into one. The utmost limit of cultivation is reached and you've truly reached the complete stage of Kai condensation, the zenith mortal state. Wu Jiao explained, his eyes faintly displaying signs of yearning. However, a tinge of regret emerged. Those lower than the fourth mortal state have no chance of ever reaching the astral core realm. The little girl's expression drastically changed as this information was revealed. Her eyes revealed deep levels of panic and distress. She hastily asked those states, "Can you change it after ascending to the 9th phase?" Wu Jiao frowned for a long period of time, causing Ba Chen, King Wu, and the little girl's heart to grow tense. If the states could not be changed, would their chances of reaching the next realm become impossible after all? They all were lower than the described fourth mortal state. Wu Jiao's eyes became solemn. He said one word: yes. Chapter 125-124 Better Hand to Play. Chapter 125-124 Better Hand to Play. A sigh of relief echoed in the tumultuous hearts of everyone present, including the three god kings. King Mu's expression was slightly unsightly. However, his grandfather hadn't told him of this important fact, and thus allowed him to ascend to the 9th stage with inadequate preparations. However, seeing as his grandfather had announced a way to accomplish this, he likely intended to use that very method to help him. This was his heartfelt desire, a desire to believe his grandfather. Unfortunately, the next words out of this immortal-like figure that seemed to be teaching cultivation to the world was earth-shattering and depression-inducing. A natal soul's mortal state can be elevated after ascending, as long as you haven't entered the astral core realm, on the condition you've met those requirements. It is possible. A natural treasure of heaven and earth, of world and sky, called the mana core liquid can do this, but it cannot be found on this continent. There is also another way. The Tao of Alchemy. A mortal sovereign alchemist can refine an elixir similar to mana core liquid. A wave of silence resounded. A few couldn't even believe what was said. What is this mana core liquid? It wasn't on the continent then. How do they obtain it? As for a mortal sovereign alchemist, that was laughable. A mortal sovereign alchemist can concoct alchemical products of the 9th grade. The 9th grade, the myriad. Your continent didn't even have a single official king alchemist. Those who could concoct out 7th grade products. Where would they find this mortal sovereign alchemist? The only recorded alchemist in history that was rumored to be a mortal sovereign alchemist was the Wood King of Everlore. He was a figure that united the continent and ascended beyond. The young girl, Ba Chen, and King Yu's expression simultaneously went pale as ash. As if they were in a trio, they were all too hasty, especially the young girl whose age seemed no more than 10 years. In truth, she was as young as she looked. Her outstanding talent, exceptional future, and brilliant potential was all ruined. Her ascension was done to help Long Chen in this battle. They needed a god king to handle Ba Chen, and she couldn't stand back when she was ready to ascend. Her choice then might be irreversible and meant she would never ascend higher. How devastating, how soul-destroying, how world-crumbling was this? Her entire aura became depressed and despondent without a tinge of hope. She no longer felt a desire in her heart. After all, her cultivation path was over at this age. If Wu Jiao intended to take her life right now, who knows if she'd care? She felt truly and utterly hopeless. Would she never be able to traverse the starry skies and explore the stars? Her eyes became wet and her voice choked as she started sobbing, hiccuping a little. Her gentle and tender shoulders moving, as she cried, contained a sense of profound sadness within everyone's hearts. How unfortunate. King Wu and Ba Chen were relatively better. While they had hope, it was never a certainty that they could overcome astral tribulation and ascend. If so, they would've already done so. So learning that it wasn't even an option to overcome astral tribulation, while saddened, they weren't depressed. Long Chen witnessed clearly this little girl that called him Big Brother cry, and his heart felt like it was about to split in two. He forgot about his current predicament and clenched his teeth. I swear, Long Tingyu, I'll do whatever I need to do to help you. His declaration was like an oath to the heavens. He was the reason for her current weakness, so she had to take responsibility. Wai Waiyan and everyone present witnessed this heartbreaking moment. A few of the Imperial clan members scoffed. Could he even save himself? While Wu Jiao was magnanimous to give an impromptu lecture. that didn't mean he wasn't going to slaughter them all. In fact, many believed that if it wasn't for Wine's intention for massive mutual destruction, this event would have long been over, and their corpses being thrown in the flames or their heads piked to be used as examples. Wu Jiao was unmoved by Long Tingya's tears. He calmly continued, "You call those at the upper phases of Kai condensation mortal gods. But they are not mortal gods. The full title coined by divine King Hanzhe was false god of mortal Tao, false lord of spirit, mortal king of Kai. This title is apt and true. You all are merely false gods amongst mortals. You proudly raise your heads believing yourselves supreme within heaven and earth, unbeknownst that you're mere ants. It is quite laughable. Really? Mere frogs in a well. In fact, this very title was conjured as a mere joke. Even divine King Hanzhe meant it as such, to mock those at your level who think themselves gods. Those at your level are ignorant to the truths of cultivation, barely understanding anything, yet strut about as if you rule all creation. You haven't even seen a speck of creation. So how can you rule it?" Wu Jiao spoke calmly, but every word was burning with disdain, contempt, and mockery. These so-called mortal gods, godlords and godkings felt their hearts tremble and their faces pale. Their name was regarded as prestigious, infusing them with confidence and pride in their talent and ability. Now, they had learned it was a mere joke. Their feelings were undoubtedly mixed. Others felt despondence and self-mockery, while others, those with strong hearts of cultivation, felt a fire burn ardently within. This was their desire to pursue greater heights, to see why they are mere frogs in the well. They wanted to leap out of this well and see the grand sky, leap out of the sky and see the endless stars, explore the endless stars and meet devils, gods, and immortals. As for those who felt self-mockery, drowning in it, they would never be able to extricate themselves and become true cultivators. Their breadth of mind and will was too narrow and fragile. Their accomplishments will begin and end in the mortal Tao, false gods of the mortal Tao. The astral core realm, like the Kai condensation realm, is similarly divided into 9 stages. Wu Jiao began to speak about the astral core realm, and most perked up their ears and unclogged their brain, while a few remained deaf and hopeless. Wine was neither. He believed in his own heart of cultivation, but he would never wholeheartedly accept the teachings of a random person, regardless of their cultivation. He felt that even Wu Jiao was ignorant of many things. For example, only 2 options to advance your mortal state of the natal soul that seemed too limited, and the heavenly Taos never left a single path to pursue any goal. As for the Tao of alchemy, that couldn't count, as even the heavenly Taos haven't accepted it. So how could he know all despite that? Hell, listen. He needed to for now anyways. His preparations were nearly done and it was nearly here. Unlike the Kai condensation that focuses on accumulation of energies, the astral core realm comprehends the earth and the stars, their mysteries and their intent. By comprehending these things, you can invoke their subsequent tribulation for your astral soul. Oh yes. At the very first stage of astral core realm, one's natal soul, what you call spirits of Kai, will transform, ascend into a profound state dubbed an astral soul. This soul refines, creates, stores mana, your own brand of personalized mana in this realm. Your Kai experience is an evolution of quality, becoming astral force, the power of the world force mana mixed with your own cultivation. Wu Jiao grew passionate. Unlike before, his eyes glowed with endless starry light. This was likely a representation of astral force, while Kai produced its own light. It lacked in comparison to this. It felt boundless, endless, as if peering into the entire world. He seemed to have come to the end of his lecture. Wine frowned. Why didn't he explain the world's sea phase clearly? Could it be that his own comprehension was lacking when he thought of this? He sneered. That's right. He could easily explain all the profoundness of Kai condensation. After all, he transcended its limits and abilities. To do that, one should have a thorough understanding of it. But Wu Jiao had likely barely touched the truths of the astral core realm. So how could he explain? When his mind reached this point, he realized a few inconsistencies and missing points when the astral core realm was briefly explained. For example, If all it took was personalized mana for an astral soul, this evolved state of the natal soul, then wouldn't Kai condensation realm cultivators already have this power? The ninth stage of Kai condensation was refining essence with mana, your own personalized mana, and this was Kai essence motes. He explained that himself earlier, and it regarded merging natal soul with Kai essence to reach that point. That was merely one issue. Another was his lack of clarity regarding why mortal states were important. This lecture was filled with holes and lack of information. At first glance, it was profound and life-altering, but another look and one can see the water seeping through from ignorance. A few keen cultivators with exceptional comprehensive talent, much like Wyan, started to discover this, and their expressions revealed confusion. A few wanted to ask for clarification, but halted because they weren't sure if Wu Jiao allowed this, or was finished with his words. Wu Jiao seemed ignorant of his own ignorance. He looked at the crowd and shook his head. Instead, he focused on Wyan. Do you know why I explained this to you? Wu Jiao spoke with a calm tone. Wyan sighed. He calmly said, you explained it to let us know that you comprehend the ability to control world force. So, if you wanted, as long as you were prepared, you could suppress my spiritual ignition and prevent the pellets from exploding. Wu Jiao sneered, as if he hadn't heard what Wyan said, and spoke. It's because I can control th. Wait, what? When his mind finally caught up with Wyan's words, he was immediately shocked. Wyan gave a bright smile, lacking even the hint of fear. After all, his senses were profound, and he realized that this was a mere distraction as the pellets within his avatar were seemingly surrounded. There was barely any indication of it, except a slight change in their energy waves. Lon Chan was startled. His dry blood-covered face turned to see Wyan. He had a look of disbelief on his face. And he wasn't the only one. Wyan countered with a grin. Do you know why I let you talk? Wu Jiao's eyebrows furrowed. His eyes widened as he lifted his gaze to see incoming comets soaring through the sky, stopping at the border of heavenly Wu City in all the cardinal directions. Dozens of comets had volatile energies emanating from them, just like Wyan's avatar. Because I have a better hand to play. Chapter 126-125 Sending Off. Chapter 126-125 Sending Off. The comets filled with energies were so rampant that even those at the first stage of Kai condensation could sense them. They lit the skies with a multicolored glow from every direction. Surrounding the city, King Wu's eyes widened. He spoke disbelievingly. Are all those avatars with 7th grade pellets? His heart was terrified. 7th grade pellets were legendary, concocted by king alchemists. And while a few dozen can be explained by an ancient cache, hundreds of them were not so easily explained. Furthermore, dozens of clones. Wyan calmly observed Wu Jiao, whose eyes seemed to be flickering with starry light. This wasn't his end goal. In fact, he had set up dozens of avatars with clones and buried them far away. In the event he was chased, he felt the newly devised elemental saber life-securing art, now named the Soaring Life Blood Saber art, was sufficient to get enough distance. He layered countless concealment spiritual formations on these clones to prevent their presence from being revealed. He would lure the astral core realm expert to a location with dozens of these clones and then split off. This was his contingency. If this didn't work, he'd use these clones as missiles and send them to their deaths in a salvo of devastating explosions. While his cultivation was lacking, that didn't mean he couldn't kill an astral core realm expert. He had another contingency as well. He would get Bai Lin and Su Mei away with the Soaring Life Blood Saber art, and then detonate the clones after locking down the astral core realm expert by forcefully using the fixed soul spell, even if it damaged his foundation. Unfortunately, the spell's range was incredibly short range, so he'll be within the blast. With the Mark of Eden, he would rely on its life force and wood energies to ensure his survival. With all this, he just needed to maintain a single breath and he'd come out on top. If none of that worked, then perhaps death was his fate. Regardless, he had a few more escape routes planned, but none of those incorporated taking down his pursuer. In the end, he hadn't expected Wu Jiao to be able to restrict Bai Lin and pull her in without the ability to resist. He made a miscalculation. A very big one as well. Wu Jiao's abilities. While he was certain he could still escape with the soaring saber lifeblood art, sending Su Mei and Bai Lin away, he wasn't certain if they could escape. So, he had to make adjustments. Quite impressive, Wu Jiao said with a hint of praise. If I don't let you go, the city will be turned into dust. But, I don't think you'll detonate. A hint of confidence flashed on his lip, giving his already immortal bearing a hint of allure and charm. His confidence brought peace in everyone's hearts. If Wai Wine decided to truly detonate those avatars of death, wouldn't that be too devastating? There were countless young elites, some even virgins. So to die in this way felt unfair. You're right, Wai Wine said. Wu Jiao nodded. The situation was still within his palm and merely an empty gesture of death. Without the intent to detonate, he could quietly whisk control of each avatar with his power. I want detonate. Wai Wine walks towards Bai Lin and Su Mei, who was still mounted on her. Tossing the seer to Su Mei, he calmly took a breath. He placed his hand on Bai Lin's body and said, if you make a single move, you'll be forced to. Soaring saber life blood art. Immediately, he drew upon his nascent saber soul element, his elemental spiritual kai, saber spiritual kai, and draconic blood power. A draconic roar resounded as the nascent saber soul instantly transformed into a larger version of its form and encapsulated Su Mei and Bai Lin's bodies entirely. It glowed brighted and exuded a boundless, ancient, and extraordinary power unlike any other. Wu Jiao's eyes twitched. He frowned. His hands moved to exert some of his cultivation. But Wai Wine exclaimed, if you move, you'll detonate them all. As he did, all the avatars that levitated in the skies radiating violent energies started to near an explosive release. A single thought and they would release. The hearts of all those here tensed and their minds grew taut with horror. They froze in fear that their movements might set off Wai Wine. Wu Jiao's eyelids twitched, but he didn't continue. Lin Zian was the only one who moved, but was held back by Long Chen. In a blink, Su Mei and Bai Lin shot off in an orb of Kai, reaching the horizon in a blink. What Wu Jiao, this lofty astral core realm expert that controlled the world, exclaimed in sheer disbelief. The speed of this orb exceeded his own, and in 2 breaths, it had exceeded his visual sight. While he could still sense its presence, he realized it was traveling at least 3 kilometers a second. Before long, it was no longer something he could sense. It was gone. His gaze looked towards Wai Wine with a sharpness. For some reason, he felt as if he was outsmarted, but his heart soon calmed when he considered the situation. You know I won't let you go. So you sent your subordinates away with your target. Quite intriguing, but nevertheless, pointless. This stalemate will not last forever. Wu Jiao was supremely confident. He had already sent his power into half the avatar, suppressing their explosive state during this delay. In a matter of a minute or so, had gained complete and utter control. At that point, Wai Wine's secret of obtaining so many 7th-grade pellets, his art that surpassed even his speed by a lot, and the method of his fleshy body reaching such levels would be his. He didn't think someone so supremely talented would kill himself so easily. Wai Wine didn't seem to care. He just calmly waited with his thoughts on the trigger. Time passed, and every breath taken by the crowd was hard-earned. They truly didn't know if Wai Wine was waiting for that crane and woman to leave the range of the explosion before detonating, or not. If so, then they would all be dead. Long Chen kept rubbing his inconspicuous black ring. Wai Wine's senses were keen and noticed a faint spiritual light emitting from the ring. His eyes glanced at Long Chen. Does he have a spiritual existence in that ring? As this thought entered his mind, he shook his head. A blessed will definitely have life-saving trump cards. He didn't feel that Long Chen would die today. Soon, seconds turned into a complete minute. Wu Jiao smilingly said, done. Snap. He snapped his middle and thumb together, creating a crisp sound. This sound was like a trigger, as all the volatile energies within the avatar's bodies were suppressed, sent into an inactive state. Then, they and the pellets turned into dust. Wu Jiao frowned, not expecting the pellets to turn into dust. But perhaps their state of constant near release was the cause. However, That was not the case. All the pellets and avatars turned into gray mist that dissipated into vapor. This event shocked many, but believing Wu Jiao was responsible due to his well-timed snap of the fingers, they were relieved and happy. Even those who staged the coup to overthrow the crown prince and fight the current king. Dying in battle was fine, but dying due to an explosion done by someone they didn't know felt disgusting to think about. Wu Jiao's frown deepened. His starry gaze looked at Wai Wine. Duds, if these avatars were mere fakes, then wasn't this pointless, but they felt so real. Wai Wine smilingly shook his head. No, they were real. How could he possibly allow others to have his pellets? He obviously set countermeasures in case the astral core realm had means to immobilize or capture them without detonation. While he didn't expect to use it in this manner, it was enough. Clap, clap. Wu Jiao clapped his hand in applause. Impressive. Now, obediently come. His words were imperious as he reached his hand out to grasp Wai Wine with his world-controlling power. Was this the end to this suicidal yet brilliant person? Wai Wine kept his smile despite the crowd's anticipating gazes. He turned to Si Long Chen, then Lin Zian, then Prince Zhen, whose expression was uglier and filled with worry, and then Qin Feng, who seemed to exude hopelessness. Knowing after Wai Wine, weren't they next? Wai Wine held out his palm in a halting gesture. Wait, he had already felt the world wrapped around his figure, seeking to capture him and suppress his cultivation entirely. This wasn't a power that he could fight. His instincts told him that Wu Jiao wasn't just an astral core realm cultivator at the first stage, but that astral tribulation was a second stage. But he wasn't fearful. Well, because there's no need. Wu Jiao, your fish has long since left your net beneath your gaze. A voice rippled through the air. It was soft, alluring, tantalizing to the senses, and heavenly. Its femininity was brimming, making its owner's gender obvious. Those words were said, but it seemed to originate from everywhere yet nowhere. However, Wu Jiao halted his actions. A respectful expression emerged as he calmly greeted, "Fairy blessed spirit." Those three words were merely a title, much like the Helios witch. Yet when Wu Jiao spoke it, it contained an exceptional level of prestige and grace. Outside, hiding within the clouds, were the two figures Wai Wine had smelled earlier. They were Qin Qiumu and her father, King Kai, someone Wai Wine had previously met. He was the elf that gave him the yin-yang god sphere, allowing him to reach the mortal god realm. King Qiumu still wore a veil, but her father was completely exposed. He wore white robes, oddly decorated to suit elf traditional wear, and maintained skin that was youthful with a gorgeous face. His thin eyebrows, pointy ears, white skin, tall and lithe body, and green eyes that shone like emeralds were perfect for him in every way. They were concealed via a spell that exceeded Kai condensation limits. Besides Wai Wine, who smelled them, even Wu Jiao hadn't noticed. King Kai exclaimed softly, "Fairy blessed spirit." His expression changed as he grabbed his daughter and seemed ready to flee. "You're not going to greet me, King Kai." The voice resounded once more, startling Wu Jiao, whose eyes surveyed the world. Only after his eyes flashed with a vast, refined spiritual power did he catch a glimpse of the distortion within the clouds. King Kai grimaced, halting his actions. He took a deep breath and put on a false smile, horribly forced, dispelling his concealment. His and his daughter's body was revealed before the curious crowd. He was so close, just above them, yet they didn't even notice. King Qiumu, beneath her veil, was shocked at her father's actions and expression. Who did this voice belong to? This was the question that was on everyone's mind. But when it was answered, not a single person's lower jaw was connected to their upper jaw. Chapter 127-126 Fairy Blessed Spirit. Chapter 127-126 Fairy Blessed Spirit. Gorgeous, alluring, beautiful. The moment she arrived within view, she exuded a natural air of grace and elegance that could be felt by the mind and soul. Her limpid eyes that were as blue as the sky, as brilliant as the glimmer of the stars above, and magnificent as the vast ocean were her most attractive traits. They contained a devilish allure that infectiously sieged the heart. making one unable to forget, likely even on their deathbed. This went for both men and women. Her delicately full lips were pristine red, like the color of freshly cut roses. The softness held within those thick flesh seemed unimaginable, making one wish to touch them in any manner possible and never cease. Her figure seemed molded by men, seeking to attract their every gaze with her curves. Her skin seemed molded by women, lacking a hint of imperfection and utmost smoothness. Her eyes, lips, thin set of eyebrows, slightly sharp nose, and jet-black hair that reached her back like a refined liquid onyx waterfall, was perfectly placed and structured. While she had a hint of makeup, it was minimal and only highlighted her natural beauty. Astonished were all. Garbed in a tricolored robe, black, white and gold, she waltzed into view of everyone as if invisible a second before. Yet when she did appear, everyone couldn't help but notice her. Every step she took was accompanied by a silent throb of their hearts and spirits, very reminiscent to the spirit in every step, but far more profound. They had this faint impression that this woman before them seemed to disdain the earth she walked, the sky that sheltered her, and it seemed perfectly natural. The Myriad continent was a location that was far too lowly for her existence, and their hearts simply and unanimously accepted this. King Kai and Wu Jiao were the only ones whose expressions weren't filled with curiosity, yet wildly different. King Kai had a forced smile and a tinge of helplessness, while Wu Jiao contained respect, reverence, and a glimmer of fear. These experts at the astral core realm, that could look down on the heaven and earth of the Myriad continent, had seemingly been cowed by a few words and the appearance of this beautiful woman. Fairy blessed spirit ignored the various gazes that contained all sorts of emotions. Some included even lust, whether intentional or not. She arrived a few feet away from Wai Wine, but her gaze was on King Kai. No, specifically, her gaze was on the veiled King Kimu, Woodyan essence physique, innate meridians of 9 meadows, and a violet forestry palace of the psyche. This girl is blessed beyond measure, as fairy blessed spirit spoke. Her lark-like voice was suffused with interest and surprise. King Kai visibly sighed. Wai Wine was watching this all, but as he inspected this woman called Fairy Blessed Spirit, he realized her innate spiritual aura was exceptional and attractive. If it wasn't for his strong spiritual sense, perhaps he'd have fallen into a state of blissfully complacency, unable to extricate himself forever. While this surprised him, he was more shocked by those 3 words she spoke. Woodyan essence physique, innate meridians of 9 meadows, a violet forestry palace of the psyche. From those names, they were clearly unique aspects of essence, body, and mind, and they all seemed geared towards wood. If so, then it was absolutely normal that King Kimu kept giving him the feeling of the personification of Mother Nature, embodying the grand forest of the world. Was she this special? Even Long Chen seemed shocked by those words. He rubbed his unassuming black ring as he grimaced slightly. The ring sparked with briefly dim light once, but soon went quiet. Later, his expression relaxed as if he was told good news. This did not escape Wai Wine's senses, and only confirmed to him that something was within that ring. Wu Jiao floated downwards and his feet finally touched the ground. It seemed he was unwilling or unable to speak to this fairy blessed spirit from a higher position. For those with keen eyes, this clearly demonstrated their differences. Elders Yang, may I ask please know why you wish to spare this man? He was referring to Wai Wine, as she had directly interfered earlier. As for her name, it seemed she was his elder, and her real name was Zhang. This clearly showed that Fairy Blessed Spirit was a moniker like Saber Ascendant or the Helios Witch. Elder Zhang didn't even turn her gaze as she kept inspecting King Kimu. She used her index finger to softly pat her lips as she made a hum sound, clearly in thought. Despite this blatant act of ignoring Wu Jiao, he remained quiet and patient. After a few moments, Elder Zhang waved her hand towards Wai Wine. This hand seemed to contain an inexplicable spiritual might that exceeded Wai Wine's understanding. Before he could even react, his body became clear and translucent, revealing his insides like an X-ray to all those viewing. Gasp! A collective sucking of air resounded as Wai Wine's current state was clearly revealed before the crowd. many exclaiming in shock and disbelief. Long Chen and Lin Zian simultaneously said, "How is that possible? The insides of wine were not organs, meridians, and blood, but energy." That's right, pure energy. They formed faint shapes that were organs, meridians, and flowed like blood, even had the physical aura of them, but they were undoubtedly energy. This was only due to one possibility: the wine before them was an avatar. Wu Jiao's heart shook. How was this possible? He had kept his senses on wine since the beginning, and he knew he felt his spirits of Kai. Yet, what he saw lacked any substance or resemblance to spirits of Kai. In fact, he could see wads of mist that seemed to emulate spirits of Kai, but a single close look could deem them as false. Before, however, the spirits of Kai was most certainly real. This was the truth. How could an avatar emulate a person with such detail? How did wine swap out himself with a clone? And when wine saw that his trick had been exposed and gave a wry smile. In the end, how else could he be truly fearless before an expert such as Wu Jiao unless, well, he wasn't really here? Wu Jiao's eyes became sharp after a brief flash of disbelief. How? When you were trying to delay for time, so was he. He created a shell of himself. When you were distracted by the volatile energies of those other avatars around the city, he had expanded it to encapsulate his body. Earlier, using that Kai art, he inserted his energy and his true self in microseconds of its expansion, disguising his entry and your senses. Elder Yang answered instead. Her voice was calm and without a hint of praise, while requiring the utmost timing and planning. Considering how Wu Jiao went on a long lecture, anyone with a brain and some skills could figure out a way to trick him into an escape. She attributed this to Wu Jiao's idiocy and need to be superior. He was outsmarted while trying to outsmart others. He didn't even notice when wine escaped. Wine was shocked. While this was indeed an avatar of him, he felt his actions were seamless and smooth. Without a single flaw, he had left, delayed, and escaped. At the moment, his real body and the others were sealed away behind numerous prepared concealment formations. However, could this woman be able to find him? This made him feel insecure, but helpless. Her senses were exceptional. Wu Jiao wanted to bash wine's avatar into bits and try to go after him, but Elder Zhang interfered. You don't need to. After that, she walked forward in the sky as if on solid steps and arrived before King Kai and King Qiumu. King Ki's expression twitched. Her eyes were trying to hide his turbulent emotions. Elder Zhang looked King Qiumu up and down with an inspecting and judgmental gaze. Even King Qiumu felt naked before this gaze. Fortunately, it came from a woman. She's already over 20. So much time wasted. How come you haven't sent her to the sect already? Her words carried a hint of displeasure, as if she disliked that such a talent was being wasted on this lowly continent. King Ki's expression changed into a picture of ugliness and a hint of helplessness. She has yet to decide to go. Fairy blessed spirit. Otherwise, I would have done so long ago. These words were the truth, but the formless pressure of Elder Zhang truly battered his heart. He didn't know what she would do, and an increasingly bad feeling welled in his heart. Oh, why? Fairy blessed spirit directly asked. King Kai felt cold sweat wet his back like rain. An unfathomable amount of pressure was mounting in his shoulders. He didn't dare answer casually. She was unwilling to leave him. He turned towards Long Chen and pointed out with his finger, as if blaming a culprit. He truly seemed like a child pushing the blame onto others, unwilling to accept an ounce of accusation or fault. The way he pointed at Long Chen was truly unbefitting of an astral core realm powerhouse that could dominate the continent. Long Chen grew startled. He wasn't sure of the exact contents of their conversation, but he also knew King Qiumu was incredibly talented. They had known each other for nearly 10 years and have faced many difficult and dangerous challenges together. He had always felt she was holding back. Was it because of this sect? Was he the reason? When his eyes fell on King Qiumu beneath that veil, he felt as if she was avoiding his gaze. Oh, he's not worthy of her. How could you allow that? Her words were spoken in a matter-of-fact, as if there was no need to question her words. Long Chen was not King Qiumu's equal. King Kai had a helpless expression on his face. How could he not know this? But what can he do when he had raised such a strong-willed woman curse him for being a good and nurturing parent, a fact he should be proud of? But she wanted to settle for this insignificant human in this tiny continent. Although he has proven himself as a great cultivator in his own right as a great man, he still didn't feel this Long Chen was worthy of his daughter for a second. One of the main issues was his penchant for trying to gather other women. While he had at least 30 wives and 300 concubines, how could he not be hypocritical when it was his most precious and talented daughter she deserved to be in a purely monogamous relationship because she was his daughter? Why did she need to share a man's bed and heart with others? Her innate gifts were incredible, and beyond this small continent, she would exceed him and reach incredible heights. However, because she fell for this lowly cultivator of humble origins, her cultivation base was still at the 6th stage of Kai condensation, and was still falling behind. Long Chen's expression changed. But he wasn't the only one. Lin Ziyan and Wu Baozhai Imperial Princess expressions changed too. It was one with righteous anger, as if they were just insulted somehow. Wai Wang clearly noticed this and was shocked. Wu Baozhai was also with Long Chen, well, considering he had a relationship with her brother, Wu Chen. It made sense. Furthermore, Jai Mengyue, the Jai clan's patriarch, had taken discreet action in supporting and protecting Wu Chen during the skirmish. Considering this, it seemed she was on their side. TCH, 3 top-tier beauties. How lucky is this, a manifestation of his luck? Wai Wang felt like cursing at someone. Wait, did this mean Wu Baozhai lost her virginity to Long Chen and was concealing it? This immediately made him realize that possibility. How interesting. Scandal. Cough. Anyways, Elder Zhang didn't even bother to look at Long Chen. He cultivated the Flood Haven Heart Kai method. How trash. He doesn't even know the level of difficulties he'll face to reach the astral core realm because of it, or how limited his future is. How laughable. Fairy Blessed Spirit remarked with a sprinkle of mocking. It was clear that she regarded Long Chen as nothing. While his feats were impressive to others, his circumstances and actions were absolutely nothing to her. Long Chen clenched his fist, with sufficient force to produce crackling sounds from his knuckles. He hated the word trash the most, his past wounds emerging as he struggled to remain calm. If he had the strength, he would kill this woman who belittled him. What difficulties? Wai Wang suddenly blurted out. He was curious about what difficulties there were. After all, he had 4 spirits, 2 of which were unique. Bloodline spirit and a mind spirit. He had his own reservations about his future. If it made it unable for him to reach the realm of sages, how sad would it be? All his plans, even if he obtained the seer and got the information he needed, would all be for naught. Fairy Blessed Spirit was somewhat startled, and seemingly recalling something, she looked at Wai Wang and said, "You cultivate dual spirits too? I nearly forgot." What Lin Ziyan and Long Chen were immediately taken aback, especially Lin Ziyan. She had spent a portion of her life trying to find her destiny, a man with dual spirits, and now 2 were here on the fated day. Long Chen was surprised for an entirely different reason. He had undergone countless struggles, finding the missing portions of the Haven Heart Kai method in an ancient ruin after a fierce battle of life and death amongst peers all those years ago. And even then, if it wasn't for the ring on his finger and its secrets, he would failed. That was because the Haven Heart Kai method was insidiously difficult to cultivate and truly had countless difficulties. If it wasn't for it informing him of how beneficial it could be should he succeed in overcoming these difficulties, he wouldn't dare venture forward. Wai Wang realized that Long Chen was more surprised by his revelation than desirous of knowing the difficulties ahead of him, as if he already knew and accepted it. King Kai was the one who answered Wai Wang's inquisition. The astral core realm requires the formation of a core that synchronizes with the world. It's difficult to have 2 cores in perfect balance within one body. If not impossible, it will be like having 2 celestial bodies in very, very close proximity. Also, a spirit that has been split isn't perfect, and while connected, they grow stronger and independent from each other, losing their compatibility even more. Unfortunately, this means you must fuse them as one before you can ascend. But the difficulty to do so makes it 100 times harder to do, unless you decide to ascend at the fourth mortal state. The chances of succeeding, which were probably 1 to 1,000,000 to begin with, decreases greatly as you rise in states. Because of this, either you accept the lowest foundation, you stay in the Kai condensation realm for life, or you abandon one of your natal souls. If you abandon one of your natal souls, you'll never have a complete astral core, so the consequences are obvious. There are no other known choices. His words were spoken in a very monotone cadence. It made his entire words echo with a desolate aura. Lin Zian gawked in horror, obviously unaware of this despite her spreading this method around like a plague. Why Wine frowned slightly. This was because he didn't fear coexistence, and he didn't segregate his spirits. The issue here was likely the developmental disadvantage a natal soul has with half a spirit. He didn't have any of that. However, that didn't mean his road would be easy. He still had 2 unique spirits, and he still didn't know what the next realm would represent with those 2. Elder Zhang didn't bother with them. Instead, she turned towards King Qimu and felt reluctant in allowing this girl's talent to continue being wasted in this insignificant land. Not only that, she turned to see the little girl at the 9th phase. She was outstandingly talented, but rash in her cultivation, ascending too quickly. Luckily, she still had an opportunity to start anew. After all, she was still young and possessed her primal yin. There were methods. Wu Jiao was far less knowledgeable and resourceful than her, so he was ignorant of many things. For example, how to restart one's cultivation to eliminate the issue of insufficient mortal state. At the age of 10, she was the best candidate for this. I'll initiate the examination for candidates to enter the sect. King Qimu, this little girl, and him. I'll let them take the examination to enter. This should solve the problem. No, if he fails, then it's only right that she abandons him before the cruelty of the world strips him of his life. Elder Zhang calmly stated. The last hymn was directed towards Long Chen. What both King Kai and Wu Jiao started simultaneously, as if they never expected this. In 3 months, I want all cultivators at the 6th phase or higher cultivators who are 100 years or younger to gather at this location. I'll take them all with me. Until then, you are not to kill anyone within these parameters. This insignificant continent has wasted enough of its talents. I trust that you know what to do. As for these 2, they'll be coming with me. As she gave her heavenly decree-like orders, she wrapped King Qimu and the young girl in her astral force and they vanished from the crowd's senses in a literal blink. Chapter 128-127 I'll kill you. Chapter 128-127 I'll kill you. Fairy Blessed Spirit's departure was sudden and left no trace. King Kai and Wu Jiao could only stare at the empty space. King Ki's expression was ugly as his own daughter was taken before his eyes and he could do nothing about it. Wai Wyan and Long Chen were also at a loss. What just happened? Events were happening all over the place. With the wedding, the attempted coup, the arrival of the ancestral king, an abrupt lecture on cultivation, then Wai Wyan's escape, and this fairy blessed spirit arriving and leaving in a blink with an order to gather all talents beneath 100. The crowd was silent for a good dozens of seconds, unable to process matters. A few didn't even understand what was actually happening, lost in the excitement and randomness of it all. Long Chen was quicker on the uptake of information and realized what had just happened. This fairy blessed spirit just gave the orders to gather all the continent's talents for a chance to enter a sect that seemed to be far above the myriad. Your continent. Wasn't this a grand and majestic event? Unfortunately, this was not a story that would simply end like this. Wu Jiao was frustrated. He had wasted so much time that now he couldn't even kill the person responsible for his grandson's near-death and near-crippled state. Furthermore, Wai Wyan's life aura was below 100 and even he was protected. This was a disastrous blow to his heart, and the pent-up rage and fury in his heart seemed to be naturally rising. This was completely uncharacteristic to his calm and elegant demeanor, as if something was stroking the flames of rage and violence in his heart. Wai Wyan may not be here, but his senses were still keen. He felt a trace of the heavenly Tao's influence in this world. It was faint but present. His eyes shifted to see the blazing embers of fury and murder in Wu Jiao's eyes that seemed to intensify with every passing moment. Was this the heavenly Tao's pointing out a calamity? While he felt calm due to him not actually being there, he felt an ominous cloud looming over this world, as if the world was confirming his instincts. Wu Jiao's eyes swept like lightning through the crowd. It seemed he was marking those within his mind, while he couldn't touch those under 100 and were at the 6th phase. These ungrateful citizens of his were different. With a thunderous swiftness, he circulated his astral force and swatted his palm outwards. It was unfathomably swift, and no one could react as a vicious and violent worldly power engulfed selected individuals in the matter of a blink of an eye. They were instantly suppressed. Wai Weiyan was the first to see these figures. They were Shen Fang, the Sky Sword Sect's ancestral elder, Qin Feng, several mortal gods who sided with Wu Chen in this event. Notably, Lion Yaling was ignored, but not all the females. Before long, every figure that sided with Wu Chen above 100 years old was ensnared by Wu Jiao's power. Wai Weiyan's avatar didn't know this, but his real body felt a tingling within his head. It was as if his karmic luck was streaming out to engulf another. Yet it didn't decrease. Within the scripture of Zen, it was noted that karmic luck value could extend to others to avoid calamities or benefit from association. The former didn't require any karmic luck value decrease. Simply a sufficiently high karmic luck would do. The latter, however, required karmic luck value to decrease. This was what happened with Bai Lin and the golden phoenix fruit. Him and Qin Feng had an agreement. He would ensure Jiao Ning's pleasant life. It was this karmic tie that acted to bind them. Such a small request, yet immense ramifications that would later be his saving grace. This karmic luck flowed invisibly and tied Qin Feng and King Kai together by some inexplicable connection. Unlike Wai Weiyan, Long Chen's reaction was drastic and dramatic. Reasonably so. No, Long Chen felt Wu Jiao's action and attempted to take action. His spiritual sword and slaughter kai flared and erupted, attacking Wu Jiao in haste. But this attack was dealt with by a mere glance of Wu Jiao. The world's force gathered and suppressed this assault, crushing it out of existence with utter ease. Yet this delay allowed King Kai to gather his bearing long enough to use his own force. Unfortunately, he seemingly could only reach a single person before Wu Jiao's will was enforced. PSSSHHHHTTT. Body after body became a mixture of blood, crushed bones, and minced organs. The picture of a complete and utter death without a proper corpse. They were like exploding bags of water that sprayed every last person here in brighted liquid and brain matter. The scent of death overtook the senses. Only Qin Feng, this lucky bastard, was pulled to King Ki's side, and a few already shattered fleshy bodies that had been a millisecond too late to secure. Long Chen's eyes immediately turned bloodshot and violent as he charged recklessly towards Wu Jiao. His body erupted with the sharp aura of a sword and the ominous aura of slaughter. Without any hesitation, he brandished his sword and sent a sharp ray of sword kai racing towards Wu Jiao with massive killing intent. HMPH. Wu Jiao waved his index finger on his right hand, and the sword kai was pressured by an invisible worldly force into dissipating harmlessly. The attack was laughably weak. Wai Weiyan was startled. Wu Jiao's attack didn't exceed his expectations. What exceeded his expectations was them dying. According to what he learned from the various scriptures, karmic luck faintly extended to all those in one's bubble of acquaintances. This meant just knowing someone with a high karmic luck value meant that person would benefit and could survive calamities. To think these people were directly killed instead of benefiting from association. How cruel! Long Chen let loose a beastly roar as his entire body erupted into a tempest of power. His aura exceeded anything had ever reached before, and with a ghastly guttural sound, he launched himself towards Wu Jiao in the sky. He didn't try to stop the cloud, but kill the controller. The anger he felt was so palpable that even Wai Weiyan felt it. Who knew the stories behind those people and Long Chen? It definitely couldn't be minor. Especially if they were willing to initiate this coup and gather because of Long Chen, fearless of the consequences. Who knows? They might have helped him reach where he was now. Could his karmic luck value be drained or decreased to the extent his allies can't survive this rank of calamity? As Wine thought this, he recalled the Black Skeleton. He had a decent degree of karmic luck, but the moment he entered the Scarlet Solaris sect, he started to rapidly lose it. Therefore, luck truly does run out. After all, heaven's support wasn't infinite. If his karmic luck value reached a certain low, then it made perfect sense. Unfortunately, this was a sign that his blessed status was waning. After all, wasn't he beheaded because he couldn't survive the calamity that gave Long Chen the opportunity to kill him because of his own low karmic luck? Seeing his attack fail, Long Chen was filled with murderous intent, raw violence, and profound sadness. Decided to shout a promise. No, in oath I swear upon my name, my life, my soul, my everything, I will kill you. Wu Jiao looked towards Long Chen and revealed an openly disdainful sneer. A trash cultivator who practices a flawed method, who's a blind frog in a well, and possesses a limited future, wishes to kill me. You should worry if you can even see the next year. The Myriad Monarch sect isn't something anyone can survive in. Not to mention, you're a toad going after swan meat, an insignificant speck. There will be countless individuals wanting to eliminate you. Kill me when you fail the entry examination. I'll personally kill you and anyone else who dares go against my family. This myriad, your continent is my continent, my world. He scoffed with contempt. When those words were said, King Kai frowned, seemingly unconcerned about the deaths of these humans. To him, he had merely acted because he felt an urge to. He didn't care about their life or death. In fact, he cared more about those words spoken by Wu Jiao. The sect gave you this continent. He couldn't help but feel shocked. But then his eyes brightened with a light of realization. Fairy blessed spirit descended here to push your cultivation base to the second stage, so you can once again unite the continent. He seemed absent-minded as those words were said. But Yan and the others noticed this. Was the astral tribulation that briefly arrived the product of fairy blessed spirit? Did she help Wu Jiao over it? This seems to be the piece missing in the puzzle as to why this existence that seemed to exceed the continent was here. Wu Jiao coldly smiled. Now you understand. The rage in his heart had abated slightly, but he truly wished to kill Long Chen. If it wasn't for Elder Zhang's words, he would be nothing more than a mess of flesh and blood right now. Wu Jiao didn't say anything else. He could handle these fools at his leisure in the future. For now, he had to alert the entire continent regarding Fairy Blessed Spirit's decision. With this, there were bound to be countless geniuses flocking here in hopes of leaping through the Dragon's Gate. He took one last look towards Wine. This young man was the only one that gave him a sense of trepidation. He was outsmarted and had mysterious means. Even though he also cultivated dual spirits, it seemed like it might not limit him. Unfortunately, even if Elder Zhang hadn't issued those orders, it's unlikely he'd have found Wine, while that avatar was made from energy. If he falsified a self-emanation, he would have assumed Wine's death. This made him even more fearful, because he could threaten him. And if he chased, who knows if he would be able to survive against someone who plots so cautiously with so many means and methods at his disposal. He coldly snorted. He grabbed King Wu and Prince Lei and directly left. It seemed he didn't care about the rest. Not even Prince Shen. Shaking his head, Wine turned towards Long Chen, who was heavily breathing and staring ferociously at the spot Wu Jiao previously stood. One could only imagine the heartrending guilt, soul-shaking anger, and sadness he was feeling. He was powerless to stop the death of most of those who came together with him. How cruel! Qin Feng swiftly discovered that he was the only survivor and thanked King Kai profusely. But he was ignored. Wine realized the atmosphere had become tense, dark, and bloody. Everyone was at the loss as they were processing what happened or their own loss. Wine walked towards Mei Yang, who was unaffected by Wu Jiao's actions. After all, she hadn't acted in either side's favor, so her and the other neutrals were safe. Mei Yang's beautiful eyes regarded the scene, and even her mischievous personality couldn't stop her eyes from flashing with solemnness. Mei Yang saw Wine arrive. Her senses swept him over, but couldn't find out how he was an actual avatar. He seemed real. She was confused whether this avatar was the one who took advantage of her or not. Wai Waiyan could see her questioning gaze and slyly smiled. It was the actual me. No worries. Unlike the dreary air, he was calm and relaxed. He had achieved what he wanted. His eyes flashed with a hint of desire as he walked forward and leaned into Mei Yon's ears. He spoke a few words that caused her eyes to bulge slightly, but then immediately became curious. You can. Wai Waiyan leaned back and nodded with a confident smile. Mei Yon's eyes blazed with brilliant light. She was clearly happy and contemplating some things. Where'd you take Ming Shufeng? Bring her back now, or I'll kill you. Lin Ziyan had finally regained her sense of self. To her, all of these people's deaths didn't affect her heart the slightest. She didn't even know many of them. Her anger was flared and wild as she marched towards Wai Waiyan with the intent to strike. She had nearly forgotten that this was Wai Waiyan's avatar. Wai Waiyan turned towards Lin Ziyan and said, "Well, I love her. And I realized she was in danger after Wu Jiao appeared." Clearly, she was considering the events that took place. He seamlessly lied as he swept his gaze on the lifeless mess of blood and flesh. While many things did happen, I was unsure if she would be okay in the end. So I had to take action swiftly. I couldn't let her get hurt. I'm sure you understand. Right. He smiled. Lin Ziyan was rendered stupid for a moment. Wai Waiyan's first sentence sent her mind into confusion and his later words were similarly shocking. Loved her what? But she was in danger. She couldn't help but question her own thoughts and intuition with the evidence before her. Wai Waiyan calmly continued, "Well, my real body will definitely remain hidden for 3 months until the gathering. After all, while Wu Jiao can't kill, doesn't mean he can't capture and torture me. I'll bring her after 3 months." Lin Ziyan was once more thrown, but immediately realized the implications of Ming Shufeng staying with a man for 3 months who could control her every action. Wai Waiyan interrupted with, "Don't worry. She'll maintain her primal yin, unless willingly given. I'm not despicable. Ask Mei Yang here. I'm true to my heart and soul, who are in thought and body." After saying this and some more nonsense, Wai Waiyan turned towards Mei Yang with a smile. Afterwards, he didn't bother to look at anyone else. His body became a mass of brighted and gray misty energies and he split into 8 directions, obviously covering his tracks as his avatar returned to his main body. Those energies seemed to merge with the wind and moisture, vanishing completely from the senses. While Long Chen remained fuming, his mind in disarray, the curtain fell on the event of the wedding with all sorts of twists, turns, and developments. But the journey of cultivation had just started for these two. Their future would soon travel into the stars and beyond. Chapter 129-128 Cashing in Spirit Oath. Chapter 129-128 Cashing in Spirit Oath. In the Wu Central Lands, 20,000 kilometers away from the royal capital, a 500-foot mountain stood tall and proud. Its surroundings were occupied by common growth villages that excavated the insides of this mountain, creating mines for precious ore to help support their cultivation efforts and livelihood. Within the depths of the earth, beneath this very mountain was an underground network that had been hewed and structured out with meticulous and exceptional methods. It led to a complex network of tunnels that extended for hundreds of miles. Within these tunnels were elaborately set Kaya rays at key points, but the most prominent feature was the extensive layer of spiritual spells that lined the walls. Even if an astral core realm expert such as Wu Jiao or King Kai arrived, they would find it very difficult to determine the existence of this network of tunnels. And, if they entered, they would be met with continuous traps to delay or even kill. This was the culmination of Wai Waiyan's weeks of tireless effort. Yet, whether fortunate or not, he didn't have to rely on this tunnel as the last lines of his defense. While the sheer amount of wealth invested in it was astonishing, the lack of danger to his life was a welcomed outcome. It was best to be prepared than to not. Wealth could also be reclaimed or earned once again, but one's life was quite hard to reclaim once lost. In this network of tunnels was a specifically crafted room suited for cultivation, rest, and acted as a connective point to all the spiritual spells and Kaya rays set within these tunnels. This was the central hub, but it was not located at the central area of the tunnels. That was too easy to deduce. It was spacious enough to accept 10 violins, giving her much room to move. Su Mei calmly guarded Ming Shu Feng's unconscious body while Wai Weiyan was nearby. He had his eyes shut tight as he tried to sense the status of his avatar. In the end, his plans worked out, despite his slight changes. While he hadn't expected all those events to unfold as they did, it inevitably gave him the chance he sought. Wu Jiao's astral tribulation had disrupted Ming Shu Feng's unique gown that seemed to hide her from even his spiritual and physical senses. It was quite profound, definitely exceeding the realm of a Kai armament. Perhaps it was an ancient piece of garment forged by those astral core realm cultivators. Regardless, with that, he would have never had the opportunity to seize her. Now, he held the initiative. Lord Wai, she's waking up, Su Mei stated. The groans of a woman whose sea of consciousness was shaken into an activity was quite noticeable and very odd. Even worse than a drunk person waking up after a binge. Wai Weiyan opened his eyes. He gave Su Mei a glance and she immediately understood his intent. Without needing to be told, she led Bai Lin away through a tunnel. In a flash, the no-conscious Ming Shu Feng and Wai Weiyan were the only two within this large room. Wai Weiyan patiently waited for her to fully awake to her surroundings. When Ming Shu Feng awoke, she felt a light burn her eyes. When she looked up, she saw a perfect spherical orb containing light energies circulating at the ceiling. This reminded her of the sun, but it lacked a distinctive feeling of warmth and yang energies. She used her hand to block out the light rays. Where am I? Her words were hesitant as she tried to gather her memories. The last thing she recalled was her prophecy coming true. Astral tribulation descended. If that was the case, then her latter half would come true too. The false gods of the mortal Tao should be given a chance to ascend. Wai Weiyan didn't know of this prophecy, but if she had spoken of it, he would be incredibly shocked. The events today were an absolute mess, yet she predicted the outcome. In the end, Wu Jiao's astral tribulation was overcome with the help of fairy blessed spirit. Perhaps she wouldn't or hadn't peeked into his fate, but in the end, fairy blessed spirit would have likely interfered. It could have been after King Kai took action to save Long Chen or directly before. Only she would be able to reveal what she saw. In the end, fairy blessed spirit gave an order for all mortal gods of notable talent to gather, and they'd take an examination to a sect that transcends the myriad your continent. Astral lightning shall descend, and the false gods of the mortal Tao shall ascend. Was this not the perfect fit to her prophecy? You're safe, Wai Weiyan answered. Ming Shu Feng started. Her eyes whipped around to hone in on the voice and her heart trembled. A pair of silver eyes. An unearthly handsome visage that could capture the springtime bloom of a young maiden's heart. And exceptional presence that radiated endlessly outwards was what she saw. She spoke softly in shock. But her hands were subtly moving. Her eyes dimmed and brightened intermittently. And while others wouldn't notice this light, Wai Weiyan was clearly aware. She was currently attempting to glimpse into her fate and find a path of survival if Wai Weiyan had ill intentions. In a moment, she realized a harsh fact. No matter how much she tried to glimpse into her or Wai Weiyan's fate or intentions, she couldn't get a clear answer. It wasn't as if he was protected, shielded from her senses. Just that his fate wasn't here. It was as if he should be elsewhere right now. And she, due to interacting with him, was unable to determine a single certainty. This was her first time coming across something like this, but not the first time her sight of fate was fooled or blocked. So she was driven to confusion. Beneath the heavens and earth, there were countless means to hide oneself from those like her. Is he like Lin Xian's blessed, she thought in her mind as she slowly backed up, hitting a wall and realizing she had nowhere to go. Her heart started to become tumultuous. Those who were blessed were shielded by the heavens from her gaze. She could only manipulate those around them, seeking a path of certainty. She was quite adept at this, but it wasn't always reliable, at least where they were concerned. Unlike other matters, a blessed fate and opportunities were determined by their own choices. They were beloved children given true free will, guidance, and protection by the heavens. They often lived bright lives, and unless their choices led to their downfall, They would become exceptional within their corner of the world. This was their destiny. If Wai heard this, he would be deeply shocked. After all, it was his choice to free Na Xinyi, the 3-point yin physique captive that led to Long Chen meeting her, they forming a relationship, and him swearing to end his life. In the end of his alternative future, his life was undoubtedly ended due to this. It was his choice. It was his mercy. Even still, after knowing all that, he wouldn't regret it. Regardless of what, he had to stick to his principles and maintain a clear heart. If he allowed himself to descend into the muck, would he still be himself when he left? Himself. This wasn't something he was willing to lose. After acclimating to her circumstances, Ming Shufeng smartly settled down and calmly regarded Wai Weian. For now, she needed to probe his intentions. Considering her vital yin was still intact and her clothes weren't removed, she felt her own purity was safe. The lack of lust and honestagad beyond handsomeness this man had likely meant he had no lack of women desiring his bed. Furthermore, he hadn't sealed her cultivation base or taken her storage ring, so he likely didn't have any ill intentions. What do you want? Her ocean blue eyes fixated on Wai Weian. Do you remember me? Wai Weian asked instead of answering. Ming Shufeng knit her brows in a struggle to recall. Wai Weian was exceptional. And he wasn't a figure she'd forget. Right. In truth, the Wai Weian from 11 years ago and now had some stark differences to them. First was definitely their presence. The Wai Weian before had a more riled up, ready to go type presence. It was meek in comparison to the current Wai Weian who was like a calm, vast ocean. Their looks were also similar in features yet different in quality. The benefits of grand natural looks further accentuated by alchemical, true dragon blood, elemental, saber energies bolstered by a spiritual aura of 4 top-tier spirits of Kai was unfathomable. It was mostly these traits that further made his attractive looks. From his piercing gaze that exuded boundless masculinity to chiseled features, or his tall and muscular form to become greatly enhanced. If he was dressed in proper wear, he could seem like an immortal descending to the mortal world. So her not figuring out the connection wasn't her fault. After all, she met Wai Weian for a mere 2 minutes at most in her life of likely decades. Who knows how many men she had met thus far, and how many have appearances that were similar or even better than 26-year-old Wai Weian. Wai Weian figured as much. So he didn't fault her for coming up with no answer. Golden Milk City. Sarabi Emporium. About 11 years ago. You made a spirit oath with me. When he said this, he lifted his palm and ice kai started to gather. Soon, absolute frost ice kai appeared. The temperature of the room dropped instantly by several dozen degrees. It took a second, but she soon recalled with a trembling gaze suffused with disbelief and uncertainty. She saw Wai Weian's death when he refined the absolute frost ice essence. It was horrifically gruesome, and he instantly turned into an ice sculpture in the midst of wailing screams of regret and pain. His life was sealed in a matter of moments. Wai Weian nodded. I've won our bet. As he said this, he felt a spark of some sort. It was like a connection of his divine spirit of Saber Kai and something else. It seemed to tether himself to some force, some mysterious law of the world. It was the first time since he had ever felt this way after completing a spirit oath. And from Ming Shufeng's expression, that was unsightly and somewhat contorted. She seemed to have felt something similar. Her expression paled after the sensation rummaged through her soul. Is this the power of a spirit oath? What governs this? It doesn't seem like the heavenly Tao's aura. I wonder if that's he felt like this feeling alluded to a greater mystery regarding the truths of cultivation. Yet he couldn't grasp it. It seemed his knowledge of things in general were just too little and limited. How unfortunate. While he wallowed in the woes of ignorance, Ming Shufeng was cursing in her heart. Unlike others, she cultivated a heart of Kai that could never be repaired or remade. A fate heart of Kai. It allowed her to glimpse into the heavenly Tao's and its trends. Even manipulate present trends to bring about outcomes of future trends. If it shattered due to a spirit oath, she would forever lose her connection to the intoxicating heavenly Tao's and the lines of fate. She bit her soft lips. Recalling the contents of the oath calmed her down. At least Wai Weian couldn't take her purity or force her to hurt herself. So she could accept it, albeit begrudgingly. What do you want? She asked again. This time she knew she'd get an answer. After all, for today, for one day, she had to listen to why whine. And those were the words he wanted to hear. Words that contained willingness. Taking a deep breath, his silver eyes met her blue ones. I don't want much really. I just want you to see what hell has to offer. Chapter 130-129 Hell. Chapter 130-129 Hell. Hell. Ming Shufeng jumped. Her eyes widened and her breathing accelerated. When her eyes met those calm, endlessly mysterious silver eyes of Wai Wan, she felt a sudden sense of danger and uncertainty. She gulped loudly, echoing even in this spacious chamber. It took several seconds for her breathing to calm down before she asked hesitantly, "How do you know about hell?" What was hell? It was a grand construct that was not for the living. If she wasn't a seer who could see the trend and will of the heavenly Taos, how could she even know of it like others? It would merely be mentioned in passing, or in some religious texts about a world after death. There were many names for it. The Yellow Springs, the Underworld, the Netherworld, but regardless of what it was called, just like the world's force, it had one name: hell. Wai Wan felt a storm of relief flow endlessly through his heart as he seemed to have made the correct assumption. The scripture of sin detailed many things about the heavenly Taos, the rights of a sinner, and the calamities of hell. However, it selectively excluded any concrete detail on their origins or purpose. In fact, besides the heavenly Tao's 3,000 commandments, and a few functions of karmic luck value, such as how it can benefit others in one's sphere of influence and karmic ties, there was barely any explanation. Even today, he was still trying to grasp an understanding on how karmic luck worked, and how the heavenly Tao's mysteries. For example, he didn't know how he gained it. One karmic luck to this very day. That being said, he did know one thing, and this was from inference of the details described in the rights of a sinner. In it describes that heavenly Taos will judge you and send a calamity to end your connection with all life, allowing you to descend to hell. Supposedly, every sinner's soul experiences this upon death. However, he got to experience it in the real world, and due to it, he got access to hell. It was this access that allowed his physical body and soul to venture into hell and experience the calamity of hell. For what purpose he still didn't really know. All he knew was that successfully overcoming any hell was accompanied by boundless karmic luck that entered the soul. It was then brought back to the mortal world and could be actively used. It was a trick, a sleight of hand, in its truest sense. But the heavenly Taos were the fool. So knowing that Ming Shufeng knew of hell, he felt that her connection with the heavenly Taos could expose more detail about the calamities of hell. If he was given this information, no matter how small, he could prepare as best he could against it. He hadn't sealed her cultivation base in hopes of her glimpsing into the secrets of hell. If needed, with her powers as a seer, this was his only way to increase his chances of survival. Not enough. He replied to Ming Shufeng, "That's why I need you. I want you to tell me everything you know about hell." Ming Shufeng's eyes stayed fixated in Wai Wan for the longest time. She didn't understand why anyone would want to understand a world beyond life, created for sinners. "If I tell you, will you not make me do anything else?" Ming Shufeng asked. While she was shocked by his desire for this knowledge, she also understood the implications of the spirit oath. It seemed to cover a lot of bases, but it in fact had numerous holes within. If Wai Wan instructed her to get naked, crawl on her hands and toes, and proceed to use her mouth to pleasure him, she would have to do it. If he wanted to do other sexual acts that wouldn't take her primal yin, she would have to do it. This wasn't an issue before, but now that the spirit oath has binded her, she would do anything to ensure her fate spirit of Kai didn't collapse. She didn't want to live a life of mediocrity. And if the backlash of spirit collapse were to hit hard, mental and physical deficiencies that would follow. Wai Wan gave a mischievous grin. He had indeed outsmarted them on this front. But too bad that they left before he could cash it in. Perhaps it was her aura tainted with heavenly Tao's influence, her mouth-watering beauty, or her beyond all attitude. But he wanted to ravage her to his heart's desire. He would have no regrets or misgivings either because he won the bet fair and square, to which she succeeded. However, there were more important things than that. If you answer me truthfully and satisfy me, I'll simply let you leave. You can return to Lin Zian. Wai Wine calmly stated. Ming Shufeng didn't know whether to trust him or not. His thoughts and intentions were too wildly different. As for her trying to fight Wai Wine, she didn't have such confidence or battle prowess. She was merely an early mortal god, and before a godlord, she was simply putty for him to do with as he pleased. Therefore, she had no other option. She could only trust him, no matter how idiotic and foolish that was. While biting her soft, pink lips, she calmly gathered her thoughts. When she transformed her heart of Kai, she glimpsed into the fate of all life, death, and spirit. She saw hell. When she regained her focus, her demeanor lost its scared or uncertain aura. She lifted herself up and brushed her gown. Her eyes pulsed with evidence of a heightened state of calm. Hell, it is a location devised by the heavenly Taos. It was designed to punish those who accrue karmic sin in this world. However, karmic sin was infectious and held immense power, and to refine it required all sorts of means. It is said the heavenly Taos created it to filter out this infectious sin so that when the soul re-enters the grand samsara, the river of souls, it wouldn't taint the others. But there were only two ways to rid one of sin, and that was karmic luck, its polar opposite, and the blood of the original gods. Ming Shufeng paused. Wai Wine looked calm outwardly, but his heart was wildly quaking with endless shock. So that's why he received the karmic luck after overcoming the calamity of hell. The karmic luck instilled into him carried back to his real body what was meant to cleanse his soul of sin. Then, the soul of true sin, failing, he became immediately confused. Could failing or succeeding the calamities of hell not affect him regardless because he lacked sin? As this thought entered his thoughts, he felt like a thundering hammer smashed his thoughts aside. A prick of immense pain shot through his right arm to his head and he grimaced. It took his everything to not exclaim, maintaining his calm appearance. But his back became wet with cold sweat. No, I would certainly die. Right, I have the bloodline of sin. My thinking is wrong to its core. If the soul of true sin helps survival in the case of failure in the calamities of hell, then it merely helps protect the source of sin, the bloodline attached to our souls. This means that even those at the realm of sages likely fail the calamities, losing their bloodlines of sin as a result. Even through the true soul of sin's protection, it was as if the tattoo, the seemingly physical manifestation of the bloodline of sin, was communicating with him, constantly guiding him. He clenched the fist of his right arm. If he failed the calamity of hell, the resulting karmic luck would be poison. But, just as another question entered his thoughts, Ming Shufeng broke her silence and continued, answering it. However, the heavenly Taos are fair and just. There are those unaffected by certain aspects of hell's cleansing ritual. If one can withstand the trial, the karmic luck would be integrated into the soul and stored for later use. If one soul doesn't perish during the process of cleansing, then they'll reincarnate as a blessed. When she said that last word, her eyes roamed to Wai Wine. Blessed shouldn't know they were blessed or the existence of blessed. It was something the heavenly Taos specifically wiped from their memories and made sure they never had contact with. This was to prevent complacency due to knowing one's fortune and then dying due to wrong or lazy choices. If she tried to tell a blessed they were blessed, she'd receive an immense backlash. But telling them of its existence wasn't an issue, and was often used to verify their existence by seers, oracles, and fortune-tellers. Wai Wine frowned. Blessed, he asked her with a deep look of contemplation. Then, he seemed to grow dull for a split second. Then he acted completely normal. Her heart trembled. So he was a blessed. As for Wai Wine, he sneered inwardly. One of the details in the scripture of sin was a warning to not tell those blessed that they were blessed or about blessed individuals. You can speak about the abstract karmic luck and karmic sin, but this was taboo. Not only would this alert the heavenly Taos of your existence as an inheritor of sin, but you might suffer a backlash. After all, with the identity of blessed, you should never know about their existence. So how can you tell others? Ming Shufeng felt more confident in her heart. Wai Wine blinked. You said there were trials of hell. What are they? This was his main purpose. Ming Shufeng didn't find anything irregular about this and calmly answered. Hell is said to be divided into 18 layers. When a sinner dies, they get sent to the layer that matches their accumulated karmic sin. The greater the karmic sin, the further down they go, the harsher the trial to overturn their fate of being born as an ant, dog, or eternal slave due to their actions. It is truly a calamity for sinners. And these 18 layers he could feel his heart race as if it was participating in a sprinting marathon. The first trial devised, and the weakest calamity of all sinners, is called the calamity of true loss. It revolves around cleansing the soul by plaguing them with alternative pasts, presents, and futures, reliving harsh memories, experiencing death or the constant loss of life, and then the deterioration of one's greatest, most cherished memories. It is cruel. Ming Shufeng shivered slightly at the thought. To be shown the dreadful past, present, and future, altered as if one lived in it. While it is merely the first layer, it is a truly impossible trial to overcome for anyone with emotions and attachments. It continues to make you experience intense, burning agony of living these events over and over until your soul disperses. After the outer shell of your soul had vanished, the sin that infects the soul would vanish, and it can enter the river of souls to go through the process of reincarnation. Wine's sea of consciousness shook. He still recalled the things his other self experienced. That other self was completely unaffected because it had no recollection of his past, present, or future. It was like watching a play. How could someone be tormented outside of feeling pity for the characters? It was this experience why he felt his death was all but ensured. What about the second layer? His voice was agitated a little. He needed to know if the first layer could be avoided without memories. Then the second must have something to avoid it. Ming Shufeng bit her lips and said, "The second layer is." Chapter 130 Unwilling. Unyielding. Chapter 130 Unwilling. Unyielding. The second layer is called Ampi Male Protected Ampum Pampum Pampamp. Ming Shufeng explained. From his perspective, he felt unable to comprehend a single syllable spoken by Ming Shufeng. It was like in foreign language distorted through a blender, making it further unintelligible. Confused, Wine wanted to probe into her actions. Then, without an ounce of warning, Wine's right arm glowed. Wine's world started to abruptly swirl endlessly. His sense of balance and self was tumbling as his mind chaotically throbbed with intense, dreadful pain of untold levels. Time stopped. Everything stopped. For the first time in Wine's life, he horrifically wailed as his head snapped back with blinding speed. The veins and arteries on his neck, arm, and legs bulged unnaturally, and wads and lines of spit spat out from his mouth. His knees hit the ground as he clutched at his head with both hands. As he continued to ceaselessly scream, he could see Ming Shufeng's body was paused as if frozen in time. What the hell is this guy? It was like his entire body was being crushed, burned, minced, and stabbed alongside his mind all at once. He was immensely horrified by this ungodly sensation of pain, nearly feeling as if his life and soul was going to abruptly vanish into nothingness. ZSSM. From his right arm, the physical manifestation of his bloodline of sin started to drone with an odd noise that pricked the senses. It faintly glowed with dark crimson light. There was no explanation. There was no further guidance. Wine merely suffered this torture for 17 seconds. An entire 17 seconds of hellish pain that could make gods and ghosts wail. His mind neared on the verge of complete and total collapse. It was such a difficult thing to describe what he felt, but the most accurate depiction was having 10,010 inches needles stabbing repeatedly in your brain. Your entire body being roasted by the sun. Your body distorted, twisted, and crushed by the hands of gods, kneaded to their delight, while being ripped apart by every last cell. All the while, your sense of pain was amplified by 3,000 times that of an average person. It was unforgettable. It was unimaginable. Those 17 seconds. When they ended, he felt his consciousness teeter on the absolute line of eternal death. Oh, how sweet felt to be near. How tortuous it was to be unable to jump into its embrace. These were his thoughts. Suicidal, driven by immense pain that could barely be conceived. Was it soul-based? Was it all a part of his imagination? Regardless of what, it felt as real as breathing. And that's all 18 layers. Are you satisfied? Ming Shufeng said with a faint pout. While she remained mostly calm, she always felt unnerved recalling details of hell. While it was a construct to punish sinners, and her as an oracle can avoid sin, she still shivered at all the unique and devious means the heavenly Taos possessed. Every last one was torture beyond description, and only those who lacked emotions, sense of self, self-preservation instincts, memories, thoughts, beliefs, desires, and various other natural human qualities would be able to ignore them. She was not one of them. Wai Wine's pupils trembled without end. He lifted his gaze and realized that his actions of screaming, wailing, unable to even beg for it all to stop, for death to come, was unnoticed by Ming Shufeng. In fact, she had continued to explain the 18 layers of hell in its entirety. He was silent for a while. There was a desire within his heart that swelled up. A desire to return to his mother's embrace. A desire to just hide behind his brother as he once did as a child. A desire to be protected and feel the warmth and love of humanity. It was so intense that his eyes became wet and tears nearly fell. All those repressed memories nearly swallowed him up as those things he lost before was now seeking to claim his thoughts. You, okay? Ming Shufeng questioned with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Wai Wine's reaction was incredibly intense. Far more than anyone shed known who heard about hell. Was he this terrified to experience the torments as a blast? They were unlikely to be sent to hell under any circumstance. So it seemed unnatural that this would be a fear of his. After all, to have karmic sin, one must not have karmic luck. They were two diametrically opposing forces that obliterated the other. Committing sin took positive karma, while acting accordance to the laws would be rewarded with positive karma, or the abolishment of negative karma. It was this philosophy that allowed second chances for those sinners who turn over a new leaf. Regardless, the heavenly Taos were of the utmost fairness in her eyes. It always allowed one to change before death. But to those who followed its rules and laws, it bestowed fortune after death. While she hadn't noticed the inconsistency and horrors in this thinking, it was highly linked to her own powers. Wai Wine spoke softly. Was this his fate? The bloodline of sin was obviously unwilling to allow him to know of these calamities or of hell's layers. He gnashed his teeth to the point his gums nearly bled. The heavenly Taos directly influence one's instincts or whispers in their ears to manipulate its blessed. Yet you constantly use brutal tactics to manipulate your sinners. Is this fair? Are you any different? The blazing rage within his heart burned hotter than 1,000 suns. Hypocrite. He didn't care what reason the first sinner had for taking this action. He didn't even care if it was for his own good. It was the fact that he wasn't given a way to prepare himself. Wasn't it just like the 3,000 commandments of the heavenly Taos, or the fact it erased blessed knowledge of themselves? It propagates ignorance, and lets you experience the subsequent consequences. No. His mind that still felt fear towards that nearly indescribable pain stabilized. Within his sea of consciousness, his alchemic spirit of Eden Kai started to brilliantly glow with multicolored lights. Its form directly dived into his sea of consciousness and merged with it, permeating endless alchemical energies. This stabilized his mind and focused his thoughts. A clarity unlike any was now contained within his eyes. When Ming Shufeng saw those silver eyes of his fixate on her face, she shivered. So intense did he. She folded her arms around her chest, feeling insecure. Would this madman break his oath? While this senseless thought entered her mind, Wai Wine spoke. Explain it again. What? Ming Shufeng started. Again? Why? Just explain it again. He repeated. Those firm eyes of his were unwilling to give up. He was given this title before his time, given barely any chance of success. While he was grateful as the black skeleton had saved his life by these actions, he was unwilling to lose his life like this. He had wallowed in despair for a year, quietly accepting his death. He had given up. But a year was enough. He was unwilling to return empty-handed as he waited for his fate to disperse within these calamities of hell. Even if his mind collapses, he just needs one chance. Ming Shufeng was uncertain of what to do. Say it. The oath compels you to listen to me, Wai Wine shouted. Ming Shufeng truly was unable to understand why Wyan, but she had to listen. Her slight hesitation had already caused quivering of his fate spirit of Kai. If she delayed any longer, she'd be breaking the oath and all her life's work would be over. So, she said it again. Ampampampamp. She started to explain once more. 17 seconds. Once more. He experienced that pain that could cause immortals to claim their own lives. Gods to beg. And ghosts to weep swept his mind, body, and soul. All he received was an unintelligible mess. Is that enough? Ming Shufeng asked after once more explaining the 18 layers. Why Wyan's eyes were bloodshot. It was as if rivers of blood were surging within those seas of white. No, I need you to repeat everything you said. Word for word. Cadence for cadence. Why Wyan felt his entire sense of self fracture. But he remained firm. What Ming Shufeng was truly confused. Earlier, her explanation was different than her last one, so the words came out different. He hadn't caught the unintelligible mess last time due to dwelling in that horrid experience earlier. But this time, he heard every last bit. Again the same. I order you at this point. He was screaming and shouting like a madman. But he didn't care. Ming Shufeng jumped at his aggression, but listened to his words. After all, if she didn't follow his orders exactly, her spirit would collapse. She couldn't let that happen. Ampampampamp. For the entire day, Ming Shufeng repeated those words over and over, and each time, Wyan experienced hell itself within his everything. But he clenched his teeth, balled up his fist, and continued with open ears. After the 100th time, he asked her to explain using different words. Then, after another 100, another set of different words. While Ming Shufeng likely felt that he was just torturing her, his actions had meaning. A very purposeful meaning. Language was a mysterious thing. There was no language without order or sense. An idea, a concept, a thing, a continuation. Various languages incorporated these concepts in the form of detail. Everything has a meaning, but deciphering that meaning was difficult. Halfway through, he tried to see if Ming Shufeng could display her words with hand movements, but those hands were distorted and contorted from his sight. However, he could still make out something, a pattern. Regardless if it was the distortion or contorted sense of sight or hearing, one thing remained constant: the contorted and distorted changes. An unfathomable power was changing them, but it was mechanical and inflexible. It changed them all the same way. After all, she was still speaking his language. Just changed. Trying to work your way through that was a near impossible feat. After all, what was unintelligible would still be unintelligible unless you could confirm at least what something meant. And he did. It took numerous tries, and the pain of experiencing a form of torture that could make the harshest interrogators seem like children. But he did. It felt like decrypting the most difficult puzzles with merely the instructions from white noise, all while being tortured endlessly to prevent focus and concentration. Yet, in the end, he determined just a few things. When the day was over, Ming Shufeng felt her binding oath get removed from her spirit. Earlier, she couldn't escape after being locked by the spirit oath. But now she had regained her freedom. Her bright eyes looked towards Wyan before she bit her lips slightly. In a flash, she withdrew a crystal from her storage ring and crushed it. Her figure warped and vanished in the blink of an eye. Wyan didn't stop her, while he could have stopped her even in his chaotic state. This was essentially letting her go. Her usefulness was over. In truth, he owed her. So his previous desires for revenge was mostly abolished. In the future, when he looks back on this moment, he might even be thankful. He sat down in contemplation. While his muscles twitched at times, his vision went blurry, and his consciousness would fade in and out erratically. His thoughts remained clear and calculating. He focused the majority of his attention on the early portions of Ming Shufeng's explanation, while he used the middle and latter portions to help his deciphering. It wasn't focused on. In it, he merely was capable of determining with greater certainty than others one sentence. It may not be entirely correct, but that's all he had to rely on. Second, survive in darkness. Life passes. This was it. But, to him, it was enough. Chapter 132-131 Gathering Arriving with Beauties. Chapter 132-131 Gathering Arriving with Beauties. 3 months later. A myriad of different events occurred in these 3 months. They were vital for the entire continent and produced all sorts of scrambles. Word had spread that fairy-blessed spirit, in existence backed by an unfathomable sect, was selecting talents to host an examination. These elite talents would be able to enter this sect for cultivation and a brighter future. The majority of the world was confused, uncertain of the truth within this news. But when they saw the mad rush the various 7 countries were doing to gather talents, and young talents to their side to participate, they all knew the veracity of this event was real. Wu Jiao further did his duty diligently, explaining the sect's name and strength. Supposedly, the sect controlled the continent and had been choosing leaders thus far. When he revealed his cultivation at the 2nd stage of the astral core realm, the hearts of countless powerhouses grew cold. There were no more than 10 astral core realm experts in the continent, and they all knew the secrets and existence of this mysterious sect, including its ownership over the myriad Yor continent. Yet now, Wu Jiao had been declared the leader of it and given the superior cultivation base over any and everyone on the continent. How could their hearts not grow cold? Their ruling power was now shattered. The continent was bound to be united under the Wu clan's banner, and they could do absolutely nothing about it. But they had an opportunity. They could send their descendants into the sect and hope their future becomes brilliant, allowing them to return and bring themselves to greater heights. This was the only thing they could do. Despite the strict requirements, there were numerous talents that met it. All one needed to do was reach the 6th stage of the Kai condensation realm before 100 years of age. With the vast resources and means of these countries, their talented descendants reached this easily. While they might be in their 80s or 90s, they still met the requirement. All these talents were plucked from every corner, and the announcement even targeted those elite rogue cultivators or hidden clans. This instigated a mass movement of individuals into the Wu country, but they were all welcomed without a single issue. This was because the order to gather was fairy-blessed spirits and elder of this sect that owned the entire continent. These young talents were brought here by their elders, and even astral core realm experts. But they were all obedient and caused no trouble, because Wu Jiao was the future ruler of this continent. So why would they dare? While there was some skirmishes and exchanges amongst geniuses, perhaps even some young squabbles, these old foxes remained silent and simply ensured no deaths occurred. Wai Yin, Su Mei, and Bai Lin had similarly traveled to the Wu Central Land's royal capital, heavenly Wu City once more. Wai Yin's entire aura seemed to have changed. There was an air of confidence and stability within it that seemed unrivaled amongst those of his age. While he was only 37 years old today, he had immense accomplishments. This was especially so in terms of his cultivation. While he hadn't ascended to the 9th stage, the Kai essence phase, he had used his alchemy skills to continuously concoct those 7th grade Lodier pills that helped produce Kai essence motes, Astral Dipper fountain pills, Divine Saber Spirit 99 motes, Divine Elemental Spirit 99 motes, Draconic Blood Spirit 99 motes, Alchemic Eden Spirit 99 motes. But he wasn't satisfied with the 9th mortal state. He wanted to reach the legendary zenith mortal state mentioned by Wu Jiao for each of his natal souls. Unlike other alchemists, Wai Yin's success rate, overall quality, and concoction speed was exceptionally heaven-defying, due to his steady cultivation base supported by 4 reserves of Kai. His high energy recovery thanks to the monstrous absorption and refinement rate of his externalized spirits, his piercing and all-encompassing spiritual sense, he could work at a far greater effectiveness than others. Furthermore, the clarity of his concoctions seemed to be unreasonably clear. He could see every detail as if he was every morsel of essence, energy, and material within his cauldron. This likely had to do with his mind Kai, the Eden Kai being attached to his alchemic spirit. He felt the process so thoroughly that he knew why and how errors occurred. Next time, he readily fixed them. thereby improving the quality endlessly until they were all perfectly concocted at the peak quality without fail. This startled even him, as it revealed an exceptional gift towards concocting pills. If this was maintained true for higher-ranking products, his path in the Tao of alchemy would be smoother and grander than any other. An alchemist that could feel all changes in their cauldron down to the microsecond shifts due to temperature, adjustments in Kai, or kneading of materials. How exceptional was that? Furthermore, his fleshy body was beyond strong, so he had endless stamina. And with alchemic Eden spirit, he could replenish his mental energies with essence by refining it with his mind Kai. He was theoretically an inexhaustible machine. Even now, he wasn't exhausted despite tirelessly working during these 3 months. Well, lucky too, because since that day in the cave, he had experienced cold sweat-inducing nightmares startling him awake. Regardless, his energy was vibrant and active. He wasn't the only one who experienced massive changes. Sume had similarly cultivated during these 3 months with the support of high-level alchemic products, helping her ascend to the 7th stage of Kai condensation, sublime Kai phase. Even Wine was startled by the effectiveness of certain products. There was a pill called the Essence Invigoration Pill. It was a 6th grade, high-tier pill that contained essence amounting to 50 essence stones into it. Refining it was like refining a single essence stone in terms of difficulty and time. Sume consumed 3 of these, accompanied by a 6th grade, low-tier elixir called the Hyper-Stimulation Elixir, which can help dissolve and stimulate the meridians to promote faster refinement of essence. This was an insane combination, the main reason why many mortal gods stayed at the early stage. The 6th phase, despite it only requiring essence stones, was time to absorb, refine, direct, and consolidate. The average time for an average cultivator to absorb the entirety of a single essence stone was about a year. This was talent, and a year was still decent. While other forms of energies were determined by physique affinity, essence was pretty much universally difficult. Sume's cultivation talent wasn't tested when she was taken from her family and brought to be a concubine, but she needed a fourth of the time to refine a single essence stone. This was insanely good. As for Wine, he had needed 5 months. In comparison, he was far less talented in terms of cultivation talent than Sume, but he made up for it with skills, planning, and will. He forged his path. The fact that the Tao of alchemy can accelerate one's innate talent to absorb 200 essence stones in 3 months felt surreal. It felt almost as if it shouldn't exist. It was the height of unfairness. After all, everyone has limited life. The trio walked along the paved path to the gathering spot, with countless people watching from afar in amazement or conversation. There were countless famous figures from all over the continent here or still arriving, so there was much to gossip about. He and Sume were discussing the future. They didn't bother about these famous characters or to learn their backgrounds. They simply didn't care. The chances of them actually entering the sect was very low. Otherwise this wouldn't be such a rare event, and the sect behind Fairy Blessed Spirit would do recruitments after a certain period. Shockingly though, Sume had told him that she didn't have any intention to join the sect as a disciple. If the sect was anything like the Scarlet Solaris sect, then following Wine as a subordinate, or even a maid, would be better than being a lower-tier disciple. She didn't believe that Wine wouldn't obtain an exceptional status and grow even faster than her. He was a king alchemist, a godlord that could one-shot godkings, incredibly intelligent, and strong-willed. His innate talent and essence aside, his comprehension ability was unheard of. After all, he birthed Elemental Kai with 9 high-level elemental essences, saber intent, and had his current attainments in the Tao of alchemy all before the age of 40. Since it was basically certain he would be a disciple, she could follow him dutifully and obtain greater benefits than she would receive struggling as a disciple embroiled in schemes and conflicts. Wine respected her decision. If he was in her situation, he would likely take the same route. They soon arrived at the grand square that was originally the wedding venue. It was not a flat ground with even greater land, allowing all these newcomers to find a location and camp out until the designated time. There were numerous tents, carriages, and even miniature palaces spread across everywhere. It was truly a sight. Furthermore, all these gathered elites and powerhouses were all quiet and obedient. Incredible. They soon found an empty location in a corner, and with Bai Lin's body, they comfortably set up here. She laid down and they sat and leaned against her body as she did. In moments, she dozed off. Wai Wine and Su Mei weren't idle, talking about cultivation during this time of wait. Soon, several figures arrived and drew the attention of the majority. The reason for this was its gorgeous yet enviable composition. There were 5 female beauties and a single male walking, with a single male in the lead. Each beauty had a different air about them, but they were all nation topplers and world shakers. They all seemed to have a decent relationship with the one very lucky man, and there wasn't a hint of discord within. While there were a few young elites that brought their harem for pastime purposes, or simply bragging rights, all of these women revealed youthful auras, unmatched bearings, and exceptional cultivations. They were all mortal gods at least. They were like colorful peacocks in a gray world. The man that was blessed enough to be surrounded by beauties that could make every man feel envy and a tinge of hate was none other than Long Chen. Chapter 133-132 Gathering Na Zini. Chapter 133-132 Gathering Na Zini. Wai Wine's own gaze was also drawn over nearly against his will. As a man, he appreciated the beauty of women to the utmost. And when they gathered, it was like the world's most dazzling and fragrant flowers were blooming. A flash of appreciation and admiration entered his eyes. Amongst these 5 beauties that accompanied Wai Wine, despite their eye-catching appearances, their bearings, auras, cultivation, and air was at an exceptional level. One of them was the renowned, legendary, and exquisite Wu Baozhai, one of the top 3 beauties of the Wu country, and princess of the Wu country, soon to dominate the entire continent. Her bearing was of the utmost unique and notable, containing an innate authority and imperial demeanor. Each step she took had a stride reminiscent to an empress moving across the world. It felt like even the earth beneath her feet was bowing in submission. She was dressed in a blue and gold silk dress that fitted her form, outlining her curves and exquisite assets. Her ample breasts that towered proudly upon her chest were tantalizing, truly mounds of flesh that were worthy of pride, supported by her bottle-like figure and perky buttocks. Her facial features were exceptional, nearly perfectly placed, especially those crystal-clear yet fierce eyes and peach lips. She was a woman. And what a woman! She was merely one. The others weren't lacking in terms of looks, with Lin Zian and Ming Shufeng being among them. How could they? Is that lion Yu Wai Wine's eyes fixated onto a delicate yet voluptuous figure. Her chest was as ample as Wu Baozhai's, if not greater by a tiny bit. Each strand of her hair and her pupils were like sapphires, dazzling and gorgeous. Her limpid eyes thalai were like gems rippled with faint water-like waves intermittently. It gave her an endlessly vast and serene feeling. This was Lion Yalings, the sect leader of the Aqua Echo sect, descendant, and one of the top 3 beauties of Wu country. To see 2 of them side by side was a feast for the eyes of any man or woman that appreciated or lusted after beauty. Wai Wine couldn't help but feel a wisp of envy in his heart, a wisp that formulated in every hot-blooded male's heart. Furthermore, Lin Zian and Ming Shufeng's appearances didn't lose out to these top beauties, but what was even worse was that there was yet another one, and this was faintly better than the other 4. Just as he swept his gaze over this last beauty beside Long Chen, his eyes froze. They widened slightly. It wasn't just Wai Wine that reacted in this manner. Su Mei also looked. She couldn't help but curiously say, "Lord Wai, doesn't she look familiar?" As if those words triggered an alarm. That last woman turned her bright, gorgeous gray eyes over to the 2 of them. Then, her gaze similarly froze. Wai Wine and her gaze locked together for what seemed like eternity, yet lasted for but the briefest of moments. A spark formulated between that seemed to sweep through the ages, a past air and karmic ties connecting them undoubtedly and mysteriously. The memories of what happened in the days of yesteryear was funneling through their sea of consciousness simultaneously. If there were gods who could peer into the minds of both of them, They would observe a nearly synced version of memories from both of their respective perspectives. It was miraculous. Su Mei collected her memories and made a brief comparison. Could it be? Years ago, when Wai Wine was a core disciple hunting down the Violet Moon sect, Su Mei was in the middle of assigning the captives their secured locations and eventual designation. There were only 2 fates for a female captive. That was to be sent back to the sect to be sold or to be used to help alleviate the stress of the members within one's command. Either way, their lives were no longer theirs. And she had no pity for these women, regardless of their circumstances, because that was how the world they worked and functioned. If they wanted to blame someone, blame their own luck, their own weakness, the heavens, or themselves. It was a cruel world out there. And to live in it, one must be willing to accept that. At the time, there was a dull-eyed gray woman that couldn't be considered pretty, but wasn't ugly either. Since she was of this indeterminate state, she had assigned her to be used as a reward for the male members of their unit. But Wai Wine waltzed by and noticed something special about this particular woman whose cultivation, looks, and even will was severely lacking. She had a unique air about her. He pulled her away and later released her. Su Mei didn't know all the details. No one did, but no one questioned him. Who would dare? Her name, she said her name was. A shriek that shot to the heavens and volume erupted mercilessly, startling everyone. They turned their gazes to see one of Long Chen's beautiful women with gnashing teeth, widened eyes, and clenched fists. She seemed to radiate a baleful aura and killing intent. It was potent beyond belief. Wai Wine sighed in his heart. Long Chen had once mentioned Na Zini to him. In fact, it was in their first real encounter. It was this name that made him contemplate over and over. But his guilt and feelings towards what happened was non-existent. That day, when he discovered her unique 3-point yin physique, a physique that contained 3 complete sets of primal yin, and brimmed with yin energies, he had a mere feeling due to an ancient record he read about strange physiques. The yin energies of those with this type of physique were amplified and multiplied by the number of sets of primal yin they had. So, if they had 3, then their yin energies were 3 times more purer, thicker, and powerful. It was his gateway to swiftly assailing and ascending into the yin form phase of the Kai condensation realm. This realm was notoriously difficult for men to ascend. But it was due to this that he had become a 26-year-old expert that could rival core elders. It was because of this that he survived 2 assassination attempts on his life by Jiu Lang. Now, Na Zini had not only seemingly survived that incident, but thrived. Her cultivation base was at the 7th stage of the Kai condensation realm, sublime Kai phase. And her aura was transcendent and ethereal with a touch of iciness. Furthermore, her looks were completely different. What was originally a flat chest was now bountiful and full. What was originally a flat ass was now perky and round. What was originally a pair of dull-colored gray eyes were now brilliant and attractive. What was originally short light brown hair was now long and beautifully flowing like a cascading waterfall. Her pink lips were now full. Her eyebrows thin. Her skin was like caramelized jade. It was warm, rich, golden, and buttery brown, drastically setting her apart from others. With her yin physique fully awakened, her changes were truly transformative that even Su Mei, whose ability to recognize faces were exceptionally inhuman, had nearly mistook her for someone else. The 4 other beauties and Long Chen all followed Na Zini's venomous glare and met Wai Wine, who sat comfortably while leaning against Bai Lin's huge body. Ming Shufeng's eyes were a little different from the indifference and faint curiosity in the others as she saw Wai Wine. 3 months ago, this madman kidnapped and forced her to repeat the details of hell over and over again. This startled her. In truth, she felt that he was doing this so that when he killed her, her last moments would be knowing that she'll experience hell. While it wasn't likely, it deeply terrified her to the point she used a rare life-saving item. Luckily, she escaped before he could do anything. If anything, she just wanted to stay far away from this man, despite his unearthly handsome appearance. He seemed unstable. When she learned how he played Wu Jiao, an astral core realm expert, to escape with her, her heart throbbed with fear. Not only was he crazy, but intelligent too. These were the worst qualities a man could possess. As for Longchen, he was conflicted. His gaze was filled with turmoil and uselessness. He had promised Na Zini that he could take Wai Yan's life for her. But not only was he incapable of saving those that fought beside him, he was similarly incapable of killing Wai Yan. At least, not now. He had learned from Prince Chen that, from his brother, Prince Shen, Wai Yan had killed Hu Jiwei, a god king, in a single strike at the 8th stage of Kai condensation. He slaughtered a god king mercilessly with outstanding ease. He had barely achieved victory after forming his sword and slaughter intent while he felt he might be able to win against Wai Yan now. The situation was not favorable to engage in a life and death battle. He truly felt useless. With clenched fists, all he could do was look on as Wai Yan leisurely enjoyed breathing, touching his ring. He wished nothing more for it to be repaired to a sufficient level of power so that he could slaughter his enemies. The killing intent in him was immeasurable. Wai Yan was keenly sensitive to intents, especially killing intent, and albeit Na Zini was raging with negative emotions, Long Chen's desire to kill hadn't escaped his notice. It was this same intent formed when they met for the first time. He inwardly shook his head. Long Chen wasn't a priority to him. Not now. Likely not ever. He felt utterly no need to try to kill him. And while he had amassed a glimmer of killing intent before, he realized that he didn't want to hurt King Qiumu. Why, he wasn't sure. They had merely spent a few hours together, but it was enough to not slaughter someone she cared about. Moreover, he truly had other priorities. "I'll kill you." Na Zini could no longer contain herself as she roared, her aura rising rapidly, causing various images of ethereal white lotuses to bloom in the surroundings. Each lotus seemed to contain a strange spiritual strength. Her cultivation base at the sublime Kai phase was being fully displayed, and her Kai was Yin Kai. It was chilly and dark, yet ethereal and attractive to all Yan-possessing men. She charged forward before anyone could react. Su Mei's eyes lifted and fixated on Na Zini. She calmly rose and withdrew dark light god saber. Its obsidian source glimmered with black-colored light. She flipped this saber, and the dark light energies flitting across it intensified. Chapter 134-133 Gathering Darkness. Chapter 134-133 Gathering Darkness. Su Mei was a diligent soldier with a firm heart and mission. Regardless of the past relationship Wai Yan may have with Na Zini, if she turned her scorn and fury towards him, she had no issue ending this problematic woman with a slice of her saber. Her cultivation base circulated as saber, darkness, and light Kai erupted in synchronized fashion. They integrated into the dark light god's saber and gave it a fierce sharp power. Na Zini saw red, and Su Mei was an obstacle. To her, Wai Yan had not just taken her purity under the threat of death, or fate, but killed or captured her friends in the Violet Moon sect. They were her juniors, seniors, brothers and sisters. They were her family. True Yin art Yin spiritual storm. How could her emotions not be enraged to the limit? Her delicate, flawless palms struck out, backed by her Yin Kai. A gathering surging storm of ethereal and chilly wind raged forth with unprecedented intensity. This storm caused the spiritual senses and spirits of all those observing to go wild. What was this power? Su Mei was similarly affected. She felt her spiritual sense tumble about and become distorted as she tried to gain information of this storm's strength. Her eyes twitched slightly as she felt her spirit become agitated. Spiritual Kai. Her heart shivered slightly. Spiritual Kai was a byproduct of spiritual energies infused with Kai as a perfect whole. When the heart of Kai merges with the spirit, becoming the spirit of Kai, it was the sign of a godlord. But clearly, from Na Zini's aura, her cultivation wasn't at that level yet, but her Kai contained an exceptional spiritual strength. No, it's Yin Kai. Su Mei was quick to deduce the origin of such an irregularity as she initiated her own defense. Tenebrous spiritual spell, dark spirit ward. Her divine heart of Kai became shrouded in spiritual energies as the raging storm was blocked from affecting her spirit. That being said, her spiritual sense was still hindered and distorted within the storm. Na Zini didn't bother about Su Mei's quick defense. The stage was set, and her actions next was her true assault. With a wave of her sleeves, the storm exploded in intensity before shrinking. becoming a condensed sphere the size of palm within her hand. True yin art devastating yin sphere. Take this. She gracefully pushed the sphere forward. As it traveled, the ground was split and torn, and the spiritual strength was suffocating and cold. It was incredibly fast and exuded immense spiritual strength. Sume was the target of this, but she didn't reveal any fear. Saber in hand, she hacked downwards with quiet ferocity. Tenebrous art severing darkness. Splitting light. Brilliant light and darkness erupted from the edge of the saber, carrying an untold sharpness. A sharp energy ray of darkness and light twisted together into one and met the sphere head-on. The two exploded and produced fierce gusts and turbulent winds. Everyone present was an expert. And while this battle was intense, none of these people were weak. Multicolored wards formed around the bodies of everyone as they calmly watched the battle. They didn't even bother stepping back or clearing an area for their battle. These were top-tier experts from their juniors to their elders. And while Sume and Na Zeni were exceptional, they were far from being a legitimate threat. Their arts were simple and direct, lacking an exquisite means of an expert. One could clearly see the youth within each strike as they engaged. Sume swung her saber valiantly, sending darkness, light, and saber kai flying in offense. Even when Na Zeni struck, Sume kept pressing forward with an assault, neglecting defense. This was truly the way to attack, but it lacked a certain finesse and sharpness to it. How do you put it? It was as if she was imitating another style. Her arts were merely energy waves, piercing comets of energy, or sharp lines of energy. It lacked a versatility and didn't truly invoke the characteristics and benefits of light or darkness. Na Zeni's actions were a little better, but that was mostly due to her natural endowments and affinity with Yin Kai. Her actions were very basic and mostly consisted of one-dimensional offensive and defensive tactics. While it could be due to her intense rage, after a certain number of exchanges, she should have gained a sense of herself, yet she still wallowed in basic actions. It was like they both had very little experience as mortal gods. Mortal gods contained the ability of creation, and they could dominate the world with brilliant and phenomenal means. Their spiritual spells can invoke heaven-shaking shifts in mental focus, memories, even one's intent. This was more like an amped-up battle of those at the 4th or 5th stage. This was why none of these figures, even the top talents at the mortal god level, feared these two's attacks. They were like infants trying to swing a broadsword or a child with a warhammer. Darkness, light, saber, and Yin Kai wildly raged into the air in continuous clashes, yet none of them was capable of finding a victory. It wasn't that their strengths were equal either. In fact, Na Zeni had a definitive advantage due to her spiritual strength capable of suppressing Sume, but she couldn't capitalize on it. So they were in a stalemate of fragile, one-dimensional attacks, unable to break their opponent's Kai wards or assaults. Wai Wine and Long Chen were quietly watching this. They were both talents that cultivated through their phases relatively quickly, and therefore relied on their innate strengths to overcome their opponents. If it was in terms of skill, they would utterly be unable to match these experts with hundreds of years of killing experience. This was clearly seen because Long Chen was unable to fight King Wu despite having the ability to access an ability of an astral core realm cultivator. By the 100th exchange, both sides were incomparably exhausted. Sume and Na Zeni's sweat was dripping like rain from their bodies, but they didn't suffer a single injury. Stop. Wai Wine spoke. When he did, Sume retreated to his side with panting breaths. When her black eyes focused on Na Zeni, a battle intent surged into her heart. She wanted to fight until a conclusion, but she knew that was unlikely. Na Zeni's rage had withdrawn somewhat as she realized she was incapable of handling a single servant of Wai Wine. She was madly enraged at herself for the weakness she possessed. You did amazing. You just need a little more combat experience. With it, you could kill her with a single strike. Long Chen walked over and said in comfort. To him, Na Zeni was a genius that will overtake the world one day. A measly Sume would soon be outclassed and easy to kill. When he claims Wai Wine's head, he'll allow her to regain her pride today. Wai Wine's eyes sharply narrowed. Shockingly, The words Long Chen spoke seemed to calm the fury that engulfed Na Xinyi's heart. Her eyes turned towards him and became calmer, gentler. One could see her feelings through that gaze. Wai Wan ignored these two, inspecting Su Mei. He frowned. Her spirit was slowly infected by Yin Kai, and it seemed to be inducing chaotic changes. If it continued, it will cause ramifications that could impede her cultivation progress. After all, she needed to merge spirit with her heart of Kai to reach the next level. Su Mei heard what Long Chen said, and her eyes became wintry and murderous. She brandished her saber, and her remaining Kai started to gather into her saber. There was no problem killing this woman now. Why wait for another day? She took 2 steps with the readiness to see Na Xinyi's pretty head removed from her slender neck. How glorious would that be? I said stop. Wai Wan's words intensely resounded. Su Mei stilled. Her Kai retreated and she returned to his side. Here. He withdrew a clear bottle that contained cyan-colored liquid. Drink it and recover. As her lord, his words were absolute in her heart. So she listened diligently. She grabbed it, uncorked the bottle, causing a unique, soul-stirring fragrance to permeate. She downed it without hesitation and sat down to cultivate. She knew her spirit was being invaded by Yin Kai, and she had to push it out and recover from any possibly lasting damage. Spirit Ton Elixir Lion Yu, one of Long Chen's female companions, exclaimed slightly. In a venue filled with experts, everyone heard her words, especially since they were focused on their every action like watching a show. Long Chen, Wu Beizhai, Lin Ziyan, and Ming Shufeng started simultaneously. Spirit Ton Elixir, is that possible? Lion Yu saw Na Xinyi's glance at her curiously. It seemed she was the only one among them that was ignorant of what Spirit Ton Elixir was. Lion Yu said, Spirit Ton Elixir, a top-tier, 6th grade elixir meant to nourish, repair, and rejuvenate the spirit. Consuming just one can increase the chances of reaching the 8th stage of the Kai condensation realm, infused spirituality, by 50%. While many knew what the Spirit Ton Elixir was, it was a top-tier, 6th grade elixir even at the height of its time. The Eden Earth sect perhaps provided one a decade. It was capable of nearly ensuring the birth of a mortal godlord after all. It increased chances, so that didn't include one's chances prior. Very few would use it to repair the spirit. To these geniuses, a single Spirit Ton Elixir was a certain ascension. Yet it was being casually used to repair Su Mei's spirit. They felt their hearts quiver at the immense waste. Some old monsters were contemplating taking action. But considering they were on the Wu country's front yard, it was best not. Furthermore, it was already consumed. Ah, the waste. Wai Wan's gaze was calm like a windless ocean. To him, a king alchemist with a superb success rate and concoction speed, this elixir wasn't worth much. It was merely a low-quality version, and he had dozens of better ones. And, if he was going to help Su Mei break through into the godlord level, he would have her consolidate her foundation to the maximum, and her cultivation base rose with her combat ability. Considering the fiasco they just witnessed, it seemed he was still too hasty in letting her progress. He'll need to first have her learn more advanced methods befitting those who possess the ability of creation. She had no experience fighting other mortal gods, and when this was fixed, her combat prowess would rise to another level. As he was thinking this, and the crowd was in a state of inquiry over the existence of the Spirit Ton Elixir, no one noticed the ardent blaze within the depths of Su Mei's eyes. Within this blaze was an unfathomable darkness that seemed ready to explode. It was dusky, dark, gloomy, and engulfing, containing an intent to endlessly consume. Chapter 135134 Gathering Exchange. Chapter 135134 Gathering Exchange. Long Chen slightly frowned as he inspected Wai Wan. In his heart, he was deeply surprised at Wai Wan's means and possessions. Were the rumors true? Did he come across a legendary hidden cache of a former powerhouse since the events at the wedding, where he threatened to take the entire city with him? He had caused numerous elites to investigate his background. It wasn't just him. There were numerous figures from all over the continent that had investigated Wai Wan. He was a 37-year-old godlord who mysteriously disappeared. There were some whispers that he was a lord alchemist. A few whispers that he had cultivated at a no-destroyed sect. the Eden Earth sect, and that he possessed a miraculous cultivation treasure. These were all details that could be gleaned from his appearance, background, and recent achievements. Him discovering a legendary cache of a powerhouse, including his legacy, could explain many things. When Long Chen's thoughts reached this point, he unconsciously rubbed the unassuming black ring on his finger. It seems I'm not the only one who obtained a legacy. He abruptly started as he glanced at the ring. He could have obtained his legacy, Long Chen quietly muttered to himself, as if he was speaking to himself. When he seemed to have received a reply, he looked at Yan with a tad bit more vigilance than before. The Divine King, Ming Shufeng calmly watched all this, her eyes resting on Yan. This man was a blessed, just like Long Chen, and he seemed to have attainments and achievements just like Long Chen. In fact, their backing was very similar. Long Chen was born to a lowly clan. He was considered to have been a waste, his talent horrendous and unfortunate. To put it into perspective, if the average person took a year to refine an essence stone, then he would take 10 years. Subsequently, he was abandoned by his sect and entered a sect as a lowly worker disciple. Spontaneously, he started to abruptly rise through the ranks of cultivations and met many obstacles. He killed his way to his current position, and overcame all. He met beauties, fortune, and experienced the vestiges of life. He had something to protect and pursued the peak of the cultivation path. Yan was born to a lowly clan. He was loved, but the clan's fate was unfortunate. After running away due to a scandal, he hid quietly within the Scarlet Solaris sect's protective umbrella as an honorary disciple. He developed, killed, and schemed his way to the top. After all was said and done, the revenge for his clan was swift and without mercy. Many died horrifically that day, painfully and inhumanely. She couldn't determine either of their fates, but she preferred the vicious to enemies, kind to friends. Long Chen over Yan. Moreover, Lin Zian was her best friend. As a seer, the best means to rise was to climb atop the backs and fortune of those blessed individuals, acting as their guide from the shadows. However, if she had to choose, she didn't want to pick either. If she stayed with Yan, she would never be able to support him due to his inconsistent fate. As for Long Chen, he had an unique charisma that essentially attracted the opposite sex. She had nearly fallen for him herself. As a woman, she was not immune to his charms. It was nearly scary. So her goal was to ride this fortune upwards and then seek another. Her goal was the astral core realm. When her cultivation reaches that point, the clarity of her predictions and visions will increase, and so will her opportunities. If I had a spirit ton elixir. Wu Baoshai softly bit her lips. The spirit ton elixir could increase her cultivation, and thus her chance to overcome the examination to enter the sect. If she could succeed in her breakthrough and become a godlord, she felt certain she could pass and face any obstacle. Her thoughts weren't unique. Lian Yu had similar thoughts. They were both at the 7th phase of the Kai condensation realm, Sublime Kai, and had exceptional talents. A spirit ton elixir would give them at least a 90% chance of success even if it was of the lowest grade, so their emotions were bitter as they watched Su Mei carelessly gulp it down simply to repair her spirit. Step. Wu Baoshai took a step forward. Her eyes gleamed with determination. Unlike Long Chen of Na Zini, she didn't hold any hatred towards Yan. In fact, he helped save her brother, Prince Shen. Furthermore, from Prince Shen, she learned that he was exceptionally powerful. In a single strike, he claimed the life of Hu Juwei, a moral godking and third strongest expert in the entire country. A godlord achieving this feat is incredible. One could clearly see that Long Chen couldn't handle her father, and even lost to him. But fortune shined upon him as he comprehended dual intents at the most critical moment. So, she walked away from Long Chen's ground and approached Yan. Lian Yu, Na Zini, Long Chen, and Lin Zian were startled by her actions. Long Chen moved to instinctively stop her, as Yan was his enemy. But a flash of past memory caused him to cease. Wu Baoshai was her own woman, and she wasn't unintelligent nor willful. If she decided to take action, She had considered it from every angle and firmed up her determination to see it through. To put it simply, he had no way to change her will without forcefully keeping her beside him. If he did that, it would be the moment he lost her. Wyan eyed this black-haired beauty with a voluptuous figure and noble air befitting a princess. Her eyes were clear, calm, and firm. She radiated no ill intent in any manner, be it aura, gaze, or body language. So he allowed her to freely approach. As he saw her fully in close-up, he realized that Long Chen truly had a type. His eyes swept each of these women and noted their impressive, proud twin mounds. If anything, Long Chen had good taste. With a nod, he felt a wisp of respect in his heart. In fact, he can't remember being with a woman as well endowed as any of these women, and this made him somewhat ashamed. Perhaps it was due to his status and cultivation being too low, but he was utterly unable to meet such top-tier, well-developed women in his life. When she arrived a few feet from Wyan, she swept her glance briefly on the sleeping crane with a brilliant golden beak and snow-white feathers. It was quite an exquisitely beautiful beast. She pushed a few loose strands of her hair to the side and said, "Greetings, Godlord Y. Im Wu Beijai, third princess of the Wu country." An innate grace and noble air was exuded with each syllable and gesture of introduction. She truly lived up to her high-born origins. Eyes lit, Wyan coolly replied, "It seems your word-of-mouth reputation fails to live up to you. Such injustice." His words flowed smoothly as he complimented her with a smile. Wu Beijai's eyes were inevitably drawn to that smile. It was but a simple smile, but those pearly white rows of teeth, the lifted corners of his lips, and those radiant silver eyes had an ungodly attractive appeal. Her heart went aflutter for a brief moment, and even her breathing sped up slightly. Only now that she was but a few feet from this man did she realize his fatal attractive features and unearthly handsomeness that went beyond reason. Even her body reacted naturally, heating up and performing the normal bodily reaction when aroused. Her gaze became embarrassed as she, unbefitting of a princess, averted her gaze. Only then could she regain her sense of self, cursing her own lack of will. It took all her willpower to muster up a smile and face him. Wyan's heart birthed a wisp of admiration. This woman was something else. He chuckled inwardly as he said, "You know, I'm not certain your friends will be happy that you've approached me. They may even take it as you siding with the enemy." Just as he said those words, he felt a glaring pressure from afar. Na Zini was staring daggers and flames at him. Those eyes seemed to wish to rip him limb from limb without mercy. This woman truly can't appreciate his kindness. Did he not save her? He inwardly shook his head. Wu Beijai calmly replied, "You're underestimating them. They aren't so petty, and my actions aren't theirs to dictate." Wyan couldn't help but give Wu Beijai a few more points of likability. "Actually, I'm quite curious how you obtained a bottle of spirit ton elixir. If you don't mind me asking." Wu Beijai stated her purpose. Wyan coolly asked, "If I told you I made it, would you believe me?" Many knew that his current age was 37, and while some might have looked into the rumors of his discipleship in the Eden Earth sect, the sect was in ruins and he went by another name there. Due to his status and potential, his identity was mostly kept secret and only a few people and alchemists knew of him. The only reason the rumor would happen is due to leaks from those seeking to sabotage him. After all, he was nearly assassinated in the Eden Earth sect. If it wasn't for his mortal body that was refined by top-tier energies and a high cultivation, even if it was sealed, he would've been killed. However, that didn't stop the numerous scoffs and internal thoughts throwing Wyan's declaration into the trash. A 37-year-old godlord was believable. There have been countless geniuses, and many of the astral core realm experts of today had reached that achievement. In fact, Long Chen was 5 years younger, and that 10-year-old godking little girl was even younger. While innate cultivation talent was a possibility, the Tao of alchemy was fundamentally different. The only true talent a person could have towards it was affinity for alchemical energies, and that didn't help much. The Tao of alchemy was vast with 4 unique categories, and countless branches of methods and paths to take. Simply put, It was monstrously difficult. Only an alchemic natal soul could alleviate these difficulties, and that meant subjecting oneself to life without combat potential. Even Wu Baishai frowned slightly. She was truly unable to accept that answer in her heart, but her expression swiftly returned to normal. She knew that wine was an irregularity, so she stuffed the potential of truth down her throat and swallowed it. If you said that, then I'll believe it. Then, I'll say it I made it. Wine declared with a smile. The crowd went silent, except for one person. Qin Feng had brought some youthful talents from his sect and was quietly in the corner, watching everything. He didn't bother engaging with wine, and merely wanted to lay low. Since Wu Jiao directly turned everyone besides him into bloody mist, he felt unable to calm his heart of the possibility that Wu Jiao would come back to get a 100 kill rate. He knew that wine was a lord alchemist, and an efficient one too. At one time, he even thought he had an alchemic natal soul. But he knew the truth. Wu Baishai, without skipping a beat, asked if that's the case. Do you have any for sale? For an exceptional woman like yourself, of course. I'm willing. However, taking your brother's history with me, how can I treat his little sister so heartlessly after all? A single spirit ton elixir is worth hundreds of thousands of essence stones. That is not a small price. When those words resounded, several cold wads of air were inhaled. These were split between two types of people. Those who were shocked that wine would give a spirit ton elixir for free, and others who recalled the insane price tag of one. That was right. A single spirit ton elixir, a top tier, 6th grade elixir, was worth hundreds of thousands of essence stones. This was the reason why, despite the abysmal success rate and production time, alchemists never lacked money. Each product was expensive due to the low yield and endless demand. It was also why he felt cheated before. The market price that he sold to Qin Feng was archaic and flat. The true prices were far higher. Because there was no market price, they were just too rare. It could only be chanced upon, bartered with a leg and arm, but never priced. Those prices were designed when pills were numerous. But that was long ago. That was during the King of Everlore era, the first and only mortal sovereign alchemist of the myriad Yor continent. He withdrew a low-quality spirit ton elixir stored in a clear bottle and grasped Wu Baizhao's hand. His movements were natural and without any speed. Yet Wu Baishai simply allowed her hand to be taken into his. He was startled by the softness, seemingly boneless hand of hers. It was soft like cotton and warm like the rays of the sun. He had never once felt that a woman's skin was so intoxicating. It was only after she pulled her hand away and dazedly inspected the bottle, while her daze seemed to be caused by her disbelief in obtaining this elixir. In truth, she had tried to hide her blush as she similarly felt the miraculously firm yet oddly comforting. Long Chen, watching from afar, felt an uncomfortable feeling emerge in his heart. It really is spirit ton elixir, Wu Baishai exclaimed, looking at wine in shock. He actually had another. Did he truly make this? She couldn't help but observe his facial expression that seemed so casual, as if he had given away a pebble. Was he hoping to further their relationship by giving her this for free? Her heart quivered slightly. For a brief, unintentional moment, she compared wine with Long Chen. While Long Chen was 5 years younger, wine might be stronger. And if he was a lord alchemist at his age, he was also far more talented. They both cultivated the Haven Heart Kai method, had exceptional combat strength, came from lowly backgrounds and worked their way up using their own means. And both stood here today as top-tier geniuses. She clutched the elixir bottle. She briefly turned around and saw Long Chen's frown. Her memories flashed of all their time together, including their relationship, while it had occurred in uneventful circumstances. The fact was that she and he had relations of a man and woman already. Perhaps it was because she didn't really have a choice that her mind wandered this way. Taking a deep breath, she realized that she couldn't accept this gift for free. I can't accept this. I'll pay you the appropriate amount. Wine nearly insisted, but he stopped himself in the end. He nodded with a hearty laugh. Fine. When you enter the sect as a disciple, you'll be able to pay me back. Until then, I'll be waiting. He knew that a spirit ton elixir at the appropriate price was insanely high. Perhaps the imperial treasury would have to spend half its wealth to obtain it. Considering she was likely unable to access that, he would simply wait. The gazes of every carried envious glints and jealousy. Many of them, men included, wished they were a beautiful woman, and some women wished they were Wu Beijai. Not only was she highborn, talented, and beautiful, but people essentially give her free shit. Just as she was about to unwillingly accept this condition when she realized that her words were a tad bit hasty, as she couldn't actually afford it at the proper price. Long Chen stepped forward and humphed. He tossed a storage ring towards Wai Wine. Wai Wine calmly caught it, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and smiled. It's been paid in full. The elixir is yours. Long Chen had just tossed nearly 100,000 different types of elemental essence stones, more than enough to cover the cost of the elixir. While he wondered how Long Chen obtained so much extensive wealth, he swiftly deposited all of it to his 3-layered ring. What Long Chen didn't know, this had effectively severed a possible karmic tie with Wai Wine and Wu Baozhai. If his actions were a little late, Wu Baozhai's future might no longer be tied to just him. In that case, perhaps her feelings may truly undergo a shift. While this occurred, 4 figures entered the gathering grounds. Chapter 136-135 Gathering 9 Dragons. Chapter 136-135 Gathering 9 Dragons. Those 4 didn't cause too much of a scene, but they'll be the cause of an exceptional conflict. They rode on a black crane seeking to find a location to land and settle like the other forces that have arrived. One of them was casually glancing around. Her eyes contained a hint of mischief and curiosity. "Ah," this person exclaimed. Her eyes lit up and she flew forward like a soaring bird. Her movements were agile and free as she softly landed, flashing forward and arriving before Wai Wine and Wu Beizhai. Her actions disturbed the other 3 and caused them to look. Wai Wine, a voice like music resounded. Wai Wine's eyes moved to see a delicate figure, wearing her signature style of a short-sleeved cheongsam with images of the sun and various vines. She arrived like an immortal fairy. Unfortunately, this woman was anything but Mei Yang. She pouted as she skillfully bypassed Wu Baozhai, wrapping her slim arms around Wai Wine's and used her head to lean into his shoulder. Her smile was brilliant and soft, totally unlike her normally mischievous and murderous self. "Now that I have you, I won't let you go again." Her words were spoken with a wisp of determination that was honest and truthfully. Unlike before, Mei Yang no longer was injured from the incident at the Yuhei clan. She had fully recovered and her cultivation seemed to have even increased. Wai Wine sighed in his heart. At the wedding venue, he had his clone give her a message. In that message detailed a meeting location, and he promised to give her the means to recover. He did, of course, but the act of doing so was a little too stimulating. After dual cultivating for several days, this mischievously beautiful woman not only recovered, but she was absolutely addicted. So he continued until she was exhausted to the point of utmost satisfaction, and left with his pants in his hands with gusts at his heels. After the incident at his hideout, he needed to exert a little built-up negative emotions. But this woman was truly too fierce. He knew dual cultivating was beneficial to women, but when he tried it, he didn't imagine it was this effective. According to her, due to his high-level yang energies and physical energies, she developed a single mode of Kai essence per shot of his essence. He was truly unable to respond, but he did not want to be drained, so he had to leave. His eyes twitched a little. He had to be a little more cautious about dual cultivating now. There was once a legend that stated that the best species of lovers in the world was dragons. They had endless stamina and could perfectly respond to fluctuations of physical energies, sensing all sorts of sensitive methods and prodding them endlessly. This made them known as vile, horny beasts. But he now realized that the story was a little twisted. The horny ones were the ones who had a taste, unable to forget and desiring for it constantly. He tried to move her arm away from her grasp, but she decisively placed it between her soft valley and held firm. Wai Wine was truly rendered speechless. Perhaps it would be a little fun if it didn't cost him so much, due to their absolute difference in innate energies. He lost far, far more than he gained. He never thought dual cultivation was a negative until he realized that unbalanced partners truly were net negative for the better person. No wonder Tao companions had similar talent and cultivation. Sigh. Why whine? An approaching voice resounded from afar. Why whine's heart nearly leapt out of his chest as his eyes saw this figure within his vision. This figure that had been in his thoughts since that day 11 years ago. She had helped shape who he was. The first woman that he idolized. And while he didn't know what love was, if it could exist in his heart, then she was the closest person to it. She no longer needed additional beautification methods to heighten her looks or hide away her signs of aging. Her skin was now taut and smooth. The benefits of her cultivation, that originally nearing middle-aged appearance and each to a young woman in her early 20s. She didn't have alluring curves, a bodacious body, or heaven-toppling countenance. In fact, she could be regarded as just a simple, pretty woman with eyes that weren't bright or dull. Short, at nearly 5 feet 5 inches, with a petite figure and shoulder-length brown hair. Her natural freckles gave her a girl-next-door feeling. There was nothing that stood up, but that didn't matter to Wai Wan. This woman helped him when he was a mere outer disciple. She picked him up when he had no backing, no family, and nowhere to go. She was with him as he rose upwards, as he claimed his revenge. And their relationship evolved throughout. From subordinate, he became a lover, and most definitely a friend. Mei. She seemed to have arrived with Mei Yang, including 2 other people. They were Su Lanny and Wu Chen, her son. They were right behind her approaching, seeking to meet up with Mei Yang. When Wu Chen noticed Wu Chen, his heart constricted and his expression became exceptionally ugly. He wasn't a mortal god. In fact, his cultivation base was still at the 4th stage of the Kai condensation realm. Nearly a year had passed and yet had advanced none. He knew this, just like he knew that in under 5 years, he would either lose his life or become a cripple due to the Tao companion's spirit oath she swore with Mei. Considering his current strength, his chances were greater in finding a phoenix feather or Killen's horn. He was merely here to support Mei, as she had the qualifications to enter this mysterious continent-controlling sect. Mei eyes brightened as she realized it was truly Wai Wan. While his aura, physique, and bearing had changed, she would never forget those eyes. Long Chen, Ming Shu Feng, Lin Ziyan, Lian Yu, and Na Zini heard someone call Wai Wan's name and looked in that direction. Abruptly, the atmosphere became tense and heavy. Wai Wan felt this. It was the emission of killing and murderous intent. His eyes were like lightning as he zipped to the source. Long Chen's entire aura was blazing and ramping upwards. His expression was that of clenched teeth and sharp eyes. With a single movement, his sword was drawn and his killing intent permeated the world. The next event lacked any form of indication or words. Merely action. Long Chen blitzed forth like a launched arrow, his body heading straight for Mei. Wu Chen, and Su Lanny. Wai Wan's eyes widened. No, his shout contained the might of a true dragon, and the world met a heaven-shaking, thunderous eruption of sound and force. The ground beneath his feet shattered for 1,000 meters. His muscles and veins bulging out as he exerted the maximum strength of his physical body. Mei Yang, Wu Beizhai, and the entire crowd for hundreds of meters were met with a heart-stopping sound. It was like a thunderbolt had smashed into the earth near them. His body shot forward, escaping Mei Yang's hold with ease. He was so destructively fast, so fast that the world went into chaos as natural disasters seemed to have been born. The quaking of the earth, the creation of gale winds, and the sound of heavenly thunder. Despite being further away than Longchen to Mei, Wai Wan arrived beside her with unsettling swiftness. His movements, when he arrived, seemed to break the laws of momentum as not a single raging wind touched Mei's robes. When he arrived, Mei at his back, his gaze was like the king of hell had descended. Murderous to the extreme, take another step, and your life ends here. His shout was fearsome and ferocious, containing the echo of a primordial beast. Long Chen's momentum was hindered. His eyes met Wai Wan's. It was as if he had met an ancient beast of myth, staring at him with the intent to devour him whole. His heart quivered. But who was he? Who he wanted to kill? How could Wine ever decide this if he wanted to protect that scum? Then hell kill him too. His sword and slaughter intent was summoned from the depths of his spirits, erupting with unyielding force. His momentum was regained, and sword in hand, he was ready to strike. Wine's eyes became calm, frighteningly calm. A chilling intent to kill emerged. For King Kumu, he held back from ending Long Chen's life. He had reservations about acting, but if he wished to touch his reverse scale, then even if heaven, hell, gods, or devils wished to eliminate him today, he would fight until his last. He clenched his fist and punched downwards. His divine spirit of elemental Kai roared, bringing forth all of its might as it seemed to surge downwards through the soles of Wine's feet, fist, and head to encapsulate the entire world. Elemental spiritual art 9 elemental world. Unlike the fight between Su Mei and Na Zini, Wine and Long Chen were of a higher cultivation base with even better means and practice. They had spiritual Kai arts. This was one of such arts, and it integrated his high-level elemental Kai with his vast spiritual energies and strength to create a world of his making. This was creation. Pillars of blazing flames erupted from all over the immediate area, with glacial frost looming like a sinister shadow, chilling all things, and moisture condensed until the droplets of water were brilliant and condensed. Floating within the air, the earth quaked and fractured endlessly. Boulders and miniature mountains lifted forward. The world had raging tornadoes and twisters that rippled ferociously everywhere. Lightning crackled, appearing randomly here and there, and magma flowed out of the erupted ground from the pillars of flames. It was miraculous as all 9 elements seemed to be burst and interact. Even plants were born, resilient to these disastrous elements. The world changed, while Mei remained unaffected. Everywhere else did not. Even Bai Lin quickly swept Su Mei and flew directly upwards in fear of being involved. Her golden eyes revealed shock as she felt the intense emotions of Wine. The 9 elements were incredible and profound, forming a connection with all the natural elements of this world. Long Chen was immediately shocked as he felt the nearly spontaneous shift of the immediate world. His Kai surged as he resisted the exploding droplets of water, dispersed the incoming tornadoes, dodged the pillars of fire that erupted beneath his feet, and lightning that appeared and disappeared randomly, striking him from above. All of these elements had taken him as their greatest enemy. His heart ceaselessly shivered. The crowd couldn't act casually as they did before. Even the experts at the astral core realm were shocked as they carried their juniors away. Those godkings felt horror, as the sheer Kai in the surroundings was immense. But those with ample experience felt even more horror because this wasn't just a random art. Wine's eyes were chillingly calm. Na Zini had once tried to drown the world in her aura, affecting her opponent, but she couldn't capitalize on it all. That was because she lacked the true essence of spiritual Y arts. Her cultivation unable to reach that level. Long Chen felt the aroused energies in the air and his eyes shrunk. A spiritual Kai array, this art seemed to be all fancy and no power, but it was rapidly gathering insane amounts of essence and ambient elemental energies, drawing them in with Kai and spiritual strength. A feeling of intense, deadly crisis emerged in his heart. He didn't hold back any longer as he locked onto Wine. Spiritual art Kai, sword of true slaughter. The very same move that took down King Wu was once more evoked, but this time the sanguine and white sword was several times larger, nearly 10 meters in height. He used his sword to control this manifested weapon of death and sent it forward with a brandish. Its miraculous speed was even faster than before. Wine coldly snorted. With a single, thunderous stomp, the entire world of elements exploded into a flurry of varying lights. Everyone was momentarily blinded. When their sights regained, what they saw sent their hearts into cold freezers. Roar, roar, roar. Whoosh, whoosh. 9 dragons. Elemental spiritual art 9 dragon kings. These creatures were constructed from the purest elemental Kai. Each were dazzling white, yet their elements were clear. A dragon of white flames, of white magma, of white crystal-like ice, of white liquid, of white wood, of white lightning, of white earth, or condensed white wind, and white metal. They were vivid, each 100 meters long and dozens of meters in height with 4 claws and exceptional bodies. Their entire bodies exuded a pure draconic aura, and their facial movements and eyes were exceptionally lifelike. They were boundlessly beautiful yet imposingly powerful. At this moment, the dragon of earth, metal, and wood bore down on the sword of true slaughter. Their fangs and claws clenched and held it in place. They roared endlessly as they struggled against this sword. It was firmly suppressed. Wai and Mei rode on the dragon of water as they took to the skies, floating and soaring. The other 5 dragons all turned their mighty gazes towards Long Chen and roared with majesty to the limit. You asked for this. Chapter 137-136, Gathering Dominance. Chapter 137-136, Gathering Dominance. The surrounding experts and crowd was deeply shook by the abrupt developing events. They were relegated to mere spectators as they observed, with Wai and Long Chen as the center battleground. Hundreds of meters of distance had been transformed into an elemental land of chaos and danger. This expanse of death was the workings of Wai, his 9 dragons that slithered through the skies with vivid and lifelike features reminiscent to the dragons of legends, and his aura ascending to the heavens. The elemental energies in the surroundings were rapidly extracted, gathered and channeled into each elemental dragon, fueling and empowering their titanic and ferocious actions. A spiritual Kai formation had been born under Wai's direction, and not a single expert present dared to underestimate the utter power it was emitting. How did he set up such a large multilink spiritual Kai formation so quickly? A god king exclaimed as he regarded the impressive scene of Wai riding atop a water dragon's head, staring domineeringly downwards at Long Chen. Spiritual Kai formations and spiritual Kai arrays were similar yet drastically different. In much the same way as spiritual formations and Kai arrays, formations were constructed and deployed on one's own strength, usually a byproduct of a spell or art. It relied on one's innate energies, Kai, or other forms of power to revolve and maintain itself, while arrays relied on external forces, such as essence stones, Kai-rich locations, such as the Scarlet Solaris Mountains Scarlet Kai, or ambient energies. However, spiritual Kai formations absorbed the ambient energies by relying on one's spiritual Kai. It was a highly advanced application of power. Many god kings weren't capable of using spiritual Kai arrays, let alone deploying a spiritual Kai formation. How does he have so much Kai and spiritual strength to maintain such a vast array? A young elite questioned shockingly. His cultivation was similarly at the Godlord stage, yet he couldn't imagine deploying a spiritual Kai formation using his own reserves of Kai, let alone a multi-link spiritual Kai formation. Typically, these types of formation required numerous experts to simultaneously exert their energies and Kai in unison, gathering their spiritual strength to control the formation. But Wai was doing it by himself. Furthermore, it wasn't just one formation, but 9 acting as one. Each individual dragon that seemingly dominated the elements was its own spiritual Kai formation. They each individually gathered the ambient energies suitable for themselves and acted with Wai's will to control all 9 of these creations. He has to have an exceptionally high level of mental focus and astonishing reserves of spiritual energies. A female god king gawked, adding her own belief at the absurdity of it all. The sheer aura and power exuded by each dragon was so great that they all had to retreat, leaving just 3 people in this elemental battlefield: Long Chen, Wai, and Mei. Mei's heart quivered intensely as she regarded the situation. It had all happened so fast that she didn't even get a chance to react. But when her eyes met the broad back of Wai, she calmed down naturally. She didn't know why he was acting this way, but if he did, it must be for her sake. This made the bitter feeling in her heart sting even more. Long Chen wiped the remnant blood from the sides of his lips as he became unnaturally calm and focused. Against enemies that seemed to be an insurmountable obstacle, his heart and mind would reach an unprecedented state of clarity and unyielding will, and each time, had overcome all challenges. With sword in hand, he calmly warded off the ambient energies directed towards him with sword Kai. As silver rays of light flashed in retaliation, he continued to retreat. Wai stood imposingly upon the water dragon's head, his eyes surging with intense power. This was the first time Head galvanized his full cultivation base. Using the divine spirit of elemental Kai as the lead, he was startled to truly witness its immense, awe-inspiring power and unfathomable reserves of Kai. It had to be an unintentional effect of gathering and refining 99 Kai essence motes. Because his natal souls were brimming with boundless Kai, he felt like a literal ocean. Furthermore, this ocean was multiplied by 4, then connected with each other. With a thought, his innate Kai could connect and refine the Saber Kai into elemental Kai. This was likely due to its base composition of energies. 9 elements: yin, yang, yin-yang, saber, alchemical, and draconic were shared amongst all his spirits, so absorbing and refining the other's Kai were a simple matter. He clenched his fist and felt the Kai surge swiftly within. Despite the alchemical energies, it didn't hinder or act as a deterrent to his offensive power, but even furthered the compatibility amongst his other spirits. While he knew the alchemical energies hadn't given him the weakness other alchemists possess, he still found it extraordinary how useful it is. Crackle! The white lightning dragon spiraled upwards, and twisted to gaze downwards at Long Chen with imperialistic might. With a sharp roar, it shot downwards at lightning speed. Long Chen's heart nearly skipped a beat as he hastily reacted. Ray after ray of sharp sword Kai was sent to clash with the elemental lightning dragon. The clashes between sword Kai and lightning body produced continuous and heart-shaking thunder, but it did little to impede the body of the lightning dragon as it smashed atop his head. With widened eyes, he created a silver and sanguine Kai ward as he guarded his body with his sword. The lightning dragon opened its crackling maw and chomped at Long Chen. He was swallowed whole. Long Chen simultaneously. 4 female voices echoed in unison as he was undoubtedly swallowed. These voices, filled with worry and horror, belonged to Na Zini, Lin Ziyan, Wu Beizhai, and Lion Yu. Their eyes were radiating with intense concern as they watched at a safe distance. Lin Ziyan's eyes became bright with determination and killing intent as she withdrew her sword and prepped her Kai to take to the sky. She would aid Long Chen, however, before he could take off to engage in battle with her man. Ming Shufeng grabbed her shoulder. "He's fine. If you enter now, you'll only distract him." Her words shook Lin Ziyan's heart as she felt an unfathomable sense of uselessness. Would she merely be a burden? While Lin Ziyan wallowed in her inability to enter such a high-level fight, the light dragon coiled around itself as the lightning energies within started to continuously erupt. It was clearly suppressing Long Chen within its body. Wai Wine's eyes narrowed as he observed this scene. Within the lightning body, he felt Long Chen continuously fire ray after ray of protective sword art, seemingly executing some spherical defensive spiritual sword art. His defense was airtight as the elemental lightning Kai couldn't penetrate. However, Wai Wine wasn't going to simply allow this to continue. The type of fights he hated the most were those of attrition. With a thought, simultaneous roars echoed as the elemental wind and fire dragon rushed towards the lightning dragon. No, Lin Ziyan cried out in horror. If those 2 elemental dragons emerged with the lightning dragon, an incredibly deadly explosion would definitely be its result and Long Chen might not live. Ming Shufeng similarly felt pressured by this tense battle. Using her calculative abilities to see the outcome, in a flash, her expression grew ugly as she realized she couldn't deduce anything due to Long Chen and Wai Wine's dual-blessed characteristics. Shit! Long Chen could die. From what she knew, Long Chen's strongest spiritual Kai art was the sword of true slaughter that contained his vast spiritual Kai of both his natal souls and dual intent. Yet this strongest art was being ruthlessly suppressed by 3 elemental dragons, all of which were renowned for their ability of contain and suppress earth, metal, wood. If this continued, he might be killed. Her heart started to unnaturally race. She still needed him for now. Wai Wine gave no fucks about their cries or thoughts. His actions were decisive and clear. He showed no hesitation in ridding the world of Long Chen, just as the 3 dragons were about to combine into one. A worldly force encapsulated and surrounded the fire and wind dragons, instantly restricting their movements. Halt! A domineeringly powerful voice filled with imperial authority resounded. But within this voice, a tinge of reluctance and disgruntledness could be heard. While merely a tinge, It was sufficient to realize it didn't wish to take action. Wyan didn't hesitate. He heard the direction of that voice and withdrew 10 7th-grade pellets. These were loadier pellets, but they were all of a high quality and contained ferocious explosive strength. Without any hesitation, he used his mountain-crushing strength and flung the pellets in their fully activated state directly towards the voice. The voice was shocked by the abrupt incoming projectiles, but reacted with haste. It used the world's force to restrict these pellets in mid-flight. Explode. Wyan instantly detonated them simultaneously. A raging windstorm whipped upwards and sent everyone flying hundreds, and some even thousands of meters, spitting blood or with broken bones. A few who weren't well protected were likely at a near-death state. All these experts and elites didn't even conceive the possibility that Wyan would throw out 7th-grade pellets so decisively. Wyan leapt forward. His body transformed into a light filled with saber and elemental kai, and draconic power with element as its core. This energy shot him forward at vanishing speeds. He had element in hand and he swung. A shriek of pain and horror resounded, originating from the owner of that once imposing voice. In a flash, Wyan returned back atop the water dragon, his eyes calm, and his hand held an entire arm severed at its base, still dripping shining blood. The next time you dare order me or stop me with your nonsense, he'll take your head. Just as he shouted this, his fire and wind elemental dragons regained their freedom and once more attempted to merge with the lightning dragon, likely producing a beautiful deadly explosion as a result. Unfortunately, the dragons, dispersed by some ungodly spiritual power, shattered at their spiritual foundation. Wyan's eyes lit up as he felt his control of the dragon slip entirely. They unraveled and became pure elemental energies of their respective bodily compositions. However, he wasn't too shocked. Instead, his eyes focused on Long Chen's location unblinkingly. The reason he didn't use the pellets on Long Chen was the unassuming black ring in his possession. This ring seemed to contain some unfathomable spirit, and he felt that even now, he likely wouldn't be able to take Long Chen's life as long as it was present. Even if he used 100 pellets of this level. This was a feeling, but also an instinct. He wanted to draw out the spirit, figure out a way to distract it, then slaughter Long Chen instantly. He had prepared numerous methods to do so, and it's also why he didn't rely on his close-range abilities. That unassuming black ring was a variable that caused his heart to tremble ceaselessly, and he would definitely not make the mistake of Hu Jiwei. But, after witnessing Long Chen tumble out of the dragon, yet the ring's power was nowhere to be seen, his heart inevitably calmed down. Fairy blessed spirit, he hadn't even felt her presence when she acted, but she had effortlessly and utterly dispersed his dragons and dismantled a portion of his multilink spiritual kai formation. If so, she could likely effortlessly kill him without him noticing. After all, he didn't have some magical trump card of an unfathomable spirit in his possession. Considering she had interfered, he halted his actions. Long Chen was not worth dying for. He was definitely, utterly, and absolutely not worth dying for. He calmly breathed as the spiritual kai formation dwindled until it dissipated. The energies calmed down and returned to their natural dormant states. While the entire venue was irreversibly damaged, no lives were lost. Gently, Mei and Wyan met the ground. "You bastard, give me back my fucking ARM!" A raging voice descended alongside an unfathomable amount of power. This was astral force, and it was truly world-shaking. The quaking of the earth was constant, as if it was a heart beating with fear. Wu Jiao landed crushingly on the ground. He held his left arm socket that had been severed at its base. It was patched up. Not dripping blood, but the fact it was gone shook everyone. Wyan's gaze was like electrifying lightning as he shot Wu Jiao a cold, vicious, and murderous gaze. "Speak again." This seemed like an order, but it was most certainly a daring request to see if Wu Jiao had the guts. Wu Jiao's voice choked. His immortal bearing and exceptional aura was diluted with messy strands of his hair and labored breathing. Wyan's 10 7th-grade pellets had caused severe injuries to his entire body, and in his moment of shock, Wyan claimed an arm. In fact, he nearly claimed his head, if it wasn't for his senses being sharp, edging at the last moment, and Wyan's lack of control at that speed. It damn well would've. So he felt choked and indignant why wine should've been an ant to him. Yet he could make him feel fear despite his emotions. He didn't dare speak another word in fear of why wine throwing even more pellets at him. Everyone who saw this had gaped mouths, even while tending to their various wounds. Why wine, in the midst of fighting Long Chen, claimed the strongest expert on this continent's arm. Holy fuck. With a casual shrug, why wine threw back the arm like it was trash. Leave. I don't want to see you again until the examination. In fact, I don't want to see you again in this lifetime. The next time I do, I claim that head of yours. His declaration was fierce, imperious, and mighty. What did it mean to be domineering this? What did it mean to not fear the strong? This. Wu Jiao was enraged, but considering the monstrous pellets wine could deploy, and his current injuries that'll likely take years to recover from, he could only coldly snort, take his arm, and leave while he had some face. In truth, he had absolutely none left. Wine wanted nothing more than to turn and talk to Mei Mei, speak to her, touch her. But he couldn't. Her Dao companion oath would restrict her from close relations with any member of the opposite until that was over. If she broke it, she'll be punished by the heavenly Daos and her spirit will shatter. After all, they swore this oath to both themselves and the heavens. That was what it meant to be Dao companions. The most frustrating issue was his inability to kill Wu Chen. Dao companions' fates were tied during the oath. So if one died, so did the other. It was an absolutely frightening oath. The only way to break it was naturally, with a death unrelated to the other side entirely. You can say this was heaven's way of helping Dao companions complete their oaths. If their former lovers wanted to kill the newly decided Dao companion, doing so would kill her or him too, so the Dao companion usually had a hostage. It was cruel, but highly effective. Mei Mei, with a cold sweeping look at everyone present, he spoke with dense killing intent. Anyone so much as touch the edge of her clothes, he'll kill them and every last ancestral lineage and generation they have on this continent. Chapter 138-137 Gathering Responsibility. Chapter 138-137 Gathering Responsibility. In the end, the ferocious battle came to an abrupt end. The entire area was devastated by elemental energies, but these experts minded this very little as they suppressed the random, uncontrolled energies, and once more set up their respective camps. This area was the designation of Fairy Blessed Spirit, an elder of that sect, as the gathering location for the myriad your continent's utmost geniuses and elites. So how could they move due to this? Wine quietly sat in his earlier location, with Su Mei and Bai Lin just like before. It seemed they simply returned to their original area, and the chaos had been handled effortlessly and returned to a peaceful state. He was calmly recovering the spent Kai that he used in the earlier confrontation. Internally, he wasn't dwelling on his failure. In fact, this had similarly been in his consideration when he originally decided to fight against Long Chen. Considering that little girl and King Qimu was taken by Fairy Blessed Spirit for these last 3 months, he could make an assumption that a relationship had formed. It was highly possible that one or both were taken as disciples in Fairy Blessed Spirit's lineage. While she disdained Long Chen, evidenced by her direct and insulting words from earlier, it wasn't likely he could push it too far. He simply desired to protect Mei Mei. How could he be willing to let Long Chen bring harm to her? Furthermore, this examination was produced due to that little girl and King Qimu, and Long Chen was a large reason for this. In a way, it was a test for him to prove his worth towards King Qimu, while simultaneously allowing King Qimu to see that better talents existed, and that Long Chen was merely a flawed insect. In his heart, he truly felt unfortunate that he couldn't kill Long Chen at this moment. Earlier, he had some misgivings because of King Qimu, but those considerations all vanished when he rushed towards Mei Mei with such dense killing intent. Blessed are very difficult to kill. He felt this was an undeniable fact, and this was even true for him, an inheritor of Sen. Still, his earlier domineering display had at least produced some results. Long Chen was nursing his injuries inflicted by the elemental lightning dragon within his bevy of beauties. They were quietly gathered and huddled together in an area that was still in the visible range of Wai Wayan. As for Mei Mei, Su Lani, and Wu Chen, they were rather conspicuous as a large empty area was made around them. Not a single expert present wanted to get into conflict with Wai Wayan. His insane actions and violently arrogant words had caused them all to feel some fear. While they might never admit it, they truly didn't want to cause a misunderstanding and trigger a conflict. Therefore, they were left in peace. Mei Yang, on the other hand, was a lot more bold and brazen. Sitting next to Wai Wayan with a bright smile, she rubbed her chin against his arm as she leaned against him, seemingly unwilling to leave his side. Wai Wayan's left eyelid twitched a little. This beautiful woman was unwilling to separate even more now. "I didn't think you were so strong," she coquettishly said. Her words that were like music to one's ears could melt the bones and heart in the body. In fact, even Wai Wayan felt an itch to accommodate this woman's desires in another battle in the sheets. To her, it seemed that he dominated the scene, spared Wu Jiao and Long Chen's life despite his overwhelming advantage. In fact, this was the view of everyone present, unbeknownst to them that fairy blessed spirit had intervened. Like this, the time passed quietly as no one engaged with each other and new arrivals continued to appear. It seemed fairy blessed spirit, despite being present, hadn't started this so-called examination due to people still arriving. This meant it might take several days or more before it began. A few days soon passed. There had been no new arrivals for an entire 2 hours, likely indicating that everyone was present. A few members of the crowd who were knowledgeable regarding the top-tier elite geniuses of the continent swept their analytical gazes over and found that all these spectacular named individuals that met the qualifications had all arrived. There were even some unknowns that had arrived with their reclusive masters or alone. This was truly a gathering of the utmost elites on this continent. With such youthful talent, it was likely a few bountiful seeds were here that would grow in the new environment and become exceptionally radiant stars. In the future, these figures might become titans of the cultivation world, returning to become leaders of new countries and forces. Na Zini, an anxious voice hastily called out. It was pressing and urgent, seemingly wanting to reach out and pull her away. At the area that Long Chen's group was gathered, Long Chen revealed an exasperated expression on his face as he followed after Na Zini, whose eyes revealed unfathomable determination and steeled resolve. She walked directly towards Wai Wayan. Behind Long Chen was the other members of his group, a line of beauties that seemed to follow his shadow. Just the sight of this birthed immense envy in the hearts of every heterosexual male present. Why didn't he just die? These beauties all had varying expressions. From a faint smile, indifference, worry, and even confusion. Their gorgeous and picturesque existence attracted everyone's attention. After all, Long Chen and Wai Wayan were the main characters of the 2 earlier events, and everyone was terrified of one and hateful of the other. Wai Wayan's recent achievements were simply too exceptional and bright. He had declared to the world that he was a Lord Alchemist capable of concocting top-tier, 6th-rate alchemical products, revealed an unprecedented battle power for a godlord, and took an astral core realm expert's arm. He even declared that his presence was effectively forbidden before him. How tyrannical and domineering. There were countless young men and women that had their blood boiling and their bodies becoming moist at his actions. Not only was he an exceptional cultivator with profound skills, he was handsome and justifiably haughty. These were characteristics they either wanted to have in themselves or their partners. Mei Yang's current display of affection was a clear desire in many women's hearts. But with those sharp eyes of hers sweeping around whenever a female gaze lingered caused quite a few to feel lethal danger. Wai Wayan slowly lifted his eyes to view Na Zini's figure. In his heart, he truly felt she had grown up an unreasonable amount after awakening her physique. He couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if he kept her beside him to dual cultivate with. Would she develop feelings for him? These thoughts were fleeting as she appeared a few feet away with a stomp. Her eyes were fearless as she stared at Wai Wayan intently. Mei Yang wanted to say something, but Wai Wayan sent her a glance and she shut her mouth, pouting cutely. To think this woman likely was hundreds of years old. Su Mei's hand rested on the hilt of her saber. If Na Zini made a single action that seemed to contain ill intent, She would strike with full force to claim her life. Her black eyes swirled with a mysterious darkness. Of course. Na Zinni was entirely unafraid of Su Mei. Na Zinni took several breaths as she heard the footsteps of the others behind her. They were obviously vigilant against Wai Weian, standing protectively behind her. Long Chen especially, who was just an arm reach away. Even though to them, Wai Weian had spared Long Chen, they were unwilling to entrust things to his mood. Wai Weian ignored Long Chen. He was more curious as to what this entire event meant. Why would she arrive before him in this manner? Did she want to say something? Just as he thought this, she spoke words of steel through her beautiful teeth. You owe me. Her words were not a transmission, but clearly said. Many didn't understand what that meant, but their interests were piqued. An ambiguous history between Long Chen's woman and Wai Weian. Was this the true reason for their fight? Wai Weian's eyebrow raised slightly. For everything she spat out coldly. Her eyes still contained a wisp of resentment. Wai Weian was silent for a long while. When he thought about this, he recalled what her primal yin had helped him accomplish. He advanced his cultivation base by leaps and bounds and survived 2 assassination attempts as a result. His survival that day led to him meeting that mysterious man who passed him the bloodline of sin, allowing him to become an inheritor of sin. If we're talking the laws of cause and effect, if it wasn't for her existence, his life would've ended on more than one occasion. But in the end, he shook his head. I owe you nothing. His words were direct and clear. His silver eyes contained a guiltless conscience. If it wasn't for his actions that day, she would've been ravaged until death by his men. If anything, she owed him her entire life. If he owed her, then he owed every single person or thing that allowed him to grow stronger. That was an endless list. He grasped those opportunities and put in the work to make those advancements, and no one could claim responsibility for it. He would never allow them to. Na Zinni stilled. Then, she fumed with rage. To think that Wai Weian would be so shameless as to refute this indisputable fact. Of course, this was a fact to her and only her and those sympathetic knights of hers. Long Chen frowned, and a spark of killing intent entered his gaze once more. This Wai Weian acted far too much. Wai Weian scoffed. He directly said, your memory must be quite selective. Your entire sect was on the verge of utter collapse. Hunted down like dogs on the streets. Captured. And sold at will. You were also captured. Do you not remember that? I know the significance of my actions. And I know the importance of what I received that day. But do you not recall what you received? Freedom. You obtained your freedom. Don't you owe me for what you have? His words were brutal and contained an undisguised truth. He was by no means a sympathetic individual to the plight of females in this cultivation world. Regardless of gender, cultivators were exploited daily and slaughtered in front of their siblings and homes without much rhyme or reason besides weakness. Countless cultivators had their essence forcibly extracted and subsequently felt torture until death. She was capable of dodging this horrible fate, and even became a moral god after Wai Weian noticed her 3-point yin physique. He was already merciful on that day, not relegating her to a cultivation resource. Na Zinni truly was enraged, but she couldn't refute. Long Chen shouted in fury. You perform such an evil act and then have the audacity to not even take responsibility. Wai Weian indifferently glanced at this blessed that seemed to act so righteous, who knew how many people had killed to reach this point, to think you have the audacity to speak to me. Do you think I spared your insignificant life because I wanted to? When those words were said, the expressions of everyone changed. How arrogant. Wai Weian directly ignored Long Chen. Na Zinni gritted her teeth. If Wai Weian wasn't so strong, I want to kill you. Her words were drenched in hate. Wai Weian remained indifferent as he replied, I know. She stumped her feet in frustration, causing Su Mei to lift slightly as her saber nearly left its scabbard. Wai Weian gestured for her to halt, and she calmly retreated. Then, he said, if you want, I can and will take full responsibility. I will, with everything, take you as my wife and support you through the trials of heaven and earth, ensuring your happiness and dreams, he boldly declared. He understood her feelings, as he wasn't an emotionless drone that acted without thought. The very reason he questioned himself numerous times regarding her matter was due to his own inability to fully reconcile with his act. While he had no guilt over the incident, he had always felt as if his actions were inappropriate. He had principles, morals, and beliefs. They formed the core of his personality, and he disliked the act of taking a woman under the threat of death or worse. He preferred, no, only wanted to do it if it was their choice. That day, he used the circumstances to force her to agree. While it didn't directly go against his principles as he offered her a deal in exchange of sorts for her freedom, it still felt abnormal due to him taking her precious first time. Na Zini, Long Chen, and everyone else was immediately startled. Na Zini's mind flashed back to that day. No one wanted to die or suffer such a fate, and she was incredibly young and filled with a lifetime. How could she be willing to die so when he had given her a choice? She grasped it entirely. Perhaps it was Wine that she directed all her hate to, as he was the image that took her precious thing and his sect destroyed her sect. Her anger was fueled and sent to this living existence, and she held a grudge to push her to no longer be weak and suffer ever again. In truth, if it wasn't Wine who hunted her sect members, then it would be someone else. She knew this, but her hatred was so exceptionally strong. Then, now, Wine was willing to take responsibility. Could that be what she wanted instead of being taken and thrown away like trash as her sect members were killed and captured? Could she have wanted someone to take responsibility? But, wife, a supreme expert, handsome champion, and talented alchemist, the wife of Wine. Her eyes went dazed. Long Chen's heart quaked with distress and unease. Na Zini was a woman that held a place in his heart, and he went through trials and challenges with, and even faintly felt that if he became an expert that looked down on heaven and earth, he could give her a proper life. While they had a close relationship, they never breached that gap between man and woman. The very thought of the possibility of Na Zini accepting Wine's offer caused his heart to clench. He wanted to speak, but inevitably held himself back. He trusted Na Zini. He had to. Chapter 139-138 Gathering Na Zini's Choice. Chapter 139-138 Gathering Na Zini's Choice. Who was Wine? Who was Long Chen? These two questions were on the mind of the present elite crowd today, and especially the primary question that Na Zini had to thoroughly ponder on. Her dazed and slightly glazed eyes revealed the swarming mess that was her mind. For all these years, nearing 12 years, she harbored an absolutely intense hatred for those responsible in the hunting, murder, and enslavement of her senior and junior sisters, brothers, and elders. Her entire sect had collapsed until it became nothing more than a figment of other people's memories. At that time of her sect's swift demise, she hated the world for her weakness and swore revenge against those responsible. But she was too weak, and all she could do was flee at the behest of her fellow sect members. She left with those civilians and mortal elders unable to fight, with a few warriors to protect them. They didn't last long. Because of Wine, his eyes were like a hawk as he drove them fleeing in horror, unable to escape his clutches. They were captured, killed, and abused without regard. This was their fate, and she had thought it would be hers too, until she saw him. He was an exceptionally phenomenal man, unlike the cruel, cold, and vicious hunter she imagined. His appearance was handsome to the extreme. His resplendent silver eyes contained sharp and intelligent light wherever they went, and his strength was unquestionable. The first impression she had of him was unforgettable. How woeful was her to have feel these thoughts in her heart as she remained shackled to her fellow female sect members, being analyzed to see if they'll be selected as fodder for the men that killed their family and friends or sold for a pretty price to a fate unknown. She was in tears, and when he looked upon her, and those silver eyes revealed a hint of confusion, then interest, then she had hope in surviving. Since she could remember, she was ordinary. Her talent, her cultivation, her backing, and even her personality, nothing stood out. Her time was spent mostly cultivating, hanging out as a quiet member of the sect, or just being a spectator to others' fascinating life events. It was dreary and unfortunate. She always wondered if she'd be able to one day float in the sky like those moral gods, or be able to command respect wherever she went. In her idle time, she daydreamed about becoming an empress of the world. This daydream became her innermost desires of her heart. So when she saw Wai, a figure that even she had heard about, an expert that worked his way from nothing after tragedy, how could she not desire for him to be her Prince Charming to the rescue? Was she being ridiculous, idiotic, completely unrealistic? Of course. But it was her dream. Then, he brought her away. He helped her avoid the disgusting fate as sexual fodder or being sold, and performed a series of strange spells on her. She thought he intended to use her as a cultivation cauldron, practicing evil methods. But while she was scared, she could only accept it. When he later told her that she had a unique physique, which he discovered because of the color of her eyes that was cloudy gray, she didn't believe him. But he gave her an option. A choice: do will cultivate willingly and be set free. The other choice was obvious. It was either with consent or forceful. But it was her choice. Later, she would learn that willingly dual cultivation was nearly 3 times as effective than forced extraction of her primal yin essence. So she understood why he even gave her that option. She took it. She wanted to live. However, perhaps even she didn't realize it. But when she was set free, her heart was weighed down by this freedom. Was this it? Was her life going to continue to be ordinary? Perhaps this was why hatred fueled her heart even to this day. She developed a drive to become greater than she ever was. After this, she stumbled into a mess in her clumsy attempt at rising greater and was subsequently saved by Long Chen. They squabbled, even fought at one point, but they were forced to work together to survive. Her yin physique helped bypass an obstacle, and then their friendship grew. What turned into friendship was her experiencing the exceptional characteristics and greatness that Long Chen exuded. He wasn't ordinary. His determination towards cultivation and pursuit of strength, to avoid being ordinary, and gaining control over his own fate. He fought from being referred to as a trash by all into a feared expert. His future potential seemed limitless. Perhaps he would be able to rule over the continent one day. Maybe even the entire starry sky. She thought for a moment, if I became his woman, would I be able to rule by his side? This thought was infectious, and she latched onto his side like a reluctant woman. Over the course of several years and many events, both eventful and uneventful, they developed a greater than normal relationship. Her hatred, however, was still fierce and burning. How could it not? It drove her to greater heights. So when Long Chen learned of her background, what happened to her to make her bitter and hateful, he swore to kill the one responsibility on her behalf. Why in Amp Wu Chen? You see, Wu Chen was the main culprit behind the death of her comrades. It was his lust and greed for the Violet Moon's sex-top beauty that led to its eventual collapse. In the end, that beauty was captured while her home was destroyed. Her struggles and reluctance led to the death of numerous innocents, and it did nothing to stop her from ending up in the clutches of that man. Earlier, when Mei had arrived alongside Wu Chen, Long Chen's emotions were exceptionally fierce because he intended to kill Wu Chen. Unfortunately, Wai halted this inevitably in an attempt to protect Mei. Considering Mei was Wu Chen's Dao companion, Long Chen didn't try a second attempt due to realizing that Wai would pounce with the utmost ferocity imaginable. It was truly unfortunate. Now, she stood before the man she wanted to kill and the greatest obstacle in killing the other. He had taken her first time, her innocence, and now was speaking bluntly and stating that he would take her as his wife, support her through the trials of heaven and earth, ensuring her happiness and dreams. If it was anyone else, she wouldn't take this seriously. But the question once more entered her mind. A man with unearthly good looks, cultivation talent and speed that rivaled the most elite geniuses. Strength that was pretty much unrivaled in the continent's residents as he claimed Wu Jiao's arm and exiled him from his presence. How fucking fierce and exceptional was he? Furthermore, he was a Lord Alchemist. The number of Lord Alchemists on the entire continent barely reached a few dozen in number. Young, talented, strong, and skilled. These 4 traits were all exceptional for a cultivator. Handsome, charismatic, intelligent, and domineering. These 4 traits were all exceptional in a man. Those glazed eyes of hers inevitably turned subconsciously to inspect Long Chen. They had fought against each other, traveled together, survived life and death together, and he even swore to get revenge for Harrelbait with complete and utter lack of success thus far. Did he lack any of those 4 traits of a cultivator? Absolutely not. Did he lack any of those 4 traits as a man? Absolutely not. From an outsider's perspective, Wai Wan was the obvious choice. While they both possessed these characteristics, they were utterly not at the same level. Long Chen may be 5 years younger, but Wai Wan was a lord alchemist with the same cultivation base. Long Chen may be strong, but Wai Wan was presently stronger. Long Chen may be handsome, but Wai Wan was an unnatural freak in the looks department, capable of excelling immensely amongst his gender. Charisma, perhaps Long Chen was slightly better, but it's not as if Wai Wan paled in comparison. As for domineering will, just from his earlier display, Wai Wan definitely had far sturdier will. From the perspective of those who knew their growing story, perhaps Long Chen was the most obvious choice. To her, despite her attachment to Long Chen over the course of these years, the most important factor was, could she become the empress of the world with him? Her eyes when she looked at Long Chen lost a little of its haze. If she followed him, be with him, wouldn't that be possible? Long Chen's calm eyes that revealed trust and belief in her was apparent. When she turned to see Wai Wan, she was met with a smile, but mostly casual indifference. Would he really allow her dreams to come true? Could he might. Her heart seemed to know what to say, but before she could mutter a word, Wai Wan interrupted her. You don't have to choose now. I don't really care when you decide. As long as you don't become intimate with another man before you do, then I'll always take you as my wife. Those words were frighteningly casual, even containing a hint of distant coldness. In the middle of his words, he glanced at Long Chen. To Wai Wan, this wasn't an important priority. And in truth, he didn't really feel like obtaining a burden. If, and when, he overcame his second calamity of hell, or rose his cultivation base to a sufficient point, could he start to truly plan for things like this. Until then, it was best to avoid this entirely. Leaving it as an option for her was generous enough. Yuna's zenny thoughts and emotions were sent into a spiral. She had thought of the past, present, and future, contemplating everything, only to be interrupted and say it's fine whenever. How casual to think. Wai Wan completely ignored the fiery and mixed emotions in her eyes. He saw that her choice was set, and he truly didn't feel like having a burden at this moment. He felt that it would bring about endless trouble at this particular juncture of his life. Just from his observation of Long Chen, those beauties by his side seemed to be siphoning his karmic luck endlessly. Otherwise there's no way all those people, those that followed him into a misguided goal of retrieving a woman that wasn't a captive or under any threat, would experience an abrupt and grisly death. As for Long Chen, he had a smug grin. It was impossible not to. To them, when Na Zenny looked back to him and her eyes cleared a little, he felt in his heart that she had chosen him. And when Wai Wan intervened when her words were about to be spoken, wasn't that a way to save face? TCH. How pathetic. While they both had their own thoughts, Na Zenny's choice was stifled still, unable to escape her lips. If you want to take responsibility, then you should show some sincerity first. A voice resounded from within Long Chen's group. Chapter 141-39 Gathering King Alchemist. Chapter 141-39 Gathering King Alchemist. If you want to take responsibility, then you should show some sincerity first. A voice resounded from within Long Chen's group. It was Wu Beizhai. She walked forward with those intelligent and beautiful eyes fixated on Wai Wan. Earlier, Wai Wan had declared that he was willing to take responsibility by offering Na Zenny the title of his wife and helping her dreams come true. But how selfish and ridiculous was this yell, take responsibility by obtaining a talented and beautiful wife that could warm your bed and provide endless cultivation benefits. Furthermore, it neglected to factor in whether Na Zenny was willing to put aside her seemingly intense hatred to kill you. In the end, she firmly believed that while Long Chen wasn't a match for Wai Wan currently, he would definitely exceed him in the future. She has personally witnessed his spectacular potential. And it exceeded this entire continent, and if he entered the sect that ruled this continent, he'll definitely rise to the very top there too in a quick manner. After all, he was merely 32 years old today. He possessed sword and slaughter intent, 2 natal souls, and controlled a power beyond his cultivation. He was a talent that one could only come across once in 10,000 years. While Wine was a lord alchemist at a young age, alchemy wasn't an end-all be-all. Talent mattered. She firmly believed that the rumor of Wine using a cultivation treasure had some merit. Otherwise, how could he become so strong, so quickly? It's possible it was where he found all those 7th-grade pellets. After all, only legendary king alchemists, a type of figure that hasn't appeared in over 2,000 years, could concoct those things. He must found an exceptional legacy and cache of an elite and ancient expert. Considering his showing before, not just her, but everyone felt that they knew where his legacy originated from. The one and only divine King Hanzei. He had a divine spirit of elemental Kai just like Wyan, and was renowned for looking for a successor, but never could. There were countless rumors of a figure had appeared who obtained the legacy that the divine King Hanzei had hidden away all these years. This was hers and many others' truest belief. If Wyan knew their thoughts, he would wildly laugh till his stomach hurt. If they knew the actual inheritor of divine King Hanzei's legacy was here in this gathering today, observing amongst the crowd, and similarly was a renowned talent and a blessed individual, who knew what they would think? Would they feel dumb, stupid, or dumb? After all, Wyan had never relied on a direct legacy of any cultivator to thrive. Most, if not all, of his achievements were through his own efforts and sacrifices. Wyan lifted his brow as he eyed the approaching Wu Beizhai. Sincerity, he questioned. Wu Beizhai nodded. You've taken, but you haven't given anything in return. Wyan's left eyelids twitched. Did he not just state that he had given her the freedom to literally live her life? He felt an abrupt desire to ignore everything about this group, and quietly await fairy-blessed spirits' designated time. If it wasn't for Wu Beizhai's beauty, yes, he was being directly biased due to her female gender, she would have received a slap for that. Wu Beizhai noticed the disinterest and annoyance on Wyan's face. She lightly furrowed her brows. If you show that you're willing to bury the hatchet amongst you two, then perhaps she'll be more willing to accept your proposal. While she didn't believe Na Zini would choose Wyan in the end, he still incited him. Na Zini remained weirdly quiet. Should I get rid of these pests bothering you? Lord Sume coldly spat as she tightly clutched the hilt of her saber. She could feel the annoyance radiating from Wyan's aura. Wyan truly felt annoyed in his heart. In the end, he sighed. He casually waved his hand and said, "It's fine." His eyes honed onto the silent Na Zini's well-developed figure. "What do you want?" Na Zini was confused. Wu Beizhai quickly went up to her and spoke a few words in her ear in a whisper. Only then did she realize what Wyan meant. After a long silence, "I want 3 spirit ton elixirs." Hiss. The quiet and observing crowd sucked in a wad of air. Enough for an audible sound. 3 spirit ton elixirs were worth over 1,000,000 essence stones that would literally exceed the individual treasury of most, if not all, countries present. It was simply that expensive. While they were shocked a person could buy one, when Wyan was transferring the essence stones, they knew it was appropriately paid for. Even Long Chen felt that that was an insane price to seemingly bury the hatchet. One had to know he used his entire wealth for Wu Beizhai. Essentially, he was broke. Those essence stones from earlier were mostly from a hidden treasury that he found when he traveled to the Zen country. Supposedly, it belonged to a fallen sect called the Eden Earth sect. It collapsed abruptly, and seemingly everyone was digging trying to find hidden treasure. He had to viciously fight for it. But he obtained it in the end. Unfortunately, he didn't obtain the products left behind, but obtained the stored wealth of essence stones. And, as a man who was a poor street rat the majority of his life, he felt a sting just thinking about the price tag. Wyan frowned. "Is that it?" he said with one of the most blandest stares possible. What? Na Zini was taken aback. What else? She was utterly confused by that response. Was she asking for too little, or was it sarcastic because she was asking for too much? Wine sighed with a slight shake of his head. Do you only want 3 spirit ton elixirs, is that all? Su Mei couldn't help but have a quiet sneer in her heart, and even felt a chuckle coming on. She knew that Wine was a king alchemist. She had personally witnessed him concocting those 7th grade pellets used to wound and nearly kill Wu Jiao. Furthermore, he had numerous 6th grade pills, elixirs, and pellets in his ring from idle concoction. Let alone 3 spirit ton elixirs. He could easily give a dozen. It was truly too little. If others knew what she was thinking about, they might jump to Wine's feet and prostitute themselves, regardless of gender. That wasn't just rich. That was being wealthy. And he was also a king alchemist. They can, theoretically, create astral core realm cultivators and easily produce mortal gods, mortal godlords, and mortal god kings with ease. This was an entire tier difference of alchemists. Those at the mortal god level could live for a few hundred years, but those at the astral core realm were said to have lifespans of 1,000 years, at least not factoring their immense power and superiority. Of course, this was already enough to drive them all mad. Na Xini was still stumped, but so was everyone else. They truly didn't know why Wine was acting in such a casual way. Was he being sarcastic? Wine shook his head in disappointment. With a light sigh, "I'll give you 2 top-tier 6th grade Sublime Sun pills, 2 top-tier 6th grade Yin Nether elixirs, and 1 7th grade Astral Dipper fountain pill, alongside the 3 spirit ton elixirs. That should be enough to show my sincerity." Right. Sublime Sun pills were powerful pills that contained refined essence. 1 was sufficient to reach Sublime Kai phase for most ordinary cultivators. 2 was a guaranteed success. They were far more advanced than essence-invigorating pills that Su Mei took, but to take them, 1 needed a strong spiritual strength, otherwise its forcefulness can cause the natal soul to collapse. Yin Nether elixirs can bolster one's spiritual sense, expand their sea of consciousness, and strengthen the mind's eye. However, it was only useful for females. As for the Astral Dipper fountain pill, 1 was enough to swiftly produce 7 motes of Kai essence. With a high-quality 1, you could easily produce 10. As long as you didn't have high-grade natal souls or a draconic spirit of blood, these should be a consistent estimate. The crowd, Long Chen's entire group, Fairy Blessed Spirit and co. Before the crowd could even think that Wine was simply mocking her, he waved his hand and produced bottles with those exact number of alchemical products. While they were all low-quality products, they were still incredibly effective. After all, low-quality pills performed the exact description of a product, while high-quality and peak-quality pills were more effective or sometimes even had additional effects. For example, a peak-quality Astral Dipper fountain pill can help a 9th stage Kai condensation cultivator immediately and forcefully assail astral tribulation. Even if their natal souls were below the 4th mortal state, of course, the chances of them succeeding was nearly zilch with their strength. But it was a possibility. Countless spiritual senses descended, seeking to investigate the contents of the bottles. But it was sealed by a very powerful spiritual spell to prevent leakage, so they were unable to glean anything, unless their spiritual sense defied the limits of his strength. While this is very little and what I would give my wife, this should show my sincerity. No, he gave Wu Beijai a casual glance, tossing the bottles without much care towards Na Xini. He shut his eyes to this matter. He simply didn't want to be bothered anymore. As for why he openly gave her this 7th grade pill, well, at the corner of this gathering, an aura became restless. Na Xini hastily grabbed the bottles in fear, exclaiming in a shocked voice that was just a little embarrassing. The crowd was curious if the bottles contained what Wine had actually declared. Some even felt an urge to snatch the bottles in greed. But recalling Wu Jiao's embarrassing fate, those fires of greed were hurriedly stamped out. It seems like I was wrong. Your talent lies elsewhere. A king alchemist was actually born in this small, flat land. How mystical, another jewel even greater than most. No, all the others. A soft, lark-like voice filled with genuine amazement echoed in the surroundings. Fairy Blessed Spirit, in all her exceptional glory and beauty. emerged from thin air as if she had stepped through space, while she was merely hidden from perceptions, both physical and spiritual. It truly seemed that she had cut the void to abruptly descend on the scene. This gave her an endlessly mystical and magical aura. She glanced faintly at the bottles in Nazini's hands and then at Wai. Those gorgeous phoenix eyes of hers brightly shined with an exceptional light. It was nearly blinding as her entire focus and attention was honed on to Wai. She strode forward with an elegant yet alluring sachet. Before anyone knew it, she arrived directly between Nazini and Wai. Wai's keen eyes observed this enchanting woman before him. Her beautiful figure and alluring features were truly top class. Especially when comparing the beauties of this continent, she did not lose out one bit. What's more, her body faintly trembled. This was Minute, and only Wai's draconic-like eyes could see this. She's trembling from he knew this type of trembling. Oh, he was quite familiar with it in fact. Just as his thoughts seemed to conceive this, Fairy Blessed Spirit made a shocking declaration. A king alchemist with your ability, you can forego all examinations and directly be inducted into the sect. In fact, you'll directly be promoted to a sky noble. I can assure you that you'll be fully supported by the sect. Wai could hear the faint seduction, fear, and excitement in her voice. It seemed she was hoping that Wai would willingly accept, not try to force him into joining. This was quite interesting. From her posture, especially as she waltzed forward, he felt that her demeanor and bearing had totally changed into an enticing and alluring act. Was she trying to attract him? Was a king alchemist so exceptionally that she'd disregard her status and attempt to gain his favor? Also, what's a sky noble? As he was completely ignorant of the sect's characters, he wasn't sure if it was good. In fact, he only had a sneaky suspicion that a king alchemist might be valued heavily in the sect. His act of giving Nazini those bottles of products were merely a way to probe if his guess was right. And holy, did it seem he hit the mark. He hesitated. And when he did, he saw the clear sign of anxiety in Fairy Blessed Spirit's eyes. It was as if she didn't want to lose a precious treasure. How interesting. Okay, he calmly accepted. Up in the sky, Wu Jiao's eyes widened as he felt his heart pound strongly with shock. He had made the assumption that Wai's 7th grade pellets were gained from a cache. This was his belief as well as everyone else's. Yet he was a legitimate king alchemist considering Fairy Blessed Spirit said so. She must be exceptionally certain. He was only a moral common rank disciple. He instantly realized that his life could get really difficult, or even end abruptly, as long as Wai willed it. If he had known he was a genius in alchemy, he would have avoided offending him. Not only did he lose an arm, but he could very well lose his entire status as the new designated ruler of the Myriad Yor continent with a single word. No one noticed that Nazini's heart was suffering waves of boundless shock, disbelief and confusion. How could she not know the importance of a king alchemist? There hadn't been one in the Myriad Yor continent in 2,000 years. Should she? Chapter 141-140 Gathering Challenged. Chapter 141-140 Gathering Challenged. When Wai accepted becoming a sky noble and member of the sect, Fairy Blessed Spirits, otherwise known as Xiangling, thoughts felt as if it ascended into a state of pure bliss and excitement. Her eyes contained a fervent glint that could not be concealed as she, boldly and without any scruples, placed on a lovely and alluring smile and walked to his side, her arms wrapped carefully around his, and her gorgeous lips sweetly arched upwards. Mei Yun pouted to the side, her eyes containing some grievance as she watched Zhang Ling, this expert that seemingly exceeded the continent's limits, nuzzle against Wai so affectionately. If it wasn't for fear of being sent to the afterlife by this terrifying expert, she would have directly competed for his attention. In the end, she could only make further plans to ensure that Wai didn't abandon her randomly for greater pastures. As for the crowd, their hearts were experiencing thunderous storms of shock and wild disbelief. What just happened? It was so fast that many of them were left dizzy. All these events made a few of them feel depressed. They were top-tier figures in their countries. But the moment they arrived here, they were reduced to inconsequential side characters in Long Chen and Wai's story. It truly left many proud and lofty geniuses with aggrieved feelings. Yet they didn't dare confess these feelings of inferiority and unwillingness to Yin or fairy blessed spirit. They were characters that seemed to be unable to be offended. So in truth, a few honed in on Long Chen. He was a target of envy with his 5 beauties. So these young male and even female elites felt he was unworthy. Already they were becoming antagonistic against him in their hearts, planning to suppress and surpass him. A few with more vile hearts were contemplating becoming elites in this new sect and claiming these top-tier beauties from themselves. These thoughts were formed inexplicably, but a heavenly hand was definitely guiding them. Unlike these others with all sorts of vile thoughts, Xiangling felt blessed. But she had to take advantage of this opportunity while others on this continent were largely ignorant of the vital and life-altering importance that an alchemic king can have. She was not. Alchemical products that could help develop or grow astral core realm experts at the lower phases were by no means common, and this was taking the entire starfield into consideration. In fact, they were disgustingly rare when one considered the immense population and size of the world that she lived in. Each phase of the astral core realm was a heaven-shaking increase in strength, status, and authority. To put it into perspective, she, a lofty, grand, and supreme expert at the 3rd stage of the astral core realm, the soul idol phase, had only taken 3 7th grade alchemical products in her entire lifetime. She was over 500 years of age, a long-term member of the sect, and yet she had only consumed a total of 3. This was only accomplished because her status and talent was not lacking, allowing her to receive the support of her sect at crucial moments to assail a higher phase. She would not have her current cultivation base without those 3 products. The scarcity of supply yet endless demand was horrifically greater than one could imagine. While every cultivator desired and needed products for their cultivations, the greater their grade, the more unreasonably difficult they were to procure without exceptional connections and wealth. This mostly had to do with the intricacies of the Tao of alchemy. There was no true way to be considered innately talented in alchemy, and even an alchemic natal soul merely helps to a certain point. She had already verified that the astral dipper fountain pill given to Na Zini earlier contained Yin's spiritual aura. So he was definitely the one who refined it furthermore. It had signs of being made fairly recently. So when she regarded Yin, someone who could be considered to be greatly accomplished in the Tao of alchemy at such a young age, she would not let him go. Definitely not. Yin could feel her thoughts through her blazingly bright smiling eyes. He felt slightly uncomfortable in being seen as a treasure. And from her alluring posture, she could see arousal and desire in her eyes. Mei Yon similarly wanted him for his essence, and that was a little unnerving. But if he truly knew the scarcity and insane value of alchemists at his level, perhaps his thoughts would change swiftly to acclimate for the ensuing storm of rampant emotions like this. Long Chen furrowed his brows. A hint of jealousy carried between his brows, but it was hurriedly removed as his thoughts settled. While Fairy Blessed Spirit was an exceptional expert now, in the future, he knew his status and strength will definitely exceed her. Furthermore, he'll earn the disciple rank of Sky Noble and likely even greater by himself. In his life, he had to work hard for everything he gained, not take shortcuts. While he thought this, his will had become firmer and more resilient. His future was in his own hands, and he believed that nothing gained easily was worth it in the end. If Yin heard his thoughts, he would definitely deliver a ruthless verbal slap to Long Chen. What shortcut he was skilled in the Tao of alchemy and rewarded. Is rising due to your hard work and ability a shortcut since when? Such thinking was immensely flawed and only served to limit your breadth of mind. Moreover, if you felt that you needed to struggle, fight, and overcome for everything in life, then you're doing life wrong, Master. While everyone was immersed in their thoughts, a delicate voice echoed out. It belonged to a little girl. When she appeared, the crowd barely turned their gazes to her. Many of them truly felt like minor characters, and they felt unwilling to continue being drawn here and there like a cat to a shining red dot. Master, seeing her call, was ignored. The little girl called out again. She approached her master and had a pouting expression. Only now did the crowd, Yin, and Long Chen noticed the girl. It was the little god king that had fought alongside Long Chen. Zhang Ling turned her gaze to this newly accepted disciple of hers. While there was a hint of impatience within her mind, she was still warm and gentle with her gaze. It could be seen that doting emotions had already appeared within her heart towards this frighteningly talented little girl. What is it? Even her form of address was gentle and affectionate. Long Chen and the crowd were truly startled at this development. Master. In 3 months. This little girl wormed her way into an expert's heart. Zhang Ling ignored those cases. This little girl, named Long Tingyu, was exceptionally talented with a unique physique that didn't lose out to the talented King Qimu. In fact, she wasn't human, strictly speaking. With her exceptional talents, she could easily ascend to the astral core realm in the future, and likely become a pillar in the sect. How could she not grasp this chance to take in and guide such an exceptional girl? Long Chen looked towards Long Tingyu, whose cultivation seemed to have been completely abolished. She was no different than a mortal, but her mind, body, and essence was unaffected. Did Fairy Blessed Spirit forcefully restart her cultivation? A tinge of concern, relief, and excitement surged in his heart. Long Tingyu had ascended to the 9th stage of the Kai condensation realm for him, limiting her future. Now that she was given a second chance, how could he not be relieved and happy for her? This little girl was merely a wild thing when they first met, living in the jungle while being a terror to intruding strangers. Her life was the jungle, and only when they met did that change. After a series of events, he had taken her to be like his little sister, even giving her the name Long. Long Tingyu cutely pouted as her clear eyes stared at her master. Can you start the examination now? Her pleading tone was exceptionally gentle and made one subconsciously feel a desire to dote and yield to her desires. Zhang Ling sighed softly. She had arrived long ago, and the due date she originally had on her mind had passed. But she was slightly reluctant to begin. This wasn't because of Wai Waiyan, but Long Chen. Her limpid yet inspecting gaze glanced at Long Chen with a wisp of unwillingness. King Qimu. She removed herself from Wai Waiyan's arm and called out. From the concealment, King Qimu stepped forward like a ghost. Her natural aura and exceptional figure brought countless gazes to descend on this young woman. King Qimu, from behind her veil, had her eyes on Wai Waiyan. Her emotions with him were rather complex, especially after discovering what had happened between him and Na Zini as well as Long Chen's subsequent oath. Because of her relationship with them too, she had to settle on their side out of obligation. But in her most innermost heart, she was unable to muster the image of a vile, evil character. Then, he defeated Long Chen, only sparing him after she pleaded with Zhang Ling to intervene. Furthermore, she had to make concessions for her to make him move. Yet she still couldn't gather the will to hate him. It was a mysterious feeling, and perhaps it had to do with his willingness to accept responsibility and devote himself to Na Zini. She felt that this was the person she talked to that day. This was the person who saved her life that day. Long Chen's eyes brightened when he saw King Qimu appear. He was about to go over when Zhang Ling's words sounded in the air. Are you still unwilling? Long Chen stilled. King Qimu's delicate body trembled slightly. Behind her veil, she bit her lips. Zhang Ling calmly continued. How unfortunate. Ha! Why don't you choose Wai Waiyan instead? I can tell you have feelings for him, and he's a much better match for you than him. Not only is he stronger, he has an exceptional talent, and they both started from the same origin with merely 5 years apart. They could be considered similar in every case, even cultivating the same method to produce 2 spirits, with only 5 years being the difference of their ages. I can promise you, you won't regret this decision. The him Zhang Ling was referring to was obvious to those in the know. Long Chen's eyes narrowed as he quietly clenched his teeth. To be underestimated and regarded as inferior to others was his most hated thing, and had killed many for this very thought. He rubbed his black ring on his finger lightly, while his heart brimmed with killing intent. Not only was it directed towards Zhang Ling, but Wai Waiyan. Since he met Wai Waiyan, he has been interfering with his relationships and events of his life. He was like a frustrating fly that kept buzzing around. Wai Waiyan shook his head, not caring about Long Chen's insignificant inferiority complex. He truly didn't wish to enter Long Chen's life. In fact, he wanted nothing more than to kill him off right at this very moment. But he could tell that the timing wasn't right. King Qi's choice is her own. Don't force her. Wai Wan interjected. Shockingly, when he spoke, Xiang Ling was instantly cowed and merely nodded. This shook the crowd. Was his potential so impressive that even fairy-blessed spirit, this existence that exceeded the continent's limit, was instantly silenced with a few words? That's right, King Qi's choices are her own to make. You have utterly no need to interfere, Long Chen added with a wisp of coldness in his tone. Shut the hell up. You insignificant piece of trash, who the hell are you to speak to me in that manner? Xiang Ling exploded. Her roar caused Long Chen to take several steps back, and his expression turned ashen. That roar had impacted his spirit and mind. The shock caused many to stumble. A few lost their footing and fell on their ass. If you inspected every person here, you'll find a few with signs of recent urination and defecation. Big brother Long Tingyu cried as she ran towards Long Chen and supported him. She looked warily at Long Chen. However, she couldn't help but glare at Wai Wan. This was all his fault. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry at Long Ting's obvious thoughts, Wai Wan instead sighed. He was getting tired of integrating with Long Chen's bubble of life. Na Zini, Wu Beizhai, and even King Qimu. He felt that several events had led him to directly interacting and interfering with Long Chen, either by their own initiative or their past. He even felt that the heavenly Taos were using its puppeteer fingers to give the most notable members of Long Chen's life, and deliver them to him for a choice at a critical moment of their life. Him or Long Chen. Now that he thought about it, Na Zini was his first. No, he let her go. And then she coincidentally meets another Blessed, where all these top-tier beauties specifically designed to be tools or support for Blessed. Just as this almost certain possibility entered his mind, Xiang Ling coldly spat. His future is limited. Yet he's surrounded by beauties. He sure is blessed. At first, I held praise. But now, I feel pity. I pity all these girls who you fooled into becoming yours. You will be their limiter, and they have yet to realize it. In comparison, Wai Wan's future is far greater and his potential is boundless. As an alchemic king, as a cultivator, and as a man, in a year, you'll be beneath him. In 10 years, you won't even be worthy enough to carry his shoes. Even today, you're already unworthy. Her words were harsh, filled with anger. She seemed to have personally experienced a situation like she mentioned, a man limiting her own future. As she had accepted Long Tingyu as her disciple, she didn't wish for her future to be limited by Long Chen's inadequacy. This included King Qimu. Her innate potential exceeded everyone on this flat piece of land, and will inevitably rise to new heights in the sect. Long Chen bared his teeth and roared in retaliation. Who are you to say what my limit is? I'll reach heights far greater than you. Far greater than him. His words contained a tenacious willpower and mental fortitude. The belief contained within seemed to resonate with the heavenly Taos. However, as this resonation began, when Wai Wan felt the impact, it faltered and collapsed. The words were as empty as air when it referred to himself. King Kai emerged from the clouds. He floated down, his eyes solemn, but his aura was settled and restrained. I stand by my daughter's choice. I believe that Long Chen has the potential to rise beyond anyone else. When he spoke, everyone focused on him. King Kai had stayed with Long Chen for these months and learned various things about him. His potential truly had yet to be excavated. In fact, this was just the start of his journey. Xiang Ling frowned, but she didn't say anything to retort. There was no need. They learned to regret their decision. Long Chen, however, couldn't let it go. As someone who rose up from nothing, he always felt like he had something to prove. That roar was a slap to the face, and he wanted to deliver a slap to her face as well. Prove to her that she was wrong. It wasn't just this event. The incidents with Wu Beizhai and Na Zini had also gotten to a state of mind. He could see it in their eyes. The uncertainty. He was faintly concerned that Wai Wan could and would take what was his. When Xiang Ling offered Wai Wan as his replacement for King Qimu, he nearly went berserk. In 3 years, I challenge you to single combat. Wai Wan will see who is truly greater then. Do you dare accept? Wai Wine indifferently glanced at all this like a bystander. He lightly uttered just one single word. No. Chapter 142-141 Gathering the Future. Chapter 142-141 Gathering the Future. What Long Chen's was startled. So was everyone else. Long Chen had just lost to Wai Wine earlier. Yet he didn't dare to accept this challenge. Even Zhang Ling was startled, gazing at Wai Wine as if he would accept without hesitation. After all, if it wasn't for her, Long Chen might have already been killed. Wai Wine's eyes were truly calm, indifferent, and uncaring. I'm bored of all this. I'm bored of you. I have nothing to prove to you. Nor do I feel like enabling your childish need to prove yourself to others. I've never once felt that desire to seek others' recognition, and merely took every step for myself and myself alone. The crowd was truly unable to predict this. While others can't understand his thought process, he felt that Long Chen was a cockroach that was infesting his life's events. At first, he was merely suspicious that this was inheritor of sin versus blessed. But now he felt a touch of heavenly design. This 3-year challenge. He was unwilling to be someone whetstone or puppet, to the heavens, to the first sinner, or to anyone. If the heavens wanted to choose between him or Long Chen, have them fight it out until a winner was decided. Then he was unwilling. He wanted to jump off this chessboard. And as an inheritor of sin, did he not have that choice? Even if, in 3 years, he could freely kill Long Chen, then it would be a match orchestrated by the heavenly Taos. His distaste and contempt for this went beyond imagination in his heart. He turned to Na Xini. The offer will remain in effect for as long as I live, as long as you avoid intimate relations with others. While he wasn't discriminatory towards accepting someone who had had past relations with others, he felt that since he had informed her of this now, then it would be best that she didn't turn to him after regretting choosing others. In the strictest sense, had accepted Na Xini as a half-fiance at this moment, and she merely needed to accept. He wasn't someone that enjoyed wearing a green hat. So the moment she chose someone else, then she could consider their ties of fate severed entirely. He turned to King Qiumu. I hope we can remain friends, regardless of what happens in the future. These words were the only ones spoken with a hint of emotion. He didn't have feelings of desire, love, or attraction towards King Qiumu at the moment. While she was an attractive beauty, he felt a kindred spirit from her that suited more of a friend than a lover. Of course, if she wanted to push that type of relationship, then he wouldn't immediately reject and consider it seriously. I don't have many friends, he thought to himself. Since his clan's eradication, he hadn't felt as comfortable with someone like he had with her in those few hours. It was an inexplicable feeling that couldn't be explained no matter how hard he sought the answer. King Qiumu bit her lips behind her veil. Her conflicted expression started to slowly dissipate. It seemed she had come to a lifting decision. After that, he faced Long Chen. You live your life. I'll live mine. I hope you won't stoop so low as to continue to try and prove yourself to someone who cares not for your life or death. I'll never give you my recognition, regardless if you reach heights higher or greater than me. So no need to try. At the moment, Wai Wine had no desire to snatch the women of others. His priorities were wholeheartedly towards the realm of sages, calamity of hell, and his indistinguishable and uncertain future. As for everything else, they were as irrelevant as a single drop of water, fleeting and dissipating with every passing second. Long Chen was quiet, unable to respond. He, just like everyone else, did not expect rejection or those subsequent words, especially those last words. Never receive your recognition. Did I ever need your recognition? Do I look like a dog looking for personal validation and your acceptance? He was seething with burning rage. He felt an abrupt desire to attack at this very moment. Clap. A resounding clap brought everyone's attention back to focus. Zhang Ling realized this was displeasing Wai Wine, so she decided to move forward. Her entire demeanor and bearing changed, becoming more authorial and forceful. All those who are qualified to take the entry examination, step forward. All those who aren't, leave this venue now. Her voice was spoken softly, but it was like thunder to everyone's mind and souls, shaking every last one of them. I will issue the last remainder. Only those below 100 years of age and at the 6th stage of the Kai condensation realm or higher are eligible. If you attempt to hide and hope to qualify, you will experience a rather gruesome and abrupt death. Don't be a lesson for others. Her warning was stern and direct. These words quaked a few hearts. There were definitely a few that just barely exceeded 100 and hoped to seek a chance to experience a greater horizon. Unfortunately, fate and timing did not fall in their favor. As if forgetting something, Zhang Ling added, unless you're a beast tamer, your mount is not allowed to follow you. She turned to Wai Wayan. You're an exception. Considering his status as a sky noble and alchemic king right off the bat, he was willing to certain exemptions. This likely meant that he wouldn't have been able to bring Su Mei with him if he hadn't obtained his newfound status unless she attempted the examination. Wai Wayan nodded. Before long, people started to rapidly shift about and leave, leaving a few words here and there. A few shameless Astral Core Realms seniors attempted to shamelessly bribe Zhang Ling, but were met with a non-committal response. Long Chen's entire group was eligible. Even Lin Zian, as she barely reached the age requirement with a few years off. She was definitely one of the lucky ones. Even though he had a belly full of flaming anger, he still listened to Zhang Ling and gathered. Wai Wayan brought Bai Lin and Su Mei over. When he did, his eyes caught sight of a familiar figure. Oh, it seems he's also a blessed. When he thought this, his gaze was directed towards a young man who stood in an inconspicuous position. He had black hair, gray eyes, and between his brows was a wisp of natural and elemental air. He wasn't particularly handsome, but his exceptional physique and innate natural quality possessed a unique charm. This was the young man he had met in Golden Milk City. At the time, he was a teenager being pursued. Now, he had truly grown into his own. Stable and striking. It was due to his 0.1 karmic luck value reduction that brought his existence to his attention, and later entered the Myriad War Dao Palace. He's reached the 6th stage of Kai condensation. At his age, it's quite impressive, and his natural endowments are definitely not lacking. Furthermore, his eyes were exceptionally keen as he discovered an elemental aura. He likely cultivated a heart of elemental Kai. Just as he discovered this, he saw a young woman beside him. She had scarlet hair and wore a veil in much the same way as King Kimu. But something felt off. He couldn't quite pinpoint the issue. But after she said a few words to the young man, she looked as if she was about to leave. Wai Wayan's curiosity got the best of him as he executed an ocular spiritual spell to gleam deeper into her existence. Xiang. A sharp, keening sound exploded in his mind. He felt his sea of consciousness come under assault. Impacted by an unknown force, it induced an immense migraine. The scarlet-eyed woman turned to face Wai Wayan, and her eyes were unusually bright. An eerie power arrived in his mind. Before he could react, the alchemic spirit of Eden Kai shook within his sea of consciousness, and started to send constant waves of Eden Kai into it to stabilize it. Only then did the migraine cease. The young woman frowned. Her eyes flashed with a wisp of shock. She turned to the young man, but he had already entered the crowd of eligible participants. Wai Wayan didn't dare to inspect her any further, but the shock in his heart caused endless ripples. He discovered that she was using some type of mental power to disguise her appearance, and when he tried to inspect her, it had tried to alter his perception by integrating with his sea of consciousness. If it was effective, his spiritual spell would observe a completely different image and aura. But because of his spirit nestled inside his sea of consciousness, it was abolished and revealed her true appearance. Even a trace of her aura was revealed. She was in her early 20s, and had golden hair, not red. As for her facial appearance, she eclipsed everyone that he had ever seen in his entire life. She was beyond the word beautiful and near perfect. She's much stronger than fairy blessed spirit. His heart was truly given a hellish shock. It seems that young man from before was definitely blessed to have an expert of that caliber beside him. When he tried to find her again, she had already vanished. Before long, everyone here was eligible participants. They were young elites with bright potential and fairy-ching dreams. They had vibrant hopes and endless desire. Zhang Ling swept her gaze on these young, bright, and confident faces. a faint sigh in her heart. However, she didn't reveal her emotions as she said after getting everyone's attention with a clap. If you think the examination will be difficult, then you're correct. But, also, horribly wrong. It will be difficult, but not even close to what any of you currently imagine. I want you to think about the difficulty in your minds and hearts. Truly think about how difficult it might be. Then, multiply that difficulty by 100. If you can pass that level of challenge, then you can keep your life. If you want to become a disciple of the sect, then multiply it by 10,000 times on top of the 100 times. Even then, you'll merely be eligible to be the lowest disciple. She coldly and cruelly explained, instantly demoralizing all these valiant youths. Many of their smiles and hopes seemed to be suppressed by a formless pressure. Your life will be on the line, and many of you will die. More of you will receive nothing in the end, and even if you succeed, you'll still have to work harder than anyone to gain a hint of recognition. This is because you will not be joining some insignificant sect, you're joining a hegemon sect that rules a portion of this starry sky. If you are too intimidated by this, then you should leave. If you aren't scared of death, then you should leave. The ignorant and foolish will always be the first to die. You'll give everyone one last chance. You can stay here and likely rule a direction in this continent, or leave and risk everything for your future. Zhang Ling's tone was low and sharp. The hearts of everyone quivered without end. But regardless of who, not a single person decided to leave this group of young elites. Zhang Ling softly sighed and shook her head. So be it. Chapter 143-142 Wu Astral Tower. Chapter 143-142 Wu Astral Tower. Zhang Ling no longer tried to explain matters to these hopeful youths. If she was in their situation, she too would choose to traverse the unknown and dangerous for a chance at standing beneath a grander sky. Regardless how many will perish, a few will inevitably succeed. These seeds will grow into sprouts that may benefit the sect. Her thoughts were settled and clear. She inhaled softly. A low rumbling started to occur that shook quite a few, and her eyes started to release gorgeously radiant light. When she swept this gaze onto these youths, they all felt as if they were staring a manifested deity of the world. Wine slightly frowned. She's using mana as he thought this. He felt an unknown force shroud over his entire body. It was light yet similarly heavy. It was a conflicting feeling, but the only consistency he felt from it was its calmness that resembled the ebb and flow of the sea. I'll be taking you all to the Myriad Void Gate. Do not resist. If you do, you can simply stay here. Her words were spoken softly, but they were like thunderclaps as their minds and spirits shook. There were 103 participants. Wine spotted Mei Yang in the distance. She was older than 100 years. And while she pouted, she was unable to leave with them. According to Mei Yang, it was against the policy of the owners of this continent. They forbid those that haven't entered the astral core realm from departing without explicit permission. It seemed that she'll have to cultivate diligently for them to meet once again. If I become capable of influencing these rules, perhaps I'll take her away. After all, I could use a maid. When he thought up to here, a satisfied smile tugged at his lips. Mei Yang in the distance noticed that and waved, giving off an astonishingly bright smile in reply. She mouthed "Remember me," those words, and her gesture was truly capable of instigating one to bring her along. Unfortunately, while Zhang Ling had given a guarantee that he would be a Sky Noble rank disciple, he wasn't an official one. Besides little exemptions, such as bringing Su Mei and Bai Lin along, she couldn't overthrow the rules and treat them like air. This made him catch a glimpse at the strict adherence to rules that this sect has. Woo! Suddenly, everyone felt their bodies become lighter and start to float upwards. The force being moved by Zhang Ling had firmly adhered to each of their bodies and was slowly lifting them upwards. Zhang Ling slowly lifted her two arms from her sides like a conductor, and everyone started to increase at the rate of their ascent. This gave them a wondrous feeling as if they were flying without wings. It was truly a novel feeling. While cultivators at their level can levitate, it was only to a minor extent, and stabilizing or maintaining it was quite difficult, let alone legitimately flying through the skies. So when their speed started to accelerate until it seemed as if they were truly flying, many gave off unintentional but heartfelt woes. Why whine? like the others, lifted their head and predicted their trajectory. Not a single one of them didn't have their heart shake at the realization of their designation: Wu Astral Tower. A location as grand as can be. There only existed one in the entire continent, and it was above the Wu country. It lingered effortlessly amongst the clouds and brightened at night, acting as a guiding star to cultivators and citizens alike. It proclaimed a legacy that said Wu lineage lives to some. It stabilized the entire clan's destiny. The grandness of its meaning was appreciated by many and became a symbol of national pride. Even when Yan was younger, his entire clan idolized this tower. Was this truly their designation? Was he going to see this tower that proudly hung amongst the clouds up close? His heart raced. The excitement was palpable within the minds, hearts, and souls of all these elites. While many hadn't been born and raised in this country, their respect and understanding of the Wu Astral Tower was as grandiose as its mortal citizens. Their speed continued to increase until their vision started to blur. It was mind-blowing as they started to soar swiftly through the sky at their speed. They arrived before the tower in a blank. Those with lower cultivations and weaker physique would blank after the speed reached a certain point. Those stronger mostly saw a blur. Yan, on the other hand, kept his eyes focused on the Wu Astral Tower the moment he realized their designation. Seeing it up close, he felt as if his inner child was experiencing one of its most desired dreams. It was a jet black, tall, and imposing. Faint starry light flickered on its jet black surface that gave it a mystical and mysterious feeling. It was like looking at the night sky, seeing the stars flit across it with the utmost freedom. Wasn't this the pursuit of cultivators to soar across the starry skies alongside the stars? Yan's eyes were drawn to a multicolored faint smoke that lingered around the tower and cascaded into the clouds below. It was so thin, nearly unnoticeable, that unless you were directly before it one would never notice. Before anyone could fully enjoy the scenery of this tower that stood at a height of over 900 meters high, he and everyone else felt a flash of starry light and their bodies grew heavier. Yan swiftly regained his composure and sense of balance as he inspected his new surroundings. At the moment, everyone was on some type of tiled floor that crisscrossed in a dizzying pattern. They were located in a spacious room that was mostly empty. The only item besides them, the four walls, and the odd tiles were a half-circular silver arc that emanated faint light. It was this light that allowed utter darkness to not take over. Atop this frame of this arc was various protrusions of gold and black, and every inch of it was inscribed with esoteric markings that resembled those from arrays etched on Kai armaments, but far more complex. Xiangling waltzed out and stood before the silver gate. She turned to these curious elites and calmly announced, "You guys might refer to this tower as the Wu Astral Tower. It is not a tower that stabilizes the destiny of a clan. It is indeed called an astral tower, but it's more of a holding location for important objects. This is not the Wu Astral Tower," a Wu clan talented genius said with a hint of despondency. I always knew the Wu clan was a bunch of liars. How could their destiny be stabilized?" A burly man laughed with excitement. His country and Wu country has always been at odds, and learning that this tower wasn't a trump card that stabilized their destiny helped alleviate his heart. If one day he returned to the myriad your continent, he'll be sure to spread this news. "What does it store?" a bright-eyed young woman dressed in luxurious wear curiously asked, her gaze ceaselessly fixated on the half-circle arc that brightened the room. This question was on everyone's mind, so they paid extra attention. "It stores one of the 6 to 7 void gates of our sect. Void gates that belong to our sect are called myriad void gates. These structures are created by the sect's exceptional creationist working in unison. It is constructed with various essence materials, the crucial being spatial essence stones," Xiangling explained. Spatial essence stones. For those who were in the know, storage rings were fashioned with 1,000th of a single drop of condensed spatial essence. A spatial essence stone contained about 100,000 drops and were exceptionally rare. According to records, spatial essence stones were only found on meteors that fall from the sky. Xiangling continued after they've digested this piece of information. With the support of astral arrays inscribed upon it, it is like storage rings at its core functionality. It connects 2 points of stable space together. even from an exceptionally vast distance, but allows living existences to cross over. With it, traveling tens of millions of miles in a blink of an eye is entirely feasible, as long as one has the resources in this. She pulled out a small, silver oval disc the size of a baby's palm from her brassiere. Quite a few young, hot-blooded eyes honed onto that and even gulped. Xiangling was exceptionally beautiful with an alluring figure and ample set of breasts. This coupled with her high cultivation and innate highborn bearing, she was truly an extraordinary woman for the eyes. Xiangling entirely ignored these hot gazes and added, "This is a void disk. On it are coordinates. These coordinates are preset and the void gate can only send you to the designated coordinates. If you don't have a void disk, if you don't have a location in mind, you're entirely unable to use a void gate." The eyes of everyone focused. With that, it's possible to travel tens of millions of miles in a blank. For those smarter than others, they soon realized that without a void disk, wouldn't they be unable to return back home unless their cultivation base allowed them to travel amongst the stars also? How far was this sect? If it required a void gate, was it actually millions of miles away? What type of concept was that? How much resources would that take, and would this mysterious sect spend it on them if they fail the examination? Wine quietly pondered this. His heart, however, was steady and undisturbed. Either I live or die, and if I live, then I'll be able to return with ease. If I die, then what's the use worrying about this? To him, this was the start of a new life, a new horizon, a new, grander sky. Xiangling nodded after a faint light of realization and shock emerged on each of their faces. For those who haven't understood, the sect is millions of miles away. Unless you obtain a void disk, you'll never be able to return. While that shouldn't be the most of your worries, it does mean that if you fail the examination and keep your lives, you will be left stranded and left to your own devices. Furthermore, your cultivations are all piss-poor in the grand scheme of things. There might be idle cultivators far stronger than you working at a farm simply because of the environmental factors. Her words were exceptionally sharp. An idle cultivator was a term used for those who cultivate randomly. They were generally considered mortals, as everyone could cultivate, but few could reach the Chi condensation realm in the myriad your continent. Yet in this new location with this mysterious sect, these types of cultivators were capable of rivaling mortal gods. Luckily, you'll be testing your talent, not your cultivation. She smiled slightly after the various appalled expressions flashed in her gaze. I'll explain more about our sect later. For now, let's go. A few of these elites now realized the magnitude of their situation and felt uncertain. Should they leave? Ambitions were like frost in the sun, dissipating endlessly. But Xiangling never gave them a choice to leave again, and they were left with no choice but to continue. Using the void disk, Xiangling tossed it through the empty space of the half-circle arc. It halted an inch before entering and started to rotate with odd droning sounds. Ruumph. Wee-yank. Various sounds emerged as if the initiation of various internal gears were spinning. Buttons were being pressed, and formations were revolving. The silver arc's empty space started to rapidly flash with colorful, dazzlingly attractive lights. A thin, multicolored curtain started to descend from the top of the arc to the floor. If anyone was sensitive to bright and colorful lights and were prone to seizures, these flashing lights would induce them with 100% certainty. Wine quietly inspected the arc and felt the wondrous changes happening within and around the arc. He sensed various spiritual energies and a unique spatial force emanated endlessly from the arc's esoteric markings. After several minutes of this, it finally stopped. No longer was there a multitude of various colors flashing within the thin frame, but it was single color void black. The thinly void black curtain looked ominous as one peered into it, as if it led to a vast and empty void and nowhere else. The hearts of many valiant geniuses quivered heavily witnessing the endless void. Even Wine felt a hint of fear creep within his mind. It was simply that frightening to stare at it. It was as if staring at the darkest abyss. Xiangling clapped once more, causing all those enthralled by the black void within to refocus. A few started with a yelp of fear. Embarrassed, they hid themselves within the crowd. Go in. She gestured for everyone to enter, her eyes indifferent to their fear and uncertainty. Wyan didn't hesitate. In fact, he was the first one to walk forward. When he did, he was shocked to realize that Bai Lin was following unhesitantly, and Su Mei was a step behind him. Her eyes were firm, fearless, and calm. As she walked beside Wyan, her steps were steady without a single pause. When she noticed Wyan's gaze, she looked towards him with the firmest expression imaginable. His gaze lifted to see Bai Lin similarly fearless as she looked at the void-black curtain of uncertainty. Her golden eyes peered down slightly, and Wyan could see the endless conviction within. They were in this together. A warm feeling entered his heart in an inexplicable manner, and he quietly said, "We." When those words were spoken, as if it was a firing signal, the three rushed into the void-black curtain and swiftly vanished. Zhang Ling sweetly smiled. "He's truly exceptional. It's just too unfortunate that my disciple is biased against him," and King Qiumu seemed too stubborn. Her gaze swept the cautious Long Chen, who seemed to be waiting and observing. But his eyes, like the rest, were similarly filled with shock as Wyan vanished into nothingness as he stepped into the curtain. In his group, Na Xinyi bit her lower lip with those pearly white teeth of hers. Her eyes radiated uncertainty. Wyan's fearless dash truly shook her heart, because she felt an unfathomable pressure and uncertainty after Zhang Ling's many different explanations. Countless questions entered her thoughts, such as, was she worthy? Could she do it? Will she survive? These questions stumbled into her heart as a deep-seated sense of inferiority birthed from being nothing arose. But for some reason, as she saw Wyan depart without pause, her heart had admiration and a little calm. If he could do it, so could she. In this way, she wasn't the only one who likely had these fears, but she wanted to be the few who overcame them. She stepped forward and dashed towards the void-black curtain with eyes flashing fierce resolve. Chapter 144 Volume 2 Afterward. Chapter 144 Volume 2 Afterward. Over 100 chapters in, and the end of the second volume, 82 chapters. For those who read my first afterword, y'all know my goal coming into this was to introduce more characters, blessed, and how they interact, interfere, and affect the MC's choices. Y'all know that I started this novel for it to be a tad bit darker, gritty, while intent on developing side characters in a unique and interesting way. This has still been my modus operandi, but Volume 2 didn't turn out as I hoped. The feedback has been a mix of positivity thanks to you all and negativity, which in hindsight, I could understand. I feel like my intentions and desires for this volume became twisted by my unintentional want to connect two characters and highlight a struggle. While I don't regret creating this type of uniquely and rarely seen relationship and interactions between two characters, I will definitely seek to improve upon it and my clarity of writing going forward. I fully apologize if it was an uncomfortable or distasteful read for some. To be clear, coming into this, I had a concrete plan. Explore the world, introduce the concept of other blessed into this world, meet new side characters that will impact the MC, have the events or people in Volume 1 affect or drive Volume 2, and develop unique and strange relationships with others that are both divisive and thought-provoking. And while that was completed, even if not all of it was positive, it was done. The only issue was perhaps it wasn't executed in the best way possible. And I admit that. There were times I questioned myself. I wondered if I should write it like this. Should I continue with this path? Or should I scrap the entire thing and rewrite Volume 2 completely? Then someone sent me a very enlightening message. Novels have good and bad moments. You just have to ensure that your novel is great in the end. You'll find your flow. Only then did I have an epiphany. I am writing this novel with an end goal in my heart, and every word and chapter is a learning experience. As I move forward towards that end goal, I can only hope to bring forth better developments and changes for you and me. In the end, what matters is that the novel is a great, unforgettable experience that I want it to be and know it can be. A volume that isn't liked by some doesn't mean it's over. It just means I'm still finding my flow. And so is the overall novel. So I want to start Volume 3 with a fresh mindset while keeping in mind what made Volume 1 great and Volume 2 a little unenjoyable. I'll drive this forward and hope that I can make Volume 2 seem like a blip and bump in the overall heart-shaking journey that's to come, by eclipsing it with the future, the awesome, exciting, and hilarious scenes, clashes, revealments, character developments, and world exploration, while simultaneously improving my writing and ability to convey what I want to all you phenomenal readers. Alright, I've said all I needed to say on that. Now I'll explain my goal for this next volume. Alchemy, status, growth, world building, bloody adventures. Let's just jump right into it. P.S. I'll be using italics to represent thoughts now. I want you, my readers, to better understand the recognized characters' point of views. I want them to say it, and not me to tell it. LT3. One of my goals is to improve dialogue and clarity of characters. And for the latter, this is just one step to achieving that. P.S. italics don't seem to work on mobile, so the extra format of thoughts will be added just in case. And hopefully this problem gets resolved. Here's some famous literary book quotes because of word count. You can skip this if you want. Just remember that the things you put into your head are there forever. He said. You might want to think about that. You forget some things, don't you? Yes. You forget what you want to remember and you remember what you want to forget. Cormac McCarthy. The road. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone there will be nothing. Only I will remain. Frank Herbert. Dune. Hello babies. Welcome to Earth. It's hot in the summer and cold in the winter. It's round and wet and crowded. On the outside, babies, you've got 100 years here. There's only one rule that I know of. Babies, goddammit. You've got to be kind. Kurt Vonnegut. God bless you, Mr. Rosewater. I think we are well advised to keep on nodding terms with the people we used to be, whether we find them attractive company or not. Otherwise they turn up unannounced and surprise us. Come hammering on the mind's door at 4 a.m. of a bad night and demand to know who deserted them, who betrayed them, who is going to make amends. We forget all too soon the things we thought we could never forget. We forget the loves and the betrayals alike. Forget what we whispered and what we screamed. Forget who we were. Joan Didion, slouching towards Bethlehem. The most beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or touched. They are felt with the heart. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. The Little Prince. We believe that we can change the things around us in accordance with our desires. We believe it, because otherwise we can see no favorable outcome. We do not think of the outcome which generally comes to pass, and is also favorable. We do not succeed in changing things in accordance with our desires. But gradually our desires change. The situation that we hoped to change because it was intolerable becomes unimportant to us. We have failed to surmount the obstacle, as we were absolutely determined to do. But life has taken us round it, led us beyond it. And then if we turn round to gaze into the distance of the past, we can barely see it, so imperceptible has it become. Marcel Proust. In Search of Lost Time. Chapter 145-143 Myriad Mon our chapter sect. A New World. Chapter 145-143 Myriad Mon our chapter sect. A New World. Entering the void gate was like an abrupt flash of light in one's face. Besides an odd tingly feeling within one's extremities, there was nothing else to be felt. Wine blinked. A brighter than normal sunlight entered his silver eyes and nearly blinded him. It took some time for him to adjust. While doing so, he felt the ground beneath his feet was solid and leveled. I expected a traveling or shifting sensation, but it was more like passing through a door into the outside. How strange. Is this how it feels for items in storage rings? As this thought flashed through his mind, his heart started to race abruptly. A wisp of excitement emerged and forced it to throb endlessly. Today marked the day of irrevocable change to many, including him, and he felt it. An undoubted sensation of adventure. Since young, what did he want the most? To journey across the vast and unknown lands, meeting all sorts of creations, things, and wonders. As his eyes adjusted, the visual spectacle before him started to slowly be consumed by his mind, imprinted forever. He saw the sun? No. He saw 3. He was wonderstruck by this new sight. By this new and foreign yet astonishing sky, 3 suns emitting boundless, bright, and warm sunlight. They were of varying sizes, but visibly apparent and didn't block each other off. Furthermore, they were all of different colors. The smallest was like a bright moon releasing blazingly scintillating rays of light. It was darker and released faint dark pinkish light. From even this distance, one could even see incredibly spectacular movements on this sun surface. Were these solar flares erupting endlessly? He had never seen something like this in broad daylight. There was once in a moment of an eclipse, and he noticed it. But besides that, never, despite being the smallest. It was the most animated. The largest was 3 times larger than the middle-sized sun. It was bright yellow and contributed to the majority of the sunlight on this land. Its light rays seemed to be like shimmering gold. It was quite peculiar. The last sun was white, and wasn't especial. It seemed very still, and the light emitted wasn't exceptionally potent or noticeable. This sun felt incredibly familiar. It reminds me of the sun I see on the myriad your continent. Why? Wine was caught in a state of utter disbelief. How fucking far did they go in the myriad your continent? There was only one sun visible in the sky. He couldn't fathom the distance. The essence of heaven and earth here is so dense and pure. Sue May praised as she deeply and repeatedly inhaled and exhaled several breaths of air. Only now did Wine remember to inspect the environment. And she was right, the essence here was exceptionally dense and unfathomably pure. In the myriad your continent, essence stones had to be refined and purified before sent into circulation as a cultivation resource or currency. But the very air here was like the essence within those purified and refined essence stones. As he circulated his cultivation, he easily deduced that a single breath was the equivalent of 1,000th of an essence stone. In that case, 1,000 breaths of cultivation meant an essence stone worth absorbed. That was insane. Lynn stomped her feet. Wine realized that with her immense weight and strength, she was utterly incapable of making even the smallest depression or imprint in the ground. It was like reinforced steel. If he wanted to rend the ground, how much force would that take? How durable is the environment? He felt as if he was ushered into the realm of immortals mentioned in fairy tales and myths. He hurriedly inspected the surroundings as more people started to arrive from thin air. He realized that there wasn't a void gate here or any indication of their arrival. It was as if they appeared from literally thin air. His heart shivered at the eerie and miraculous. Fairy-blessed spirit did say that it's like a storage ring. In storage rings you set coordinates and send an object through the ring into another area and vice versa, connecting 2 spaces. How profound. He immediately realized why void disks were crucial. If you entered an active void gate randomly, who knew where you'd end up without a preset designation? Myriad nascent Tao Pagoda. Sue May's adventurous spirit wasn't as strong as his as she immediately honed onto the only notable structure in the surrounding area. This entire area was a flat grassy plains that stretched all the way to the mountains tens of kilometers in the distance. It was a completely leveled field, so not much could be noted to begin with. But there was just one thing, a pagoda. And this pagoda was quite familiar in design to him. It matched the Myriad War Dao Palace and Myriad Creation Dao Palace they visited. It had 9 floors, was multicolored, and its roofs had rather sharp, piercing edges. It wasn't very big. It seemed the floors may only be 30 or so meters large. At the top of the pagoda was a dazzling sign with rainbow-colored characters written directly into the sky. It floated effortlessly as it revealed itself. It read Myriad Nascent Dao Pagoda. He felt an immensely powerful aura and presence from those words, and they seemed to contain a profound intent. It was as if it was telling all those who looked upon it, this your journey will begin here. Your Dao will begin here. Before long, everyone arrived with Zhang Ling bringing Long Tingyu along. She was being carried within her embrace like a baby. Long Tingyu was blushing and embarrassed. Unfortunately, it couldn't be helped as cultivation was abolished and her mortal self couldn't withstand the weak force the void gate emitted. Carrying Long Tingyu, Zhang Ling arrived ahead of the newly arrived crowd and swept her gaze. Long Tingyu felt even more embarrassed and buried her head into Zhang Ling's ample breasts. A wisp of envy entered the hearts of every male present. All right, we're here. I'm only going to explain this once. So pay attention. Xiang Ling's tone was nearly militant at this point as she barked out her words. Her delicate and alluring bearings seemed to have been replaced by one that was imposing and carried authority. We are still in the astral territory of the sect. The Myriad Monarch sect. Your continent is millions of miles away. At the fringes and fringes of our astral territory. The entire world we live in is called a starfield. And its name is the Tri-Vision Starfield. Within it are hundreds of continental flat Earths and dozens of spherical planets, as well as the 3 suns that you see beyond the sky. As for the territory of the sect, it's called the Myriad Monarch Astral Territory, and we are one of the 5 hegemons within the entire starfield. You'll learn more about these leading powers if your cultivation can even touch upon that level. You are all given an exceptional chance. Unseen a lifetime. There are countless forces at the level of your countries, spread about like flies. But they are all unfathomably weak and the lowest level force in our starfield. Yet, you have the opportunity to directly join a hegemonic power of this world. The Myriad Monarch sect, where monarchs are born. Her gaze was stern and heavy, releasing a formless and unfathomable pressure on the hearts of every elite and acclaimed genius here. But despite that pressure, endless waves couldn't help but ripple in each of their hearts. Hundreds of continental flat Earths, what are spherical planets, a hegemonic power of this starfield. They were truly ushered into a new, grander world they could barely adapt in time. In fact, a few felt dizzy and even homesick. Some felt indignant, as if they had just realized how tiny and insignificant they were, yet were unwilling to accept it. Their ignorance and the revealment of such shattered their beliefs in themselves. Xiang Ling was ruthless and didn't give them time to breathe. This astral territory encompasses 6 continental flat Earths and 3 spherical planets. We're on the capital planet, and where the headquarters of the Myriad Monarch sect is located, the Myriad Monarch planet. Wai Wan's left eyelid twitched a little. Such a simple naming sense. She unhesitantly added. I'll explain a little about disciple rank, as this relates to the Myriad nascent Tao pagoda you see behind me. Behind her was the only structure, and it was unable to be missed in this field of nearly nothing. In the Myriad Monarch sect, there are 5 ranks for disciples assigned: nascent dust, mortal common, earthly elite, sky noble, and heavenly king. There is no division of outer, inner, or core, and we follow a strict hierarchy of status equals authority. However, don't fret your little heads. Ability is the defining factor of status. So if you feel indignant, fight for your freedom to act as you please. Your potential is worth shit before the sect. Even if you had the potential to become a god, if you're not in the astral core realm, you're not even worthy of being a mortal common rank disciple. Her gaze was truly terrifying as she explained these rules and structure of the Myriad Monarch sect's disciples. The first rank disciple, nascent dust. All those below the astral core realm are at this rank. The second rank, disciple, mortal common. All those at the first and second stages of the astral core realm are considered this rank automatically, barring abnormal combat strength. The third rank, disciple, earthly elite. All those at the third stage of the astral core realm are this rank. The fourth rank, disciple, sky noble. This is determined by exceptional combat strength and ability. If you can become an earthly elite and separate yourselves from the ordinary experts, passing the elite trial of warriors, you'll have a chance to attain this rank. The fifth and last rank, disciple, heavenly king. It is something beyond your levels, likely now and in the future. I won't bother. Furthermore, you're considered a disciple until you're 500 years old, where you'll automatically be assigned the rank of elder. That is, as long as you're at the second stage of the astral core realm. Her eyes turned to Wai Wan, a slight sweet smile on her face as she said, there are exceptions. However, these exceptions apply to creationists, which are forgers, designers, and alchemists. They contribute to the sect in different ways, far beyond what their cultivation allows, so they are given the according rankings based on their respective abilities. Wai Wan was an alchemic king, so he could be considered exceptionally skilled, and at the higher levels, he could help develop and nurture first to third stage astral core realm experts. Due to him having the possibility of birthing multiple experts at this level, he would be given the sky noble disciple rank from the get-go. Now, If he was a Lord Alchemist, he could only start out as a mortal common rank with this exception, and that was if his skills allowed the birth of astral core realm experts. Only now did Wai Wan understand this difference, and why Zhang Ling was so amicable and gentle with him. Behind me is the myriad nascent Dao Pagoda. It is the testing ground of your ability and whether you're worthy to enter the sect as a disciple. You all can enter when you're ready. There is no time limit to do so, and you can even wait 50 years if you desire. As long as you're below the age of 200, you can attempt its trials. Despite its size, it will be able to accommodate all of you at the same time, as long as you ascend all 9 floors. You'll be accepted as a nascent dust rank disciple of the Myriad Monarch sect. Then, an elder will eventually come and bring all those who succeed to the sect. If you fail and retain your life, you can figure out a way back. If you can't, then, she coldly smiled. Welcome to your new world. Chapter Woman 46 Woman 44 The Uncertain Future. Chapter Woman 46 Woman 44 The Uncertain Future. A sharp, electrifying, and uncontrollably intense shiver ran down the backs of most of the crowd. Those words of Zhang Ling caused their eyes to constrict and their hearts to nearly cease beating. These were all elites renowned for their intelligence and talent back in the Myriad Yor continent. So how could they not fully and immediately understand these words and their implications if they failed and survived somehow? They would likely never return home, they would never see their families, they would die here. They all had varying expressions as their eyes subconsciously lifted to the Myriad nascent Dao Palace. This was their first step on their road to a greater life. But if they tripped here, then their lives might be incomparably wretched. They would have no status, no power, and no backing here. They would be all alone. This feeling took a while to truly sink in, so several minutes of silence inevitably followed. Shockingly, Zhang Ling allowed them to gasp for breath and formulate their own thoughts towards this new reality. She added nothing else. Long Chen's hands tightly clenched into a fist. Unlike these others, his battle intent and blazing will roared to life at this challenge. He was unafraid. In the future, he will not be ordinary, and if he desired, returning to the Myriad Yor continent will be a mere thought away. This was the start of his true journey, and with the spirit in the ring guiding him on this path, and his unyielding will, this journey will usher him into a grander world. Surrounding him were King Qmu, Na Zini, Wu Beizhai, Lin Yu, Lin Ziyan, and Ming Shufang. Except Ming Shufang, they all had worried looks on their faces, and the possibility of failure weighed heavily on their hearts. But they merely had to look at Long Chen's trace of a confident smile and excitement overflowing from his eyes to calm down. Anticipation replaced that worry, and a wisp of like-minded excitement was born in their hearts. If he believed in himself, so must they. Ming Shufang was the only one who stared at Wai Wan's back and had a deep frown on her beautiful face. She was a seer, a person that could perceive the trend of the heavenly Taos. But unlike Long Chen, who she couldn't entirely perceive the fate of, Wai Wan's fate was entirely unpredictable. She saw his death, yet he hadn't died. It was him who killed Hu Jiwei and saved Prince Shen, altering her plans, and she didn't even see her own capture. His actions at the previous gathering shocked her with every passing second, and she was still unable to perceive anything relating to him with an ounce of accuracy. Furthermore, in this world where astral core realm experts were gathered en masse, her abilities were deeply lacking. Her ability to perceive the trend was based on her own strength, her own cultivation, and those stronger were more resilient to resisting or affecting the trend of the heavens. If she didn't similarly get to that realm, she would be essentially blind in this new world. This was why she hadn't left Long Chen's group and needed to follow a blessed individual upwards. Most seers weren't ambitious and acted as calm and gentle guides for others. But she was different. She had goals. In the future, she felt Wai Wan would be her greatest obstacle to any and all of her future plans. This caused her eyes to flash a glint of a mysterious light. Zhang Ling had waited enough. King Qmu, let's go. Her words brought everyone's attention away and they focused on Zhang Ling, then shifted to King Qimi in an almost concerted motion. How could they not know who she was at this point? The gathering had her as the main focus for a short period before, and she arrived with Zhang Ling earlier. King Qiumu, from beneath her veil, trembled slightly. That's right. Long Chen frowned. Go where he turned to seek an answer from King Qiumu, only to see her shoulders faintly tremble as she averted her eyes from Long Chen's gaze. He could sense her reluctance. Zhang Ling was impatient. I interfered to save this dastardly and useless Long Chen for you, so you better not try to follow his footsteps. You'll receive great merit for bringing you to the extreme creation mountain for her. Her thoughts were filled with irritation and expectation. King Qiumu bit her lips beneath her veil. Earlier, when Long Chen was being besieged by Wai Weian and seemed to be on the verge of being killed, she sought Zhang Ling's help to defuse the situation. She agreed on one condition: she had to follow her to the Myriad Monarch sect directly. This was obviously a benefit to her, but this meant leaving Long Chen behind. With her talent, it's very likely her elven ancestor who stayed in the sect will want to train her personally, and she might be taken away from Long Chen for who knows how long. In the end, she could only tell Long Chen the truth. His expression changed slightly, but in the end, his eyes effused happiness. Go. You'll catch up soon, was all he said. To him, her leaving and meeting up with her ancestor to cultivate at the sect was beneficial. In fact, everyone here had to thank King Qiumu. If it wasn't for her and Long Chen, would Zhang Ling bring them along to have this opportunity? After a heartfelt goodbye, King Qiumu left the group and arrived by Zhang Ling's side. Zhang Ling nodded. As I said before, you can challenge the pagoda as long as you're below 200 in age and anytime you wish. Good luck. She inhaled slightly, and Wai Weian, Bai Lin, Su Mei, and King Qiumu felt the mana from earlier engulf them tightly. In the matter of seconds, they were swiftly lifted upwards and soared away at speeds that left the little elite shocked with gaped mouths. In another few seconds, Zhang Ling's and Bai Lin's humongous figure was no longer capable of being seen. Long Chen clenched his fists even harder. We'll definitely meet again, so wait for me. Na Zini's eyes were quietly flashing with an indeterminate light as her gaze imperceptibly shifted from the horizon to Long Chen. Her hesitation earlier and her lack of making a choice still weighed on her mind. Perhaps in the future, she'll be forced to make a choice. She can only hope that she doesn't regret it. Flying without wings was a novel feeling, and flying without any form of exertion on your part felt absolutely mystical. Zhang Ling could control the world's mana, allowing her to rule the sky, flying swiftly without need for any type of personal energy. This meant she could theoretically fly without limit as long as she had the mental capacity to control the world's mana. They were remarkably fast, blazing through the sky. Her speed easily exceeded Bai Lin's as they traveled several kilometers in the span of a few seconds. Wai Weian took this opportunity to inspect the rapidly passing scenery. He noticed that as one looked higher, the density of the essence of heaven and earth seemed to become thicker and purer, faintly even turning into mist. This discovery fascinated him. Does the essence of heaven and earth not originate from the continent or planet? Does it originate from the starry skies or even sunlight? He was unsure, but he felt that this phenomenon was evidence of its possibility. Did that mean traveling beyond the sky could allow one to absorb the purest of essence? He was truly curious to give it a try. See what lay beyond those clouds above. There were grassy knolls, plains, plateaus, mountains, and forests littering the vast area just like the Myriad your continent. There were signs of people living nearby in thatched, brick, and stone houses. They look rather primitive in materials, but their designs were exquisite and seemed to exude spiritual auras. There was even a tall wall surrounding a city that seemed like a cascading reverse waterfall of liquid essence. It overturned his thoughts on what was imaginable. There were far too many things to observe and describe that he simply took all of it in and would ponder them later. He was excited to explore this new world. His eyes also noticed King Qiumu, who seemed oddly silent. Her aura felt distracted and chaotic. Thinking for a second, he tried to wiggle around and realized it was possible to move even while flying. He shifted his body and arrived beside King Qiumu, startling her. You know, this reminds me of my hometown. The people in primitive huts. the mortals working hard. It makes me realize that this place isn't so much different. He started to speak, causing King Kyumu to be speechless. In truth, towards this young man before her, she was truly unable to discern her feelings. But she knew that she didn't want to take him to be an enemy in her heart. She didn't know why, despite being friends with Long Chen, and should be biased towards his enemies. But that's how it was. In the end, she merely listened. But that didn't last for long. At first, King Kyumu felt unsettled and uneasy after leaving Long Chen and entering a new world. But as Wai Wine was casually speaking his thoughts, she slowly started to relax her heart and mind. Before she knew it, whether it was because his words were engaging or something else entirely, she started to mindlessly reply. Her words were a little stiff in the beginning, but gradually reached an unprecedented comfort zone as even smiles and her own thoughts seeped through. Covering her mouth, she giggled softly as she smiled with her eyes. No way. No way. You really think it'll be like that? Yep. Absolutely. Wai Wine nodded fervently like a chicken pecking grains. His eyes filled with certainty. Those villagers will definitely be like my own chicken lovers. I swear. King Kyumu couldn't hold in her laughter and let loose a long and loud one with trembling shoulders. Realizing her loss of composure, she blushed slightly but didn't feel the least bit uncomfortable or odd. Her earlier thoughts and worries seemed to have been swept away. Xiangling was watching all this and couldn't help but think, these two have such good chemistry. It's so unfortunate that a rotten weed is obstructing the way. She truly felt Long Chen was impeding King Kyumu's potential and future. But as she quietly observed their light-hearted engagements, she couldn't help but form a warm smile. But this is fine too. Long Tingyu pouted from within Xiangling's embrace, and asked, unwilling to see her big brother's woman just laughing it up with another man. That's improper. Her juvenile thoughts immediately tried to throw a wrench into this and change the subject. Can you tell us more about the myriad monarch sect and this world? Xiangling's eyes brightened, and the conversation between King Kyumu and Wai Wine actually ceased. They turned towards her, similarly curious. Despite hearing about it from her father, and learning that the elven race existed there, including her ancestor, King Kyumu was largely ignorant. Wai Wine's curiosity was also incredibly explosive. He truly wanted to learn more. Xiangling nodded. Okay. Chapter 147 Woman 45 Structure of the Myriad Monarch Chapter Sect. Chapter 147 Woman 45 Structure of the Myriad Monarch Chapter Sect. Xiangling gathered her thoughts for a moment and started to explain. As I've said before, the Myriad Monarch sect is one of the 5 hegemons of the Tri-Vision starfield. Its main headquarters and the location we're currently at is on a spherical mass called a planet. Unlike the Myriad Yor continent, which is a continent flat Earth floating amongst the starry skies within half-dome atmosphere, a planet contains a complete atmosphere. This atmosphere is divided into different layers, and it's these layers that create the greater environment and overall stability than flat earthen structures like the Myriad Yor continent. You see, each planet or flat earthen continent has a natural refinement system that absorbs the chaotic essence within the starry skies and filters it out for living beings to use and thrive in. And we cultivators absorb this essence to cultivate. It is this very reason that planets have a richer environment, because its refinement system is greater than an incomplete version such as the flat earthen structures. Long Tingyu interrupted mindlessly. Where does this chaotic essence come from? Xiangling smiled at her disciple's thirst for knowledge. Chaotic essence of the starry skies comes from the suns you see above you. She pointed towards the 3 suns. The size of the suns and its inherent properties can also affect what type of essence is refined on the planet and how strong it is. The more exposure, the greater the essence. Wai Wine's heart trembled with wonder. The Myriad Monarch planet had the complete exposure to the 3 suns, while the Myriad Yor continent had one. Furthermore, it had a complete natural refinement system within its atmosphere. How incredible! He had never known that the sun above provided the means to cultivate. Then, was it true that the suns above were cultivators of legends who've ascended and gained immortality? Is that the final goal, to become a brilliant and burning sun that watched over the starry skies? This thought caused his heart to throb intensely. Would he become a son one day? Each one of them seemed to have thought of this, and their expressions changed, seeing their obvious thoughts raised by the outrageous mythological legends of their continent. Xiangling lightly chuckled and explained, I've heard that cultivators can give birth to their own star, but I don't think they become one. That is legends of countless years. But it's probably more true than what you're all thinking of. King Kyumu felt embarrassed at having her thoughts seen through, even though she wore a veil. Why Wine thought, so is the astral core realm related to astronomy studied and explored by scholars. While I originally never believed in such a silly thing, perhaps it's all true. After all, they talked about spherical land masses in their journals. This thought felt ludicrous at first, but the more he pondered, the more it seemed the case. The first phase of the astral core realm was called the World Sea, and the second allowed one to manipulate mana, a force produced by the world. Even the Kai condensation realm required absorbing mana and refining it into one's natal soul. Could the astral core realm be gearing others into making their own world or even a star? Xiangling allowed them to digest this information before continuing. The Myriad Monarch planet total size is about 20,000 times larger than the Myriad Your continent, and it houses tens of billions of lives. Even still, as you can clearly see, it still has an immense amount of empty space uninhabited. As for the entire starfield, likely tens of trillions of lives throughout. Countless. This population sent their hearts into shock. So many. And it's not limited to just humans. As you should know, this includes the elven and demon races. But there's another race that occupies this world, beastmen. Beastmen, they jointly exclaimed. Even King Kyumu was unaware of this. Xiangling nodded. Beastmen. Their origins are somewhat unclear, but likely demons. Humans and elvens have at one point engaged in sexual reproductive relations with beasts that you see, such as this crane before you. They are likely the byproduct of such relations. They are the minority race in the starfield, but each one of them have an innate physique, strong physical energies beyond the average human, demon, or elf, and with longer lifespans. Each one of them cannot be underestimated. Just their long lifespans give them a greater chance to reach higher heights of cultivation. Xiangling's expression contained a hint of jealousy and solemnness. Unlike humans, beastmen had exceptionally long lifespans just naturally, and their talent can rival or even exceed humans. If it wasn't for their poor ability to reproduce, and a strange phenomenon where their beast bloodline dilutes if they copulate with non-beastmen until it vanishes completely, perhaps they would have been the undeniable rulers of the starfield with utter ease by now. Xiangling turned to Long Tingyu. But demons are probably the scarier race amongst the four. They can cultivate with demonic energies that can suppress other forms of energies and strengthen their physiques. And they seem to be superbly naturally talented or entirely useless. There is no real exception. And this is related to their own bloodline origins. They have the least amount of cultivators due to this very reason. But each is far more impressive than the average of any other race. Long Tingyu felt a tad bit uncomfortable as Xiangling stared at her. She grew up in the Myriad Your continent, and demons were a hated existence because their aura felt malicious and vicious. It was this eerie feeling that caused them to be ruthlessly hunted, exterminated with prejudice, and forced to hide within the far corners of the continent in fear. So this is why demons have such an aura. Why Wine felt exceptionally emotional as his past memories resurged. His clan was eliminated because of demons. Because of his choice. Because of their hate. Xiangling's senses felt the turbulent emotions and shifted her gaze. She was aware of the discriminatory and prejudiced matters of the Myriad Your continent. I'll say this now. Demons are not hated existences here. They are treated fairly, equally as all races, and even have a power that is just below the 5 hegemons of this starfield, and were deeply integrated in the Myriad Monarch sect. If you're going to be prejudiced, you need to change that mindset now, as it's absolutely intolerable, regardless of your status. Only death will be met with such an attitude. Her voice was stern and unrelenting. It seemed she was absolutely against racism, even harbored immense hate towards such limited thinking. Wine was shocked. But these words only continued to cause his heart and mind to surge with emotions. But they weren't negative. In fact, they were blooming with excitement and relief. "You'd absolutely love it here, big brother." Zhang Ling could only hope Wai Wine didn't have an inclination to discriminate. As an alchemic king at such a young age, if he did harbor immense hatred for a race, the possibility of them being suppressed to the point of genocide was entirely possible on the planet. This scared her, but she could only hope. It's truly unfortunate that we're not allowed to intervene with the myriad your continent outside of uniting it. Otherwise, as she recalled this inviolable order, her heart was filled with helplessness. In the vast starfield, only the myriad your continent was strictly human-dominated and prejudiced towards other races. Demons are hated existences. Elves are forced to hide in their forests to be left alone, forced to hide their identities in public, and beastmen are considered abominations. It was an unfortunate continent filled with unnecessary hate. Softly sighing in her heart, she began to explain various other details, and they paid full attention to each syllable. The myriad monarch sect was on a vast, sky-reaching and boundless Siron interconnected mountain chain. These mountains were exceptionally tall, but they were reshaped to accommodate cultivators and even had farms, cascading and winding rivers that descended like waterfalls, and buildings. Within this year, 5 particular mountains stood out the most, and they were all man-made. They pierced into the clouds and broke the first layer of the sky, entering an entirely new domain. According to Zhang Ling, the essence there was so rich and ever-present that it was like air. If she could cultivate there, a single day could amount to a single year of cultivation. Unfortunately, only sky noble rank disciples and earthly general rank elders and above were capable of venturing and living there. When she mentioned this, the jealousy in her eyes were clear as she glanced at Wai Wine. As for the system for elders, she explained earlier that all cultivators at the astral core realm were eligible, but she left out a small detail: only those who've reached the 5th mortal state qualified. While you only needed a 4th mortal state to assail the astral core realm, the sect had strict standards. Furthermore, those who are at the 4th mortal state, and beyond 500 years old, are still considered disciples, but are sent to handle matters on continental flat earths. For example, Wu Jiao. Elders' rankings were divided into 3. Mortal Captain, for those at the 1st to 3rd stage of the astral core realm. Earthly General, for those at the 4th stage of the astral core realm. Heavenly Commander, for those at the 4th stage of the astral core realm, but had combat ability beyond ordinary experts. The level of authority possessed by elders are determined by their cultivation and combat ability, and their duties were assigned as such. Zhang Ling was a 3rd stage astral core realm expert, so she could be considered amongst the peak of mortal captains. Before those mortal captain rank elders beneath her in cultivation and ability, they had to follow her directions if they weren't underneath someone equal or above her. But there was a ranking beyond elders: imperial sages. They were the true pillars of the sect, divided into 3 ranks: imperial sage, prime imperial sage, and grand imperial sage. Even she wasn't clear on their strength and cultivations, but she did know that each possessed exceptional authority far beyond her own that was accompanied by exceptional combat strength in their respective stages. These sages likely had nothing to do with the realm of sages, just titles. As Wai Wine heard this, a surge of disappointment entered his heart. It seemed it wasn't going to be that easy. Each of the 5 main mountains that pierced into the sky were ruled by a grand imperial sage. And shockingly, the myriad monarch sect did not have an official sect leader. It was divided and managed by each grand imperial sage, and the relations and networks were incredibly complex and difficult to accurately navigate. According to Zhang Ling, only a realm lord, a figure of the utmost legends that have reached the upper phase of the astral core realm, had the right to become the head of the grand imperial sages. This meant no cultivator had reached the 7th stage of the astral core realm. Yet, while they continued to talk about the various details of the sect, in the horizon, a chain of uniquely connected mountains dominated by 5 imposing and heaven-reaching mountains appeared. While they all exclaimed simultaneously without exception, even Zhang Ling, she could never not marvel at the sight of those mountains piercing into the sky. and the endless chain of majestic mountains that seemed like the surging and endless waves of the ocean in static form. Even though they were unable to even see a tenth of the entire Sierra now, it was simply that boundless and majestic. It's like 5 immortal mountains described in the legends and stories. Wine's heart raced with uncontrollable excitement. Was this going to be his new home? Chapter 148-146 Legacy. Flaws. Scarcity. Chapter 148-146 Legacy. Flaws. Scarcity. The sight of the heaven-piercing mountains left them in complete awe, unable to extricate themselves from the remarkable visual feast that it was. Big Brother will love seeing this, Long Tingyu exclaimed innocently. But her eyes shifted minutely to King Kumu. This girl's thoughts were obviously mischievous. Xiangling easily saw through her thoughts and lightly snorted. Ruthlessly, she commented without mercy. If he can even pass the entry examination, of course he'll pass at his cultivation. He can defeat God Kings, Long Tingyu bravely and proudly proclaimed. To her, Long Chen was the most talented man in existence. Even if he was weaker than others now, he'll eclipse them soon, especially this Wine. Humph. Xiangling's brows furrowed deeply as she quickly and firmly said, "Don't say anything about mortal gods, godlords, or god kings while in this sect or the outside world. That is considered an absolute joke within the Starfield, and it's a saying to mock the ignorant, not to be used as a point of pride or praise, you understand." Her stern and strict tone sounded faintly like a mother instructing her child. This, coupled with Long Tingyu being carried like a doll in her embrace, was quite the confusing scene. If others were to see this, they might assume she was the mother of this young girl. It seems my feelings back then were really the truth. And so were Wu Jiao's words. Mortal gods of the false Tao. In this grand world, they must be ants. Or maybe slightly bigger ants. Wine tried to hurriedly erase his mental habits of referring to others as mortal gods. Now, they were just cultivators at the 6th stage of the Kai condensation. Not even considered experts. Long Tingyu pouted slightly. She didn't answer, but she knew in her heart that Xiangling was trying to teach her, so she didn't feel indignant. King Kumu remained silent. Only after a long while did she ask, "Is the entry examination difficult for those at the Kai condensation realm?" This question caused Xiangling to groan in her heart. That boy is going to be your limiter, regardless of what she felt. She explained yes and no. It doesn't test cultivation, just talent and comprehension. Your talent in controlling energies, Kai, adapting to abrupt situations, and comprehension in understanding situations and the speed at which you do. Those words didn't ease King Kiyumi's worries. While she felt Long Chen was talented, the Myriad Monarch sect was one of the 5 hegemons of a starfield with tens of trillions of cultivators. Yet how many were capable of actually joining the sect? Big Brother will not only pass the examination, he'll become a sky noble on his own strength. Even a heavenly king, Long Tingyu touted proudly with the utmost confidence in his eyes. To her, there was nothing her big brother couldn't do. While she didn't forget to give Wine a taunting city eye. Rolling her eyes, Xiangling felt a headache listening to the nauseating words of her disciple. Could she not be so obviously biased? Wine is an unofficial alchemic king. How is him obtaining his ranking not earned by his own merits and talent? Do you think people are born with the ability to concoct 7th grade alchemical products? Long Tingyu might look like a little girl, but she was far from ignorant regarding the difficulties of alchemy. The Tao of alchemy was one of the hardest cultivation paths to embark, and this was even more true for those without an alchemic natal soul. King Kumu asked, glancing at Wine. From what I know, the Astral Dipper Fountain Pill is a low-tier pill amongst the 7th grade. The Myriad Monarch sect is so immensely vast and developed. So how rare could it be? Xiangling groaned again. How far is the alchemical legacy of the Myriad Monarch sect? Does it have mystic rank? Alchemists? Wine added to the question. In alchemy, there were 3 known alchemic ranks denoting quality, efficiency, and limitations. These were mortal, mystic, and immortal. The Tao of alchemy seemed to be the faucet for which his future would pour. It would be good to have a better understanding of it. Xiangling stilled. From her shifting expression, one could see a wisp of helplessness and embarrassment. She sighed. Amongst the 5 main mountains of the Myriad Monarch sect, Also called the quintuple extreme imperial mountains, there is one mountain specifically designed for the three types of creationists: alchemists, architects, and forgers. A majority of them stay there, but among the alchemists in the entire myriad monarch astral territory, there are several millions at the Lord Alchemist level. Woe in the myriad your continent. There were less than 100. This thought immediately entered the three of their minds. Those at that level could concoct products suitable for 7th through 9th stage Chi condensation realm cultivators. They were exceptionally rare and highly regarded existences. To think that in the myriad monarchs act, there were several 100,000 Lord Alchemists. If one thought about the entire starfield, perhaps there would be tens of millions amongst the population of tens of trillions. This might seem small, but it was by no means that. However, Jiang Ling didn't share their thoughts. Instead, when she looked towards Wine, her eyes noticeably brightened. As for King Alchemists, there are less than 300. 300? Did she just say 300? No. Less than 300. Their eyes carried dense disbelief and uncertainty. This was far too low. No, she must forgotten to add a few zvos in her words. Wait, this wasn't a written exchange. And, for Emperor Alchemists, only 3 existed in the entire myriad monarch astral territory, and one of them is the grand imperial sage of the mountain that houses creationist. Long Tingya's little eyes bulged as she stared at Jiang Ling. This news was like a wrecking ball to her little heart. She couldn't help but give Wine a second look, and this look was unfathomably focused and filled with disbelief. King Kima's heart was similarly deeply shaken. Only 300? Didn't this mean that there were likely less than 2,000 alchemic kings in the entire territory of tens of trillions of cultivators? Less than 20 alchemic emperors. No wonder she didn't care about me being at the Lord Alchemist level, but immediately became amicable and affectionate upon learning I can concoct 7th grade products. Wine finally understood a crucial fact: there was a heavenly chasm between Lord Alchemist and King Alchemist. What's more, it seemed even wider than the gap between the Chi condensation and astral core realm. Jiang Ling helplessly sighed. The truth about the difficulties of alchemy was about to be revealed, and she truly couldn't help but feel helpless. Those at the King Alchemist level can concoct 7th grade alchemical products suitable for lower phase astral core realm cultivators, and Emperor Alchemists can concoct 8th grade products for middle phase cultivators. There are those who can concoct 7th grade products exceeding the 300 count, but their success rates and refinement times are so ludicrously low and slow that it's just not worth it. Some might take several years to concoct a single pill at that level, or spend months trying and fail in the end. Only those who have a success rate of at least 5% and decent refinement times are considered true alchemic kings. 5%? Wine nearly threw up. How pathetically low. And that was the standard for a successful alchemic king. He never considered the possibility that the development of alchemists were so fundamentally atrocious in the entire starfield. This grander world just felt a little less grand for alchemists. Could it be an issue with legacies? As if she could read Wine's thoughts, Jiang Ling explained, we don't lack legacies and inheritances for alchemists. In fact, we have a substantially thorough legacy. You may have heard of the King of Everlore. He originated from your myriad your continent, and even was one of the core reasons the myriad monarch sect, including the 4 other hegemonic powers, exists today. King of Everlore. Wine had heard of this name. How could he not? He united the myriad your continent, and was its first and only moral sovereign alchemist. To think he helped create the 5 hegemonic powers. He was a renowned alchemist, and the only mortal sovereign alchemist born in the entire Trivision starfield. Ever. But he left a set of legacy arts and tens of thousands of alchemical recipes for the entire world. Everyone, from the lowest force that focuses on alchemy to the hegemonic powers of our starfield, they all have his legacy. Unfortunately, he never found a successor while alive and mysteriously disappeared, many believing him to be dead due to old age by now. Despite his legacy, despite its widespread nature, no one has ever come close to his ability. Jiang Ling spoke with a wisp of desolation in her tone. It was this very reason that possible alchemic kings were highly valued and given a sky noble status right off the bat, regardless of their cultivation base. The world's need for alchemists wasn't really great, but the world's need for high-level alchemists was unbelievably high. I see why Wyan could feel the helplessness in her voice at this undeniable fact. If he knew Zhang Ling had only consumed a total of 3 7th-grade products throughout her entire life, he would be able to truly feel her frustration. After all, he has long since casually consumed thousands of 7th-grade products like grapes. After a short, despairing silence, Wyan asked what about those with an alchemic natal soul? Shouldn't their success rate and refinement times be exceptional? Or at least higher than normal alchemists? Why don't alchemists choose this cultivation path? Buzz Yangling spat in frustration. Who would ever choose that? Willingly alchemical energies interact with the world in a harmless manner, and cultivating it into your natal soul meant you'll never be able to gain strength, only able to rely on others. While that may not be bad considering the existence of pellets, the alchemic heart technique contains numerous flaws within its design and severely limits one's potential and lifespan. After all, the alchemic natal soul isn't a normal state for natal souls nor suitable for cultivation. As she mentioned this, Wyan was immediately taken aback. A hint of panic suffused his eyes. What do you mean? In the astral core realm, you have to overcome astral tribulations with your natal soul as the core of your strength. However, how can you do that when you have no offensive abilities to challenge the tribulation with? You'll be stuck at the Kai condensation realm for life. This'll severely reduce your potential lifespan, she explained. What if you cultivate the Haven Heart Kai method? King Kimu asked. You're adding flaws on flaws at that point. Although it's been tried many times before, no one has ever succeeded. The Haven Heart Kai method is a radical concept that is ridiculous to begin with. Let's not mention the obvious disadvantages you suffer from severing your spirit. But the fact both natal souls must share the same characteristic to merge or coexist means you'll just have 2 alchemic natal souls. That solves absolutely nothing. She shook her head. Wyan was startled. But then he thought about Long Chen. Right. They were interconnected. Too much of a difference would only further the incompatibility of the two. Because his elemental and saber spirits were divine, no one questioned him either. His alchemic natal soul and draconic natal soul were hidden away in his sea of consciousness and heart respectively, so they were unable to peer into their existence. He calmly breathed a sigh of relief. All his natal souls were independent because he used his soul directly, and not split their spirit into 2 or 4. He'll simply have to see if he'll be unable to surpass the tribulation, but he felt that with the other natal souls to reinforce it, it was highly likely. Zhang Ling hurriedly added upon realizing her careless words. As for you, you'll definitely be able to make up for any deficit if you gave up a natal soul. After all, with time, you can use products to restore it to full strength despite the splitting. She seemed anxious that she was causing Wyan to worry with her words, trying to comfort him. Wyan comforted her instead, saying he wasn't that worried. Only after some time did she feel satisfied. Did you know that the king of Everlore was someone with an alchemic natal soul? She abruptly added. Oh, he wasn't really shocked by the reveal. After all, he was the only mortal sovereign alchemist in the last several or tens of thousands of years. There had to be something special about him. And this made sense. I'm assuming the reason why no one can obtain his legacy is because of their lack of alchemic natal soul, he asked. No. The sect has had many cultivators who cultivated the path of an alchemic natal soul, and most of his legacy is simply using alchemical kai for concoction and refinement. Creating that is simply a matter of cultivating the right method, not creating a specific natal soul. The issue is that, while he was at the king alchemist level, he refined a 9th grade pill with absolute luck. There was no recipe known at the time, so he had to have created it himself. This pill then allowed him to overcome the astral tribulation and reach the astral core realm despite the alchemic natal soul's inherent weaknesses. With an alchemic astral core, he became the first mortal sovereign alchemist of our starfield at heaven-defying speed. Her words contained dense levels of admiration and a hint of reverence. A 9th grade pill was suitable for upper phase astral core realm cultivators, and he used it to overcome the first tribulation. Wyan now understood why he became an absolute legend, even in the myriad monarch planet, since no one else could replicate his feat. There was no need to say why no one could reach his level. Long Tingyu exclaimed. Incredible. She was patiently and quietly listening to everything her master said and felt a surge of reverence in her heart, despite her young age. During the 3 months before, her master had constantly embedded knowledge in her head. All were at the border. Zhang Ling had only now realized that they finally reached the border of the sect's headquarters. She halted their flight, coming to an abrupt stop. Her eyes looked towards the horizon, as if waiting for something. Wai Yan and the others similarly followed her gaze, and after a while, their eyes slightly widened. Chapter 149 Sky Noble. Chapter 149 Sky Noble. In the distance, a large, imposing, and swift shadow was approaching. It was a winged beast, and had the silhouette of a mortal horse. Zhang Ling revealed an absolutely brilliant smile after sensing the aura of this incoming flying beast and its rider. Good, the sect is taking your arrival with the utmost seriousness. With his arrival, your transition to Sky Noble is essentially set. As she relayed this piece of news to the stunned Wai Yan, her eyes flashed with an intense desire. This desire was distinct, and it contained a fierce want. That look, accompanied by her exceptional looks and alluring appearance, could induce all sorts of thoughts into the hearts of men. Wai Yan was jolted awake by her words as uncertainty lingered between his brows. Will there be no tests to verify if I'm an actual alchemic king? Wai Yan was deeply confused about this, as Zhang Ling seemed certain of his status from the get-go. He hadn't done much except taken out a 7th grade pill. Could that be enough? I've already checked the aura and characteristics of your pill the moment you handed it over. It has your innate spiritual aura, and it was freshly concocted. Furthermore, for disciples, you simply need to have the ability to concoct a product at that level once. While you won't be an official alchemic king, you'll have the potential to become one. And that's enough for the sect. Only then did Wai Yan understand. They were judging him off his potential, not his official status. Considering the scarcity of king alchemists, it makes sense that they'll truly give me an exemption. Earlier, Zhang Ling had told everyone that even if one had the potential to be a god, they'll be treated off their ability. At the moment, his ability was the certainty that he could concoct 7th grade products, not his potential to be an alchemic king under the unique requirements set by the Starfield. Furthermore, I thoroughly investigated you during those 3 months. I was curious how you were so talented, and I learned of your origins, including your time as a disciple in the Xin country's Eden Earth sect. I've long since compiled that report and sent it to the sect with ample evidence and accounts. I even know that your disappearance for nearly a decade was you infiltrating the Eden Earth sect to learn alchemy. Zhang Ling said with a sweet, knowing smile. Wai Yan's heart jumped. Does she know about my alchemic natal soul? However, considering her words and actions from earlier, this was unlikely. Furthermore, it was concealed within his sea of consciousness, and unless his mind was pried open forcefully, it should be impossible for her to sense it. Unless, of course, she could read his mind. The more likely scenario was she assumed it was a false rumor he used to infiltrate the sect and learn its secrets. Fortunately, with all its members likely scattered or dead, unaware of his existence, she couldn't have obtained detailed information on his time there, and that was indeed the case. King Qiumu and Long Tingyu realized the situation that Wai Yan was in. Considering he wasn't an official alchemic king, but simply one with the potential to be one, Long Tingyu pouted. Earlier, she was sent into constant heart-trembling because she believed Wai Yan was a legitimate alchemic king. According to Zhang Ling, there were far more experts that could concoct 7th grade products yet were unable to be considered alchemic kings. He's not that heaven-defying big brother isn't any worse. While her bias remained true, she forgot that Wai Yan wasn't even 40. The shadow that approached was undeniably swift, soaring through the skies. It seemed like it was originally hundreds of kilometers away, but in a few seconds, it had already covered half that distance. Wai Yan's heart shivered. This speed could be said to rival Zhang Ling's for a mount to possess such speed. How incredible! That's a Sky Pegasus. It is a star-grade beast cultivated as the signature mount for those of high status and authority in the sect. Typically, An ordinary mature sky Pegasus can rival experts at the first stage of the astral core realm in terms of combat strength. But its true ability lies in its speed and freedom. Not only can it reach speeds faintly exceeding my own, but it can enter the sky layer and survive in the dark void beyond and traverse starry skies. It's this reason it's called a stargrade beast. To obtain one, you need a status at or above the sky noble rank disciple or earthly general rank elder. Xiangling informed with yearning, desire, and envy in her voice. Wai Wine's eyes noticeably brightened as he inspected the incoming shadow. After a while, they could finally see its clearest form as it arrived. It was truly a white-colored quarter horse that was nearly 100 meters in height. But its wingspan was absolutely massive. It was over 400 meters from tip to tip, and seemed to cover the suns above. It had feathered hooves, sturdy and unfathomably powerful-looking legs, and intelligent eyes that seemed to regard the skies as its absolute domain. Its wings were feathered and bright, with faint jade light effusing from each individual feather, giving it a pure and majestic aura. With every breath, the wind current shifted by its will. Wai Wian had only ever seen one other beast that exceeded this beast size, the scaled lizard in the beast taming sect. Anu, of course. Ain't a single eye was far larger than this Pegasus, so his size was unfathomably massive beyond description. Bai Lin observed this beast that was nearly double her size with a cry of challenge. From Xiangling's words, she felt an uncertainty in her heart as she might be replaced as Wai Wian's partner in the skies. She needed to exert her superiority. While she was absolutely not the match of this Pegasus, she was fearless. The Pegasus felt her intent and neighed sharply, causing the world to tremble and the clouds to roil about. This was a beast that could rival an astral core realm expert. How fierce and tyrannical was it? Bai Lin didn't lose out as she once more fearlessly let loose a sharp, valiant cry. Her golden beak, tail, and eyes started to emanate vast fiery golden light as if she was ready to lay down her very life. Wai noticed this and hastily sent her a spiritual message. You're my only partner in the sky. He had to shoot over and quickly rubbed her feathers, constantly comforting her before she calmed down. But her eyes still contained a sharp and lofty battle intent. Nevertheless, she was pacified. As for the Pegasus, how could it lower itself to Bai Lin's level? It merely snorted and ignored her. Sighing helplessly, Wai Wian couldn't help but give a wry smile. I just realized I met Bai Lin and Su Mei on the same day. This random thought popped in his mind as he regarded Su Mei, who stood silently while observing everything. She hadn't spoken once since they took flight, just calmly absorbing all the new information and details of this world. Not only did he meet Su Mei and Bai Lin on the same day, they were also the only two people that followed him without hesitation. He truly felt a surge of warmth enter his heart. Regardless of what, he'll never abandon them. When Xiangling witnessed Wai Wian's comforting actions, her heart warmed slightly, but a hint of expectation and planning suffused her eyes. At her cultivation, all the beasts she could obtain or cultivate would never become stargrade beasts. And without one at that level, she could fly tens or even hundreds of times faster on her own. If she had a sky Pegasus, she could freely travel faster, while cultivating, without a care in the world. Elder Xiangling, a powerful, thunderous voice resounded from the back of the sky Pegasus. Just the sound caused the air currents of the world to shift heavily. Xiangling revealed a stern, respectful, and solemn expression as she replied and paid her respects. High Elder Bo. High Elder Bo blinked into visual sight, arriving in the sky while seemingly stepping on thin air. After he left the covers of the sky Pegasus' enormous body, his gender and appearance was fully revealed. He was obviously a male, and wore a set of multicolored robes with the characters Earthly General embroidered on his left chest. His aura felt imposing yet reserved. Shockingly, he wasn't human. Instead, he had tribal runic-like markings that glowed with faint light tattooed onto his cheeks and forehead. And he had dark greenish skin that glistened somewhat. His eyes were the most odd. He had no pupils or irises, just a light green sea of sclea. He had no eyelashes, simply eyelids that made it a little difficult to tell when he blinked. His hair was silky and white, stretching the length of his back. It was one of the most beautiful hairs he had ever seen on a person. His aura was fundamentally different than a human, and seemed more connected to elves. It was more focused and seemed to originate from nature itself. His ears were similarly pointy and sharp at the ends, similar to the elven race. If Wine had seen this randomly, he might assume this was a deformed member of the elven race. But he could feel the familiar demonic aura emanating from his body, so he knew he was a member of the demon race. The High Elder walked calmly towards them, each step shifting him tens of meters until he arrived directly before them. High Elder Bo seemed to lack any ill intent and radiated a boundlessly amicable and friendly disposition as he smiled, clasping his fists towards Wine. You must be Wine. This humble creature is called Bouquet. You can call me High Elder Bo or Brother Bo. Any is good with me. He let loose a hearty laugh. Wine was taken aback. So friendly, this High Elder was immensely respectful and swiftly and naturally tried to establish a foundation of friendship almost immediately. How interesting. But he had this feeling that Bouquet was far stronger than Xiangling. He likely needed a mere finger to turn him into dust that would vanish with the wind. Wine didn't hold back. Considering his clear intent, he decided to discard any reservations. I shall. Brother Bo. Bouquet observed Wine's mannerisms and lack of prejudice and happily laughed in his heart. He had heard that Wine had come from the Myriad continent, the former home of the King of Everlore, and they had an issue with racism. Furthermore, he seemed intelligent and quick to adapt, immediately accepting his friendly offer. This caused him to nod delightfully in his heart. Wine gestured towards Su Mei and Bailin. This is my most trusted subordinate, Su Mei, and my partner in the sky, Bailin, he introduced, clearly making Su Mei's presence known. In the future, she'll likely handle most of his matters, so it was best that he set her up as a liaison immediately, and have her similarly receive such amicable treatment. Bailin let loose a proud cry as she arrogantly matched gazes with the sky Pegasus. It was as if she was saying, this is my partner, not yours. Jealous, even your master has to be friendly to him. Bouquet laughed witnessing such a scene. Quite an intelligent creature and a talented and impressive subordinate. I can see that Brother Y's standards are quite high. It is nice to meet both of you. He greeted them with respect that didn't lose out to the tone he used on Wine. Wine nodded inwardly. This elder is quite tactful. His impression of him was already good, and he might be his first steps on setting a foothold. He knew that the Myriad Monarch sect might have its differences, but at its core, it was the same as sect. In the Scarlet Solaris sect, having a greater backing beyond your status or ability was beneficial, and from the clues Xiangling had given him, connections and allies mattered greatly. Bouquet withdrew a token and sent it floating over to Wine. I'll be taking you to the Extreme Creation Mountain. I'll give you your orientation. Well, claim your mount. Although it seems like you won't need it for long, and I'll give you a brief tour. Wine caught the token. It was made from exceptional materials and extraordinary craftsmanship. It was divided into 3 sections. The first section said Myriad Monarch Sect. The second section below it said Sky Noble. The third section said Extreme Creation Mountain. Wine was in awe of the decorative fonts and color scheme, as it was multicolored as well. On the back was the symbol of 3 crowns interlaced together. The first crown looked like a normal one humans made, but the other 2 were irregular, as if made by another race. The one on the left felt as if it was constructed from nature and raw elements, while the one on the right seems chaotically created and brazen in shape, almost demonic. You'll be able to refine that on the way. It's your identity token. With it, you'll have the full authority of a Sky Noble, Bouquet explained. Wine nodded in understanding. This is my true first step into the sect. Waves of excitement roiled endlessly within his heart. Chapter 151-48 Quintuple Extreme Imperial Mountains. Chapter 151-48 Quintuple Extreme Imperial Mountains. Xiangling patiently waited as she explained Bouquet's status and race to Longtingyu and Qingqiumu. He originated from a demon born from a special type known as the Gale and Leaf Demon and was of its lineage. In this grand world, there were 2 types of demons, those born naturally, and those born from reproduction. The first type was where all true demons were born from, unlike humans, elves, or beastmen. Demons, true demons, were not humanoid in origin. In fact, they were an entirely different species and quite varied at that. They could be born from a drop of water, a leaf, a block of ice, or even a drop of blood. They were a byproduct of an unnatural heavenly event called soul impartation. In this world, souls are born at the creation of living things, but most objects and materials don't have souls. These types of things are given souls by the heavenly Taos. Why, no one knew. But with souls, one can embark on cultivation, gain awareness, and inevitably gain humanoid form and procreate amongst the other living existences. Their species were varied and consisted of many lineages. Some were noble and powerful, originating from materials or objects that had exceptional origin, and thus exceptional power. Or, they had mundane origins and thus were ordinary. This was why Zhang Ling had once said that demons were either exceptionally talented or useless. There was no middle ground. The second type of demon was the vast majority in existence. They originated from the lineage of those natural-born true demons, but were products of reproductive actions from other humanoid races, such as humans, elves, or beastmen. Bouquet was of the second type, originating from the gale and leaf demon lineage, a rather exceptional lineage, and the elven race. Just as Long Tingyu and King Qiumu were in utter awe at this newfound knowledge, Wai Wine turned towards Zhang Ling knowing that Bouquet wanted to take him away. "You're coming." Zhang Ling's heart raced for a moment as she saw Wai Wine offer to bring her along. She softly bit her lips and shook her head with a hint of reluctance. "I need to take Long Tingyu to orientation and King Qiumu to the Imperial Sage." Oh, Bouquet looked over and spotted the veiled King Qiumu. "That's her descendant, oh. What immense natural endowments. She has an elemental physique, unique mind's eye, and meridian structure. How exceptional. How exceptional." Bouquet held nothing back as he praised endlessly. King Qiumu had a trifecta of natural endowment, her wood-yin essence physique, innate meridians of the 9 meadows, and violet forestry palace of the psyche were all exceptional if it was simply one person who had one of them. But all of this gathered onto a single person was an immense heavenly blessing. Shelby, an exceptional wood cultivator, perhaps the best in the entire sect if raised properly, perhaps in all of the Starfield's history. Bouquet was truly not stingy with his praise, causing King Qiumu to feel somewhat shy at his gaze. Zhang Ling similarly agreed. When she learned that King Kai, that idiot of a father, hadn't sent her over immediately, she held a wisp of rage in her heart. She was now decades behind others in terms of what she could be. Luckily, she had a high-ranking ancestor in the sect, so she might be able to make up for this in the long run. Unfortunately, she was attached to a possible waste. Dual cultivation was fine and all, but when the difference is too massive, it only serves as an anchor. Wai Wine understood this fact clearly as his essence was mostly one-sidedly given to Mei Yang. He was losing out in the exchange even. Wai Wine understood, agreed, and nodded. King Qiumu was on Namlian talent. Unfortunately, King Qiumu and him had to separate. He felt relaxed and at peace with her. Simply a little conversation made him forget his worries. He also had an urge to get closer to Zhang Ling. She was a striking beauty and he desired her. Unfortunately, she had other matters to attend to, and he couldn't pull her along. "Then, I hope we can meet again." After giving a smile, and similarly saying his goodbyes and good wishes to King Qiumu, Bouquet exerted his strength and they flashed atop the sky Pegasus. Its back was so broad that even Bai Lin was capable of sitting on it with folded wings. Bai Lin felt an immediate feeling of superiority as she cried out orders as if the Pegasus was her mount, beneath her authority and forced to be ridden. Bouquet and Wai Wine saw this and laughed aloud. It was so synchronized and abrupt that they stopped at the same time and looked at each other, a glint flashing through their eyes and a moment of understanding later, and they laughed again even louder than before. It wasn't long before Bouquet and Wai Wine became kindred spirits and struck an instant friendship. As King Qiumu saw their vanishing figures, her heart felt a sensation of disappointment and reluctance. Regardless of others' grudges, "I don't think I can accept him as an enemy in my heart. I hope we do meet again." With the ongoing hate and conflict between Wai Wan and Long Chen, she originally felt uncertain, but now she felt her heart come to a decision. This belief and decision going forward will bring about exceptional change in her life. Change that she was unaware of. Flying towards the quintuple extreme imperial mountains where the sect was located, Wai Wan and Bouquet both had relaxed expressions. Bouquet started to inform Wai Wan more about the sect in casual conversation. But this was considered orientation. According to him, the quintuple extreme imperial mountains was the designated name of the 5 sky-piercing mountains. But the overall chain of mountains were called the Pentadao mountain range. As for each of the sky-piercing mountains, they were strictly divided into purpose and focused on a specific type of Daos in cultivation. The extreme creation mountain contained those who cultivated the Dao of alchemy, Dao of forging, and the Dao of design. Those who took these paths were referred to as alchemists, forgers, and architects, collectively known as creationists. While alchemists were easy to grasp in terms of overall path, forgers and architects were more broader and varied. Those who cultivated the Dao of forging are commonly seen as blacksmiths of armaments and tools, talisman crafters, and tailors. Those who cultivated the Dao of design were more like scholars, and they focused on designing spiritual spells, formations, arrays, cultivation methods, Kai arts, and astral arts. They studied and explored these categories endlessly. However, there was a lot of cross-connection, such as formations and arrays were incorporated in the Dao of forging and talismans were used as formations flags for arrays and arts. The second mountain, the extreme war mountain, focused on the Dao of war. This included the weapon Dao, such as saber, sword, spear, battle, slaughter, etc. Those in this mountain cultivated ethereal intense and had exceptional battle prowess. If Long Chen overcomes the examination, he'll likely be sent here. The third mountain, the extreme origin mountain, was focused on the material Dao, such as the 9 elements, or other forms of energies like scarlet, jade, etc. The fourth mountain, the extreme demon mountain, was a mountain engulfed in demonic energies all year round and facilitated the housing of demons. This was their optimal environment for cultivation. So over 90% of demons lived here. It didn't have a true focus in terms of cultivation, and was just a housing mountain for the species. Bouquet lived in the extreme demon mountain, but he was a member of the extreme creation mountain. While there were some invested demons that simply stayed and represented the extreme demon mountain, it had the lowest population of all mountains, because of its year-round exposure to demonic energies which was very inhospitable to other races. Only demons stayed there. The last mountain, the extreme monarch mountain, was the core and central mountain of the 5. It was similarly a housing unit, but this was for some elders and imperial sages. It was an absolute cultivation haven for high-ranking experts, but most of them were a part of the extreme creation, war, or origin mountains. The most notable of its purposes was a platform for challenges, wagers, and discussions. Furthermore, all the cultivation methods, spiritual spells, and other cultivation manuscripts were located here. After flying for a period of time, they finally were close enough to see all the intricate features of the 5 mountains. Throb. His sea of consciousness trembled as his eyes focused on a single mountain amongst the 5. This mountain was shrouded by a thick layer of violet-colored mist. It roiled and coiled around the mountain in a miraculous and mesmerizing fashion. It was highly unusual, like the violet mist was alive. From his sea of consciousness, originating from his alchemic Eden natal soul, he felt an intense desire. This startled him as he was unable to understand its desire or why, simply that it wanted to enter the violet mist. Could his alchemic Eden natal soul have a desire for demonic energies? His expression changed as he recalled the origin of demons. He had long known of the differences amongst demons since he was young, and knew they were typically born from objects being imparted a soul. Could it be that the tree of Eden he refined still lived, and had changed due to merging with his alchemic natal soul? His brows furrowed deeply as he pondered, looking at the extreme demon mountain. I'll have to investigate when I have a chance. Chapter 151-149 Extreme Creation Mountain. Chapter 151-149 Extreme Creation Mountain. It wasn't long before they finally arrived at the airspace of the Extreme Creation Mountain, during which they were largely ignored by the patrols flying about on fierce and daunting mounts that resembled hawks. They had piercing eyes, sharp talons, and large bodies. On the bodies of each hawk was 5 cultivators, and they all had auras that were around King Kiss level. The first stage of the astral core realm, World C phase. They merely gave them brief glances and went on their predefined routes. These hawks are called sentinel hawks, and they have unique ocular spiritual eyes that can sense even the minute spiritual auras beneath their gazes. Not even an ant can escape. The riders share this perception via a spiritual spell, allowing them to similarly miss very little. Of course, they are not star-grade beasts, but they are useful, Bouquet casually explained, nodding. Wine's eyes drew to the approaching mountain that pierced into the sky. Being so close, one can truly see and feel the majesty and imposing height that it possessed. Incredible, Wine remarked in his heart. The Extreme Creation Mountain's design wasn't unfamiliar to him. In fact, it was designed in much the same way as the Scarlet Solaris Mountain, but on a much grander scale. Around its bends were paved flatlands that had roads and tunnels that housed various buildings, people, farms, and more. The entire view was exceptionally lively and exuding life. He breathed in slightly and immediately smelled the traces of smoke, paper, herbs, and water. There were various rivers that twisted and turned in abnormal and nearly illogical ways. He saw a waterfall that rose instead of fell, and then twisted and shifted until it fell into a lake near a farm. This was obviously an irrigation system supported by formations and arrays. There were several lines of smoke being continuously expelled from buildings. As he paid a little more attention here, he realized they likely originated from smelting forges. There were small, medium, large buildings, but it seemed that there was a level limit, as no building reached a height that touched the foundation of the building above it. Are they divided into strict levels? As he shifted his gaze, he realized that was the case. There seemed to be 6 different levels from bottom until the mountain reached the clouds. Lifting his eyes to view the clouds, he realized there was a small layer blocking his sight from seeing beyond. How peculiar. As one traveled upwards, the buildings were more majestic. Farms seemed to produce rarer and richer materials, and roads became less complex. Traveling to and fro constantly were various land and aerial mounts carrying those wearing alchemist or scholar robes. There were others, but their dressing was unique and not set. These likely belonged to the forgers or visitors from other mountain-seeking services. Bouquet explained. There's a total of 9 levels on each mountain. There's no restriction or obstacle set to prohibit people from traveling to the 1st and 6th levels. But there's an unspoken rule that unless on official business or invited, it is considered immensely rude to travel upwards. Wine understood the logic behind it. Regardless of whether they were alchemists, forgers, or architects, they were all useful to cultivators and seeked out constantly for their abilities. For high-level ones, to prevent them from being bothered constantly, it was considered disrespectful to arrive unannounced. If that was the case, they had the right to deny that person entry on the basis of disrespect. However, without requests and customers, how would they earn riches and fame? So it was merely an unspoken rule that allowed people some leeway. For example, if Wine was visited unannounced but that person was offering a nice, juicy price for a specific pill, how could he refuse? As a sky noble, Ya'll be stationed above the 6th level, directly on the 7th. There, sky palaces are the norm, seated upon the sky layer that divides the 6th and 7th layer. Those at the heavenly commander rank, imperial sage rank, or alchemic kings are on the 8th level. This usually means most imperial sages of the Extreme Creation Mountain are just 1 level above you. As for the 9th level, that's only for the Grand Imperial Sage and members he extends his invitations to. Bouquet looked at the sky layer that obstructed one's sight with yearning and desire. While he was an earthly general elder, he wasn't eligible to live on the 7th level. Only sky nobles and imperial sages of that specific mountain had that right. Of course. Wine was the only sky noble that will be in the 7th level, and the only disciple that had the qualification. Most alchemists at his level. No, all alchemists at his level were above 500 years of age. To pierce the sky layer, you'll need a sky Pegasus or a cultivation base at the 2nd stage of the astral core realm, the sky ruler phase. The 3 lower phases of the astral core realm are World C, Sky Ruler, and Soul Idol. King Kai was at the World C phase, Wu Jiao at the Sky Ruler, and Zhangling at the Soul Idol. Each phase had immense differences between them, and those at the Sky Ruler phase could manipulate ambient mana of the world to fly, defend, attack, or suppress. You can't go. Wine asked. Bouquet sighed and helplessly shook his head. I'm only a Lord Alchemist, and despite my cultivation base and ranking, I don't have the qualifications to enter the 7th level on any of the 5 mountains. Wine could feel in his words the faint pain and struggles he must have had to endure, yet still wasn't able to reach his goal. Well, you can come visit me anytime. Bouquet was taken aback. Really? Wine smilingly said. If you take me as a brother, then really? A big smile surfaced on his face, covered in tribal-looking runic tattoos. It was tainted by excitement and happiness. From his eyes, he felt that Bouquet would hug and kiss him endlessly if he could. Wine backed away a step or two. They weren't at that step yet. In his heart, Wine sighed. Becoming an alchemist was going on a path not supported by the heavens. The alchemic talent measured by the Eden Earth sect meant one's compatibility with alchemical energies, their suitability to have an alchemic natal soul, not their ability to refine or concoct. Therefore, even if one had an insane amount of talent, unless they go down the path of an alchemic natal soul, one without the power to protect their lives or their loved ones, they'll have to require endless studying and practice. It would be like trying to become a surgeon with only textbooks and no tools or instruction. Then, abruptly trying to perform surgery on someone. Only the smartest and most dedicated could hope to succeed. When Wine was on the Myriad Yor continent, he believed the alchemic talent on the continent was underdeveloped and low due to the lack of legacies. He immediately came to realize that amongst the tens of trillions of intelligent lifeforms and billions of alchemists in the Trivision starfield, only a very, very small number could even become king alchemists. The Myriad Monarch sect had trillions within its astral territory, 3 planets and a dozen of flat earthly continents. Yet it only had a few hundred king alchemists. And it wasn't due to the lack of legacies, just the fundamentally and insanely difficult path that was the Tao of alchemy. That being said, it was also the most prestigious path in the entire starfield. There was no occupation greater. Not even forgers who craft all sorts of tools and armaments such as the void gates, or architects who create various arts, formations, arrays, and spells. They all had their place in the world, but only alchemists offered the ability to change one's fate, their talent, and their peak potential. Bouquet felt like Wine truly understood his struggles and felt closer to him. He said, "Well, pick up the sect-designated Sky Pegasus for you. While you have this lovely crane, it has yet to reach the stargrade, and can't penetrate the sky layer. Therefore, you'll need a means to enter and exit the sky layer." Wine caressed Bailan as he felt her aura fluctuate. "I'll ensure you reach the stargrade in the shortest amount of time." He could only comfort her with this. After all, how depressing would it be to not have a way to enter his residence in the immediate future? He'll be stuck up there or forced to have someone send him up and down every single time. While disgruntled at her inability to help Wine, she was intelligent enough to understand the situation. She knew Wine's feelings, so she wasn't scared of being abandoned. It was merely temporary. Before long, they arrived at a ranch on a flat part of the extreme creation mountain on the 6th level. Wine spotted a few hawks, eagles, and even Pegasus being reared on this ranch. It seemed to specialize in taking care of aerial beasts. He swept his gaze and noticed various disciples, of varying different races. There was even a rather balanced ratio of females and males. It's High Elder Bouquet. I heard he left to retrieve a future alchemic king. I wonder who he or she is. I hope it's a gorgeous lady. PFFT. You horndog. Even if it was a beautiful lady, it wouldn't be your turn to kiss her feet. Oh, then would it be yours? It seemed these disciples were quite animated as they discussed amongst themselves and observed with excitement in their eyes. Wine came to realize his identity was widely spread and known already. There couldn't have been more than half a day since his identity was revealed to Xiangling. Yet everyone already knew of his presence. News traveled fast. While they seemed to know of his arrival, they obviously lacked concrete details such as his gender and appearance. Bouquet didn't bother with these lesser disciples as the Sky Pegasus landed. He directly called out, "Elder Niu!" At the very same moment his voice rang out. Yet to even disperse, a hurried set of heavy footsteps echoed out as a rather heavy-set, brown-skinned, and human man made his way through the gathering crowd of disciples. A few were sent tumbling down as he waved his meaty arms. When he saw Bouquet, his eyes brightened as he shifted to Wine immediately. Unlike the others, he knew who Wine was. Wine, a potential alchemic king under 40 years old, becoming one in a flat continental Earth where the legacy barely reached that level with his talents. He ascended to the peak of his world in 7 years of study. Furthermore, he cultivated Saber and Elemental Kai. He was a stupefying Demontier-level genius that couldn't be regarded with common sense. A 1 in a trillion, quite literally. Even Bouquet, an earthly general rank elder, hastily made his way over to meet this young genius. He likely acted with the utmost respect and friendliness. So how could a little mortal captain rank elder like himself dare be discourteous? He hurriedly threw his status aside as he deeply bowed. "Greetings, noble Y and High Elder Bo." He placed Wine's address first. Most people of Bouquet's status would take offense, but he only nodded in praise at Elder Niu's awareness. Wine realized the implication and hurriedly leapt off the Pegasus and greeted with clasped fists. "Greetings, Elder Niu." Bouquet leapt off next, his eyes briefly examining the situation. "Where's the assigned Pegasus?" Elder Niu replied. "Here." He whistled. Abruptly, a Pegasus that was obviously young and smaller, about 6 meters in height, flew over from Honosware and neighed, with intelligence. It landed next to Wine and lowered its head in respect and greeting. Even Wine was shocked at this beast level of intelligence. It had to immediately assess the situation and understand that Wine was his new owner. Smiling, he caressed the Pegasus' head and laughed. Bouquet nodded, seeing the acknowledgement proceed smoothly. Normally, the Pegasus race were very arrogant, unwilling to be ridden by those without ability. But Elder Niu had definitely told this young Pegasus of Wine's talents. He submitted instantly. After all, it wasn't just cultivators who could benefit from association with an alchemist. In the Eden Earth sect, many alchemists collected beasts to be used for fights and traveling. They would be fed countless products to bolster their bloodline purity, fleshy body strength, and innate bloodline power. An alchemist can induce evolutions and variations in a beast, going against the natural laws set by the heavens that limited their potential. However, for Pegasus, only king alchemists have a very small chance to do, so an emperor alchemist is pretty much guaranteed. Bai Lin trotted over towards the Pegasus, her eyes filled with inspection and arrogance. She made some communicating sounds as if she was barely giving the young Pegasus who reached her height a passing grade. "This Pegasus is yours. It's not fully matured, so it has room to grow. If you wish, you can try to help awaken its innate bloodline. If you do, it'll be faster than even me if I were traveling at full speed," Bouquet said before talking to Elder Niu privately. Wine, Su Mei, and Bai Lin got familiar with the Pegasus, during which the Pegasus didn't hold an ounce of pride within and was very deferential to Wine. The only issue was its size wasn't large like Bouquet's, so Bai Lin couldn't comfortably sit on its back. He intended to ask Bouquet to take Bai Lin to his residence. There, she can stay and cultivate while trying to reach the appropriate level to breach the sky layer. When she did, he intended to leave this Pegasus to Su Mei. After explaining the situation to the Pegasus, he understood. He also realized that as long as he served Su-mei diligently, he'll still receive his fair share of resources. This elated him to no end. These beasts sure are intelligent, aren't they? Bouquet returned and passed a document to Wine. This is your proof of ownership. For now until death. Even if you left the sect permanently, this Pegasus would be yours. Wine was stunned by his words as he inspected the document. It had a unique aura, and he felt he could track the Pegasus, even control its life with it. For some reason, the document felt heavy despite being a piece of paper. He spoke with Elder New briefly and learned a little about him. They exchanged transmission crystals and said their goodbyes. Let's go to your residence, shall we? Bouquet suggested. Agreeing, they departed with him and Su-mei riding his Pegasus while Bouquet and Bai Lin rode on the other one. As they shot upwards at tremendous speeds, the sky layer above was collided into. A tremendous force exerted on their bodies, and threatened to push them downwards. Wine and Su-mei held onto the Pegasus to resist this unimaginable force. Wine knew that if he could fly, even with his strength, he would be doubtlessly sent back down no matter how hard he tried. He didn't even comprehend where this force originated from, but the Pegasus seemed to have a unique power to resist it. No wonder the Pegasus or a Sky Ruler cultivation base to enter, as he remarked with amazement. He realized the sky layer extended several dozen kilometers upwards. Because of the force, their speed was slowed down considerably and it took them an hour before they broke through. Like a drowning man experiencing air, they all took a deep breath simultaneously. Even the Pegasus. It took a few seconds before they could reacclimate to the vastly different degree of pressure between the 6th level and the sky layer. When they entered the 7th level, the pressure was reset. He had to pop his ears, revealing an expression of ecstasy as the ambient sounds re-entered his senses. Inspecting the surroundings, he was bewildered. The world before him was covered in golden mist. This mist was nearly translucent, but it gave everything a faint golden glow. Bouquet excitedly remarked, "This is astral essence." As he said this, he took a deep breath and hurriedly absorbed the mist. He suddenly seemed to be brimming with energy. Astral essence. Astral essence was a higher state of the essence of heaven and earth that cultivators living on planets and continental flat Earths used. It is a byproduct of various complex astronomical and planetary factors. But to put it simply, this astral essence originated from the stars in the starfield. In fact, planets and flat earthen continents had cores that possessed a unique form of gravitation power that can attract and retain essence in its atmosphere. All essence originated from the stars, but astral essence was diluted by the planet's atmospheric and unique forces as it descended, making it the normal essence people were familiar with. The sky layer acted as a divider of sorts that prevented those forces from diluting the essence. Even still, this astral essence absorbed was called low-grade astral essence. The quality spiked in the 9th level, but it was still only considered low-grade astral essence. Supposedly, one can only absorb high-grade astral essence while within the dark void, and cultivate directly atop the star to absorb peak-grade astral essence. Of course, that was incredibly unrealistic without an unfathomably high cultivation base. It'll be difficult to refine the chaotic essence into astral essence, not even considering the act of traveling in the death zone that was the dark void. Su-mei and Bai Lin exclaimed in wonder as they breathed deeply. They were recklessly absorbing this astral essence without any courtesy. This benefited their fleshy bodies, bloodline, and spirit. Su-mei could feel her mind, matter, and essence start to rise considerably. The innate energies she produced were all starting to transition into high-grade naturally, without needing to be birthed with high-grade essences. Wine felt the conversion of essence to his own various energies was much easier. His elemental origin, yin, yang, and yin-yang energies were all of a high-quality nature to begin with, so they didn't experience any rise. After an hour of non-stop cultivation, Bouquet said, "I'll bring you to your new home. It should be ready by now." He pointed towards the various palaces that were like the Wu Astral Tower. They stably lingered in the air and used the sky layer as their foundation. Each palace was as grand as an immortal abode, glimmering with astral essence and profound power. Wai Wine excitedly nodded. The entire 7th level was filled with this astral essence. So regardless of where he was on this level, he'd be able to absorb it with a breath. He couldn't help but feel like this sect was incredibly accommodating. Chapter 105-150 Examination Wen Mingna. Chapter 105-150 Examination Wen Mingna. Myriad Nascent Dao Pagoda. The little over 100 elites of the Myriad Yor continent were cultivating quietly. The ambient air was tense and solemn as everyone was diligently trying to increase their strength by any amount. The guillotine that was the Myriad Yor continent left their necks stiff and their hearts cold. Barely a day had passed since they were left by Xiang Ling, but none of them dared to enter the Myriad Nascent Dao Pagoda. A few minutes after Xiang Ling left, an overconfident youth at the 7th stage of the Kai condensation realm made his way inside with smiles and excitement. At that time, everyone was raring to go to test their mettle, but few wanted to be the first one to do so. When he entered the pagoda's doors, all eyes followed him without exception, and the pagoda's first floor released dim light. And then no more than a few seconds later, a horrific at-death shriek echoed out with thunderous volume. It was heart-trembling and fear-inducing. And very, very brief. The first floor subsequently returned to normal, but the disciple didn't exit. Is he dead was the thoughts of everyone, as they turned their heads and saw the fear and uncertainty reflected in each other's eyes. There was no need to exchange words. He's definitely dead. It was then they all understood that Xiang Ling's words were by no means scare tactics. They would die if careless, if unworthy, if foolish. Long Chen, Wu Beizhai, Lian Yu, Na Zini, Lin Ziyan, and Ming Shufeng were seated in a circle while cultivating their hearts out. Between their brows was a wisp of dark air formed by the unfathomably intense pressures that pressed heavily upon their souls. None of them wanted to die here. Na Zini had generously shared the resources that Wai Waiyan had given her. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough for them all. It seemed that dastardly Wai Waiyan had only given enough for effectively one person. 3 at most. And if split further, was unequal and unbalanced. Because of this, the spirit ton was given to Lian Yu, Ming Shufeng, and her. As for the sublime sun pills, they were split to the only 6th stage cultivators amongst the Ming Shufeng and Lian Yu. As for the yin nether elixir, she and Wu Beishai were the recipients. Wu Beishai had her own spirit ton elixir obtained before, bought off Wai Wine from earlier. Since Long Chen and Lin Ziyan were at the 8th stage of the Kai condensation, they didn't have any use for these products. In the end, it was limited anyhow, so they had to give them to those who needed it. Ming Shufeng pouted. As her combat ability was the lowest present, she had the lowest chance of success. You should have asked for more. Na Zini's left eyelid twitched a little. Well, be fine. Long Chen comforted and said. In his opinion, they didn't need Wai Wine's help. But even if he said this, no one would not use those alchemical products. After all, their lives were on the line. The crowd ceased their cultivation as a figure rose up and started walking towards the Myriad Nascent Dao Pagoda. Their eyes were like uncanny motion lights as they followed their figure's every step. They didn't dare to not pay attention. It was a young woman. She looked to be in her early 20s, but her actual age was closer to 40 years old. Her short hair, styled in a blonde layered crop with highlights, and an exceptional countenance. She was definitely a beauty with light brown eyes and pink lips. She had a cultivation base at the 6th stage of the Kai condensation realm, and for her cultivation, she was exceptionally young. Those at this level typically had 300 to 500 years of lifespan. To possess her cultivation level at her age, she was definitely a genius, but only in regards to the Myriad Yor continent. Isn't that Wen Mingnish's the 3rd princess in this generation of the Wen country? A handsome youth quietly said to his friend. But who were the elites present? How could they not know the identity of every person present? Amen. It's rumored she had the highest natural talent amongst the Wen clan. It was said she had the greatest chance of becoming an astral core realm expert in the last 300 years. I wonder how far she'll make it. His friend waved. Many wished a beauty like her would make it far, or at the very least survive. Wen Mingno was brave, and a wisp of determination flickered between her brow. It's unlikely he'll be able to assail the 7th stage of the Kai condensation in a decade or two, so it's best to struggle for an opportunity now than wait for later. If I leave here in fear, who knows if he'll survive or be turned into a plaything by other strong cultivators. Her thoughts were exceptionally clear and honest. She knew that the cultivation world was cruel, and those with natural beauty and weakness would often be used and abused without mercy. It was that way in the myriad Yor continent, so there was a high chance it was like this. Or even worse, especially since she was still a virgin. She no longer had her father and grandfather to protect her, so she needed to grasp at a straw of a backing. If the myriad monarch sect was truly one of the 5 hegemonic forces in the entire starfield, then that's where she wished to go. The various conversations and hushed whispers about her were tuned out. She had steady and strong steps as she entered the pagoda. The first floor lit. Everyone waited with bated breaths, clenched fists, and tight hearts. If Wen Mingna could make it through, then their chances would increase as talent mattered and not cultivation base. If she failed, then it meant it was incredibly likely the cultivation base was heavily factored into the test results. A second. 10 seconds. No scream was heard and the floor remained lit. But everyone remained incredibly tense. Ming Shufeng was more nervous and anxious than everyone present. She was a seer and could normally catch a glimpse of heavenly trends, similar to how she deduced that Wai Wine would die if he embarked on the choice to refine the absolute zero ice essence. She could normally determine the fates of others, but due to her lacking cultivation, and the fact the myriad nascent Dao pagoda was constructed and tainted with karma of the astral core realm, she couldn't determine a single whisper of heavenly trend from it. This meant she had very little certainty that her life would be secured if she took this test. Perhaps it would be best to leave prematurely, and make her path slowly. When this thought entered her gaze, she turned to Lin Zian and Long Chen. She felt this was the correct choice, regardless if it were in talent or cultivation base. She was severely lacking. Unwilling to risk her life, she planned her departure in her mind. She'll embark on another path, and hopefully grow and develop without the umbrella of a blessed, at least, for now, and preferably a female one. The threat of falling for a male blessed drove her insane. Lin Zian saw Ming Shufeng nervous and then a determined expression. She was the only one amongst the group that knew Ming Shufeng was a seer. Anything, she wondered if Ming Shufeng saw the fate, and sent her a spiritual message. Ming Shufeng turned her ocean blue eyes to Lin Zian and sighed in her heart. She shook her head. If she wasn't beside Lin Zian, she wasn't sure if she would be able to live a good life. Not all blessed had a happy ending, and if their fortune and fate runs its course, those behind them were the most affected. It was a heartbreaking reality. She made it to the 2nd floor, a person exclaimed with a trace of insane excitement in his eyes. The first level was now emanating a rainbow-colored luminescent light, and the 2nd floor became lit just like the 1st floor before. This discovery reinvigorated the hopes of all the young elites, their eyes brimming with various intentions and bolstered confidence. The first youth to challenge the pagoda lasted a few measly seconds before his untimely demise. However, Wen Mingna had passed the 1st level after a few minutes. This meant the criteria for ascending the pagoda varied based on the individual. What that criteria was an unknown, but they had guesses. It could be based on cultivation base, which meant it measured the strength one possessed at that phase. If that was indeed the case, cultivating was pointless and, in fact, a detrimental action. Those who recently ascended had very little control over their newfound cultivation, and they needed months to solidify their cultivation base before their comprehensive combat power was stabilized. It could also be determined by age and cultivation. If so, cultivating and making breakthroughs had obvious benefits, but only if you neared a breakthrough. After all, who knew how long it'd take you to ascend to the next stage? The test might be harder than if you took it now. There was also the possibility it relied on other intricate factors or both of these factors. Regardless, it sparked a bright hope in each of their hearts. She's on the 3rd floor now. Wen Mingna had made it to the 3rd level in a few minutes. The amount of time it took was just slightly higher than the 2nd floor. They were all either silently and loudly rooting for Wen Mingna to pass this examination and give them true hope. Furthermore, she could tell them about the examination, as if hearing their encouragement and prayers. Within an hour, when Mingna had ascended to the 6th floor, her momentum was fierce up to that point. Wen Mingna is an exceptional figure of youth and talent, blessed with a high status since birth, endless teachers, and tailor-made cultivation methods and challenges. She's nearly the peak representation of our myriad your continent's talent and potential. Its possible shall become a disciple with ease. A chubby youth with bright eyes and shivering cheeks spoke vigorously to the others. His words held a sentiment that many agreed upon. Long Chen frowned. His eyes focused on the 6th floor that was dimly lit for quite a while. Na Zini abruptly asked, "Where do you think Wai Wine lands in terms of talent within the continent?" Her words were nearly compulsive. Unable to stop her mouth from speaking, she bit her lower lip as the eyes of the group turned to her. Wai Wine was a figure of legend within the myriad your continent. In fact, he's a legend that had no legend. He was abrupt in his rise and has always been. He went missing for 10 years. When he returned, he could slay Hu Jiwei with a single strike. He could calmly threaten and later severely maim an astral core realm expert. Also, he was an alchemic king, despite not having any achievements outside of the Scarlet Solaris sect 10 years prior. He was a memorable figure today, especially to these youths who personally witnessed his actions and abilities. He's the highest peak, Lion Yu honestly answered. However, that's now. In the future, I'm sure Long Chen will be the highest peak in the myriad monarch sect. Long Chen looked towards her. He felt a surge of warmth in his heart, reaching out to grasp her hand. He smiled at this beauty, just as he was about to say some words. A hellish screech echoed from the pagoda. Na Zini bit her lip harder. But what if I want to be the highest peak? Chapter 1-3-1-1 Examination skill is talent. Chapter 1-3-1-1 Examination skill is talent. Shang. A sound resounded. All of a sudden, a figure shot out from the walls of the 6th floor of the pagoda like a ghost, phasing through it like an intangible ghost and plummeting at a diagonal angle. It was like a meteorite as it was engulfed by various energies. The elites jumped, caught off guard as the figure smashed heavily into the ground. But there wasn't an expected earthen crater where it landed. Instead, it was like a sandbag hitting a floor of reinforced steel. It bounced slightly and then went still. Silence reigned supreme for several seconds until the figure started to twitch. Everyone noticed the figure was covered in not just various energies, but blood as well. It was like a completely blood-drenched figure. And it was alive. The chubby youth with bright eyes had a dim and dark expression as he eased his way forward cautiously. After careful inspection did he exclaim, "It's Wen Mingna. Are you an idiot?" Of course it's her. Who else could it be? A burly elite shot forward and arrived beside Wen Mingna, his eyes heavy and solemn. Wen Mingna's current condition was harsh. She was completely covered in her own blood with scars covering about 7% of her body. Even her face suffered injuries. Furthermore, these energy traces weren't Kai, but legitimate elemental and weapon type of energies. There had to be at least 8 or 9 types here. Ga Wenmingna coughed out a wad of blood, clearing her throat. The burly elite bent down and asked, "What happened?" The chubby youth's expression changed. "Are you an idiot? Can't you see she's severely injured?" Unfortunately, he didn't have any way to solve this. He turned to ask the others, "Can anyone use healing arts?" Wenmingna tried to speak, but her body was battered and broken. With her Kai exhausted, her spiritual energies drained, she was truly in a horrible state. If she recovers, she can tell us what she experienced, the burly youth hurriedly said, afraid she would croak at any moment. Lion Yu and another female youth stepped forward. They were naturally curious about the examination and needed answers. They walked forward and used water and wood Kai to nourish and repair Wenmingna's body in unison. It was incredibly effective as her scars and blood loss were being dealt with. After 10 minutes of diligent and consistent treatment did Wenmingna heal enough to a sufficient state to speak and move. She slowly and arduously lifted her upper body with clenched fists and teeth. In her tightly clenched right hand was a shiny object that was quite notable despite the blood. No one asked her about it and just waited for her to speak, but they knew at least one thing. She failed. After calming her state of mind, She swept her exhausted and bloodshot eyes to observe everyone's waiting and curious looks. She sighed in her heart. Her words were dispirited but clear. The first floor was designed around Kai control and swift thinking. When she entered, she was met with a vanishing floor and a surface of water below. She had already mastered walking on water, so she easily stood on its surface without falling through. After being cautious, she realized there were shark-like beasts infesting the waters. If one fell through, they'd be eaten and killed. This was likely what happened to the first person who entered. If one was caught by surprise, rendered shocked by fear, or unable to execute the ability to walk on water, they would be killed. The second test was similarly in expression of Kai control. It required the continuous control of 9 different objects at the same time. It was a puzzle where you can either move all 9 pieces or none at all. To split up your Kai in this matter was very difficult. You had a time limit. If you failed to succeed in that time limit, 3 four-legged wolf-like beasts would be released and tear you to shred. They were constantly roaring at her, trying to distract her, and the ticking of the timer was heart-racing. The third test wasn't much different and focused on Kai control. There was a spiritual formation that drained one's innate energies from your body, and you needed to use your Kai to prevent the siphoning. As one got further to the door, the siphoning force continued to increase. If you're unable to complete it in time, you'll be turned into a dry and empty husk. The entire crowd was startled. A few was happy that they hadn't taken these tests. Each one of these were achievements of those accomplished in Kai control. Some of them weren't even able to walk on water, let alone turn one into 9 or use Kai to control their innate energies. Those were very high-level expressions of Kai. The next 3 tests were about overcoming puppets. The 4th test was facing 1 puppet at your cultivation level. The 5th had 3, and the 6th had 9. These puppets used pure energies and spiritual spells. They linked together via a spiritual formation that connected their senses and spiritual energies. If you didn't sever the formation, then they would have an absolute advantage in sense, rendering your spiritual spells useless while enhancing their own. The first 3 tests Kai control and the 4th through 6th test comprehensive combat strength, knowledge of spiritual formations, and spiritual strength. The burly youth felt startled. He was absolutely garbage in all of this except combat strength. He couldn't help but gulp loudly. If he had been careless, he could've died. When Mingna clenched her right fist tighter, as she said with a hint of unwillingness, "When I passed the 4th test, the pagoda gave me this emblem." She opened her fist and revealed the shiny silver object that, despite being wrapped in her bloody fist, was completely clean. It said Myriad Monarch Sect Null Disciple. Null Disciple, what's that? A youth asked. According to Fairy Blessed Spirit, didn't she say there were only 5 disciples? It's the equivalent to an honorary disciple, Wen Mingna answered through gritted teeth. A servant disciple? The burly youth was shocked. Passing the 4th test was merely enough to become a servant of the sect, while honorary disciples sounded nice. They were just servants who worked, not official disciples. All the young elites here knew that. Why Wyan had gotten his start as an honorary disciple in the Scarlet Solaris sect. If he heard this, he would have treated it as an entry ticket and nothing more. After all, your future limits were based on yourself. But the various highborn youths here were disgruntled and in disbelief. In the end, a few were happy that as long as they were capable of passing the 4th test, they wouldn't be killed but sent out of the pagoda with an emblem. The talented are the skilled. This is such a hard criteria. If what you say is true, then even a first-stage cultivator at the Kai condensation realm could pass these examinations as long as they were skilled enough. The chubby youth extrapolated the true point of the test. A few felt certain that they could pass these tests, especially now that they knew about it. But would the tests be the same for everyone? A scholar lilking youth with glasses asked with a tinge of uncertainty. That's right. Different cultivation levels, ages, even gender could influence the tests. A creeping fear of the unknown unexpectedly swelled in their hearts. To determine this, others had to enter. However, if the test was different or more difficult for them, because their cultivation bases or their ages were higher, then wouldn't their fates be unfortunate? Long Chen gazed at the myriad nascent Dao pagoda. A determined look emerged in his eyes as he looked towards the horizon. Zhangling and the other took off in. "I'll succeed, and then I'll meet you again." Wen Mingno was a mess of emotions. But as she held the emblem in her hand, a wisp of resolute determination entered her heart. If she had to start low, then so be it. The examination only proved she was far from a normal disciple, but she was in a new world. And as long as she worked extra hard, she'll definitely reach greater heights. She wouldn't give up. She can't ever give up. Chapter 134 Power of Authority. Chapter 134 Power of Authority. 2 days later, in the middle of a dark and dusky night, the gloomy clouds silently shifted below a magnificent sky palace. Survive in darkness. Life passes. Survive in darkness. Life passes. Covered his satin sheets that glistened with astral light. Wyan tossed and turned in his bed with tightly furrowed brows and lips that whispered endlessly. His figure abruptly awoke from his sleep, exclaiming in frightful horror and heartrending pain. His pupils were like tremors, as they were unable to focus amidst their ceaseless shaking, and cold sweat drenched his body almost as if it had just rained. Heavy pants and breaths resounded as he slowly regained his sense of reality. A nightmare again. His heart felt horrible and his mind was in utter chaos, seeking reprieve in his memories and realization of his current, safe and secure reality. Lifting his hands, he realized they were trembling, and even with his cultivation, he couldn't do anything to stop it. He felt powerless. That day, when he forcefully deciphered the descriptions of hell, he had experienced an ungodly and unimaginable amount of tortuous, life-agonizing pain that seeped into every crevice of his mind, body and soul. It was unrelenting as it plagued him in his dreams, and even during the normal day, he had to suppress this feeling of lingering agony. Will it never end? Wiping the cold sweat from his brows, he felt uncertainty in his heart. The calamities of hell was divided into 18 different levels, and seemed to be a sharp, ruthless guillotine bearing down on his neck. Every breath, every heartbeat led to an inevitable event that could effortlessly claim his life. It was a horrifying life to live. Before, he had mostly brushed it off with his nonchalant attitude that accepted death. It was his heart covering his fear. But now that he was determined to face and overcome the trial, the fear was ceaselessly springing forth. He sat up on the edge of his bed, looking at his right arm. Karmic luck value 585. 7. Second calamity suppressed 40 years. I still have 40 years left. Unfortunately, I can't trigger the trial at this very moment. Sighing endlessly, he touched his heavily beating chest. The key to overcoming the second calamity was in his heart and mind. He felt at least 70% certain that he would not perish. Unfortunately, he had no way to speed up the calamity of hell, so he was plagued by these horrors. What the hell am I thinking? If I experienced the second calamity now, wouldn't I have to experience the third sooner? He clenched his right fist and realized the faultiness in his thinking. In life, it was better to have an extra moment of it than to not. Rushing would only ensure failure. Furthermore, he could use this buffer to enhance his cultivation base. The further he reached, the closer he would get to the realm of sages. Wherever that was, every step, no matter how small, was beneficial. But I can't rush that either. I need to ensure my cultivation base is the best it can be before I reach the realm of sages. After all, the soul of Trusen is merely a buffer for the eradication forces of hell towards my existence. I can only be certain if my strength is reliable and firm. Taking a deep breath of rich astral essence-infused air, he felt greatly comforted and soon relaxed. The trembling of his hands came to a stop and his body no longer felt constricted and cold. For the last 2 days since he arrived at this sky palace of his that lingered atop the sky layer, he had remained here to slowly cultivate and digest the rules regarding the sect. The hierarchy of this sect is rather strict. No wonder Zhang Ling kept saying that unless one had a backing of a greater ranking member, they would be forced to adhere to the orders of higher ranking members. This is an actual rule of the sect. As he pondered, this bit of information truly caused him to rethink things. This sect was by no means the same as the Scarlet Solaris sect. This was because of their strict adherence to subordination. The entire sect was like a loose military system, infused with sect traits. Rankings for authority can be given a numerical designation for ease of understanding. Those disciples at the null disciple rank were literal slaves without any authority. They were forced to handle the most trivial matters for half the day. Every day. They were sometimes assigned to mortal common disciples to handle basic matters, such as delivering messages. They could be said to be the number 0. Their status was worth absolutely nothing. Nascent dust disciples were very low as well. They didn't have to do compulsory tasks, but they had to complete at least one daily task each and every day or suffer punishment. After 3 failures, they would be crippled and sent out of the sect. It was an insanely harsh punishment that seemed extreme, but the tasks weren't that difficult and they could even work under mortal common and earthly elite disciples to fill their daily quota. This was mostly to incentive them to join factions. As for their numerical value, they could be given 5. They were considered half-disciples at most. Mortal common disciples were all astral core realm experts or lord alchemists. They were given a solid 1. Earthly elites were valued at 2. Sky nobles were valued at 3. 5. Heavenly kings were valued at 4. 5. As for elders, even they weren't exempt from the rule of hierarchy and compelled to follow the orders. Even if the order came from a disciple, mortal captains had 1. 52. 5. Those at the first stage of the astral core realm, the world sea phase, were valued at 1. 5. At the second stage of the astral core realm, the sky ruler phase, they were valued at 2. At the third stage of the astral core realm, the soul idol phase, they were valued at 2. 5. This meant his status as a sky noble exceeded all mortal captain elders, and his order was absolute law. Of course, there was the matter of jurisdiction. If he was outside the extreme creation mountain, he was given a -0.5 in value, so his authority was lesser. But he didn't have to listen to those with his previously equal authority either. This applied to everyone. The 3 main mountains, the Extreme Origin Mountain, Extreme War Mountain, and Extreme Creation Mountain, were the only ones subjected to these values, while demons in the Extreme Demon Mountain also were required to follow this rule. They were closed off with only a few demons amongst them. Most demons were under the other 3 mountains besides the exclusive or weaker ones that are looking for peace. The Extreme Monarch Mountain only had elders, and within its confines, only the authority of imperial sages was legitimately recognized. It was essentially a neutral zone, but disciples couldn't stay unless assigned there. As for heavenly commanders, they were rank valued at 3. 5. These were high-level elders, but they were below heavenly kings, even in their own territory. Imperial Sage 4. Prime Imperial Sage 6. Grand Imperial Sage 10. These values were concrete and inviolable. To give an example, if Wine left the Sky Palace and descended, as long as it was an earthly elite disciple or lower, he could have them do a handstand for an entire 7 days. While he can't bring intentional harm to them, he could assign them tasks or tell them to fuck off, and they had to. If they had grievances over his orders, or refused to do so, they could lodge a complaint in response. If reviewed and accepted, the one delivering the order would be subjected to punishment ranging from demotion, crippling, and even death. They were similarly strict against the wild abuse of power. However, if the complaint was rejected, their actions were tantamount to insubordination and they wouldn't be demoted, but imprisoned, expelled from the sect, crippled, and or executed on the spot. It was just that harsh. That was authority. Of course, there were some exceptions, and that's where factions come into play. According to the sect's rules, factions were group organizations developed by sky nobles, heavenly kings, and imperial sages. Those not at these ranks, such as prime imperial sages, elders or lesser ranked disciples, were unable to create their own faction. If they did, it will be immediately disbanded, and those participating would be heavily fined or imprisoned. Those who decide to be a part of a faction received an unexpected, but immediate benefit while their authority doesn't rise. No one at their faction leader's authority had the right to give them any orders or assignments. For example, why Wine's subordinates wouldn't have to follow any disciple besides a heavenly king's direct order, and any imperial sage not of his mountain was similarly unable to order his faction members around. After learning this detail, he was more intrigued at how complex the web of backing and connections were in the sect. It had to be very ferocious, as joining a faction was a must unless you wished to be actively targeted and controlled by those with higher authority. Unfortunately, if you join a faction, you were at the complete and utter mercy of your faction leader. Regardless of their order, you were forced to follow under the threat of certain death. After all, you chose that faction. This meant any faction leader could gather all their females or male members and strip them naked, slowly enjoying every last one to their liking, or force them into an orgy. If they refused, the gallows awaited. Similarly, if they ordered you to castrate yourself or remove an eye, it was a fate you couldn't avoid except in death. So to safely join a faction, it was paramount to understand the faction leader's personality and intentions. Of course, you can send in an order of withdrawal from said faction, but it must be approved by a prime imperial sage personally or your faction leader. This was a difficult thing to do and can take a considerable amount of time to process and be approved. After all, prime imperial sages were busy figures. Wine reviewed all this information and slightly smiled. From the outside, the sunlight was slowly piercing through the gloomy and dusky darkness of the night. As the light seeped into his silver eyes, brilliant ambition that had once fallen had emerged once more. I'll make my own faction, to obtain a foothold in this new, grander world. His heart was set. No one knew that this simple decision, made after a harsh nightmare, was going to shake the myriad monarch sect and the entire Tri-Vision starfield for generations and generations to come. Chapter 1-5-1-3 Imperial Merit. Chapter 1-5-1-3 Imperial Merit. As the sun's rays brightly lit the inside of his quarters, Wine lifted his body and stretched. Without much consideration, he donned his disciple robes. Unlike elders who wore multicolored robes, disciples donned their mountain's specific colors. But this only mattered to the Extreme Origin, Creation, and War Mountains. Extreme Origin Mountain White, Extreme War Mountain Scarlet, Extreme Creation Mountain Black. Forming a faction, quietly muttering, Wine left his room. This was a process that had to be completed in person and officiated. Not only did one have to possess enough status to establish a faction, but they needed to have earned a sufficient amount of imperial merits. In basic sects, this could be considered contribution points, but they had a slight difference in terms of the standard functions and method of obtainment. For normal disciples, imperial merits were earned after applying for it. Missions issued by the sect did not give imperial merits, but specific rewards. This could be a voucher for a storehouse alchemical product of a certain grade, time in a treasured cultivation grounds or resources. As for imperial merits, they were applied for and truly based on merits. At any point in time, you can turn in a portfolio of your completed tasks. This even included daily tasks done by null disciples and nascent dust disciples. This would then be subsequently judged by a 12-person tribunal that would determine what you should receive individually. Then, they calculated the mean of that numerical value. That's what you received. Afterwards, your personal portfolio of completed tasks and merits would be wiped clean, completely reset. This made earning imperial merits both fair and easy. It was like additional benefits for your contributions to the sect. It was being officially recognized, but imperial merits can directly be exchanged for any resource. Time in treasured cultivation grounds, used to commute a criminal charge, and many more, such as creating a faction. The importance of establishing a faction is the ability to rapidly accumulate imperial merit as a group. To establish a faction, he needed to accrue a total of 100 imperial merits. This would give him the right. Normally, earning a single imperial merit could take years, but creationists like himself had ways to earn this at a rapid rate. Alchemical products, armaments, and brand new art spells arrays formations designs. While there were missions assigned for specific products, these usually included 5th or 6th grade products. There's no one who'd randomly issue a global 7th grade order. It was a highly unrealistic expectation, so most simply visit the alchemist in person and pray they'll accept their money. Alchemists did not need to perform tasks, as they can directly gain imperial merit by simply delivering completed alchemical products. According to Bouquet, this was due to the endless demand for products. There could never be enough, but very few would offer products to the sect, so they essentially set down this benefit to entice others. A single 6th grade high tier product was worth a single merit and a peak tier product was worth 3 merits. This related to low quality products. Not high or peak, as their reward was a tad bit higher. As an alchemist that has an unreasonably amount of random 6th and 7th grade alchemical products, he could easily earn 100 merits. And much more. After setting his goal in mind, he exited his room and the Sky Palace onto the Sky Layer Foundation. The Sky Layer was an oddity. At first he thought it wasn't solid, but it was. Well, it was more like a strange blend of solid and gas, capable of acting as a foundation for a sky palace. While formations and arrays help support this state, it was mostly due to the unique qualities of the sky layer itself. Lifting his head, he saw Bailin soaring freely through the skies while breathing in massive amounts of astral essence. It seems this environment was insanely beneficial to beasts and cultivators alike. For example, despite being here for 2 days, Sume was unable to suppress her breakthrough into the 8th stage of the Kai condensation. She was currently consolidating her cultivation. Shockingly, despite having a divine-type natal soul, she hadn't immediately ascended to the 8th stage due to her own suppression. He had originally thought it was merely his own advantages due to the uniqueness of his natal souls combined with the divine-type enhancements it received. But it was completely due to herself, shocking even him. But as he recalled her battle with Na Zini, and their inability to bring out the most basic ability of creation that typically those at the 6th stage of her realm possessed, it made some sense not to leap too far. It was best to acclimate in your stage of cultivation so you don't lack foundational knowledge in the future. Bailin arrived before him with blazing golden lights emitting from her eyes. They seemed sacred, pure, and contained a strange worldly truth. His eyebrows furrowed as he realized the golden phoenix fruit Bailin consumed truly had endless benefits, constantly influencing her. Wine felt Bailin's spiritual intent. You're about to undergo a transformation, he pondered for a moment, inspected her body with his spiritual sense and felt the seething blood within her body. It seemed as if it was boiling and changing color, becoming golden. Is this the awakening of the phoenix? When he obtained the records of the beast taming sect, he learned of the legendary and mythological traits of phoenixes. One of these traits was called the act of awakening. It was a process of rebirth that would have their bloodline powers unlock their inner potential. Phoenixes was said to be determined in strength by how many awakenings they underwent. The more the better, since this was her first awakening gifted to her by her bloodline. This meant she was approaching closer and closer to that legendary state. Would this crane become a true phoenix one day? This thought sounded ridiculous. But as he observed the proud and contentful expression of Bailin, he felt it was more and more possible. If she did, how majestic and world-shaking would she be? Go, undergo your transformation. I'm going down for a bit, so I'll be back soon. He smilingly held out his hand. Bailin shifted her head to lightly receive Wine's caress. Her eyes that radiated pride and contentment was replaced by glee and relaxation. She seemed to enjoy this greatly despite Wine's hand being slightly larger than a single feather of hers. He whistled. Bailin's head lifted abruptly and seemed ready to take flight, causing gale winds to form. Not you, Wine laughed. Usually, he whistled to get her to come to him, so her response was based in reflex. She had a keen sense of hearing and even greater response time. It was this very whistle that led her to him after the collapse of the Tree of Eden. A winged existence, as large as Bailin, shot into the air and brandished its wings that flowed with faint jade light. It neighed and stomped, making its way towards Wine and Bailin. Bailin let loose a faint grumble as she lowered her wings. Right, she couldn't leave the sky layer yet. In fact, she tried yesterday but only got repelled. Her strength wasn't at the star grade yet, so she could only wait for her first awakening. When she did, She knew her strength would reach a sufficient level of power then. This Pegasus shall be gone. The adolescent sky Pegasus arrived beside Wine and lowered its head. Wine softly caressed it too, and it neighed in delight. But he didn't have the same feeling as when he caressed Bai Lin. Perhaps it was the difference in texture, but he enjoyed touching Bai Lin more. With a shrug, he flashed atop the Pegasus' back. Be diligent in your transformation. Don't make mistakes. After those cautious words were said, the Pegasus shot upwards and dove-like a hawk seeking its prey. It smashed into the sky layer and penetrated it with utter ease. Unlike Bai Lin, and despite being a young Pegasus, it was still a Stargrade beast. While its combat strength might not rival an astral core realm cultivation at this moment, it was still stronger than the Kai condensation realm level of power. Descending was much faster than ascending, as merely a few minutes was required before they exited. When they did, Wine's eyes once more witnessed the hustling, the bustling, the lively air produced by the hardworking men and women of the extreme creation mountain. There were areas similar to common growth villages where farms, greenhouses, stables, and more were set up for various agricultural activities. It was quite a sight to see on a mountain of all things. The waterfalls that ascended, twisted, and descended was a surreal sight as well that would likely cause most mortals' worlds to be turned upside down. Bouquet said that I have to build up my portfolio and turn those marked and recorded achievements to the Extreme Monarch Mountain for Imperial Merit, and then sign up for permission to form a faction. That's the start. Then, you'll need to find members. His decision to establish a faction had always lingered in his thoughts from the very moment he heard of its possibility. When he was a core disciple of the Scarlet Solaris sect, he had his own faction with talents such as Han Yu, the one who possessed a rare aquatic bloodline. It was through this faction that he established a power base and authority. While due to the rules of authority here, there were slight differences. A faction was an army and a tool of deterrence. Furthermore, he intended to do many things in this sect and world. He wasn't the type to struggle for everything with his own hands. Why do so when one can have subordinates to do that? When he took down the remnant forces of the Violet Moon sect, he had rarely taken action personally. This was the life of a true elite, a true expert, and that was to have other experts under your command. If he wanted to establish the firmest and strongest foundation using the Tao of Alchemy as the basis, then he needed time, resources, and true authority. He couldn't remain idle while cultivating. Nor was he that type of lazy individual. I don't believe that the Myriad Monarch sect is an unsurpassed existence nor an uncontested one. Every force has its enemies and rivals. And since the existence of evil cultivators and traders exist, there is likely conflict happening constantly. Moreover, enemies from within the sect is a possibility. Du Lang was a prime example of an enemy within the sect. Since his rise, she was intent on using him as a stepping stone and crushing his potential as a threat to herself. Everything was a competition in the world of cultivation, because the most crucial and universally accepted fact of the world was cultivation is difficult. This phrase, this saying, and this universal law had never changed and will never change regardless of how high you reach. Even in the Myriad Monarch sect, even in the Myriad Monarch astral territory, even in the Tri-Vision starfield. If he wanted to establish a strong foothold, not just in the Myriad Monarch sect, but the entire starfield, he needed to ready himself for battles, challenges, and intense competitions. Wine ordered the Sky Pegasus to descend onto the 6th level, the Alchemic Tao Pavilion. There was one on every level. Besides the 7th through 9th, it was designed to accept the submission of alchemical products for Lord Alchemists and above, as well as filing an application to issue a global mission order to the alchemists. Most cultivators looking for 6th and 7th grade products would visit here to redeem product vouchers of that level or imperial merits. When his eyes descended onto the building, his heart was instantly moved. Chapter 154 Alchemic Tao Pavilion. Chapter 154 Alchemic Tao Pavilion. The building wasn't tall, colorful, or dazzling by any means. But it was exceptional. It was 2 stories with 2 floors and shaped like a rectangle laid flat. Its black walls were unassuming and unappealing. and it lacked any esoteric markings or artistic designs. In truth, in terms of appearance, it was rather ordinary. However, when his eyes met this rather ordinary building, his heart knew it was no such thing. That was because its entire existence was structured entirely from solidified alchemical energies. The entire thing, from its doors, windows, to its walls, ceiling and floors, even from up high. Wine could tell this was a building entirely constructed using the ability of creation to an extreme. He had heard that, if a cultivator's strength reaches a certain extent, that energies, chi, or astral force can gain true permanence. What permanence meant was its ability to interact and exist in the world like true objects, only vanishing when destroyed or corroded by time. Incredible, this single word of praise summed up his entire thoughts that were drowned in awe. While this might seem like an irrelevant gesture, or even a waste of effort, to have a building constructed from alchemical energies would have endless benefits to alchemists. It was the constant exposure that could enhance one's control or affinity to alchemical energies. This is like a person swimming in water year-round would be far more attuned with the movements of water. Take this and incorporate an alchemist's ability to control alchemical energies, needing to use it to concoct products effectively, and you have a natural training center that can help improve an alchemist's skill. Wine's arrival upon the Pegasus wasn't ignored or concealed. In fact, quite a few people sent their gazes his way, and some directly stilled after seeing Wine. News had traveled fast, and many knew that a youth had appeared with an unofficial alchemic king status. Furthermore, out of the three main mountains for disciples, the extreme creation mountain had no prior sky nobles or heavenly kings. This had lasted for 1,000 years, so how could they not be shocked why Wine was the first sky noble in 1,000 years? And this was due to the skill vs time vs talent factor in the various paths creationists take. Typically, they require half a millennia before having a chance to become an alchemic king. This meant all alchemic kings, everywhere in the myriad astral territory, were beyond the age of 500. Furthermore, many of them were in the astral core realm. While they didn't have alchemic natal souls, they did have a high cultivation base, and can infuse their astral force with alchemical energies to supplement the success rate and refinement times of their concoctions. This was why no official alchemic king thus far, amongst the few hundred alchemic kings, were at the Chi condensation realm. Isn't that the unofficial alchemic king? I can't believe he's descended from the sky layer so quickly. I know, right? He should wait until he reaches the astral core realm and then establish himself. Otherwise he might be pushed in all sorts of issues. PFFT. What do you know? He likely already has a faction he's a part of. Otherwise, wouldn't he just be a big piece of meat to the others? They would come tearing and clawing for that meat. While he landed, his enhanced hearing allowed him to eavesdrop on many verbal conversations. He noticed the surrounding disciples, be they null, nascent dust, or mortal common, were animatedly discussing him. Their tones were filled with curiosity, yes, and even concern. A few were intrigued, and he felt spiritual fluctuations as if they were transmitting messages. Right. Sky nobles can join factions. Usually, they join heavenly kings or imperial sages, supplementing their own strength. As he recalled this nearly forgotten detail, his eyes flitted with a contemplating light. He knew that since he descended, then others would surely send their representatives to invite him to join them in their faction. But he intended to form his own, so that was a direct conflict with his desires. I wonder if anyone will try to impede me if I refuse them. This thought caused a particularly cold and interested smile to tug at his lips. He was filled with expectation. Who will be the chicken? There was an old idiom that said one has to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, and he felt like seeing how well this applied in practical situations. He jumped off the Pegasus and briskly walked towards the alchemic Tao pavilion beneath the whispering and interested gazes of these disciples. A few female members couldn't help but whisper to themselves, "Wow, he's so handsome. Can one even be that good-looking? He's..." Wine realized that they couldn't even finish their sentences as they stared. One was even staring at him like a piece of meat. He could have sworn he saw drool at the edge of her lips. He didn't mind this. In fact, His looks were given to him by his mother and father, so he was proud of it. He walked into the door, feeling the aura of alchemical energies immediately upon entering. "Greetings, sir." A mortal common disciple seemed to be established here as a greeter. Immediately walking forward and catching his attention, it was a young woman with short brown hair and a short stature. Despite her actions, she was a legitimate cultivator at the astral core realm. He didn't inspect her too closely as he asked, "Where do I turn in products?" The woman glanced at Wine's attire and softly smiled after realizing he was an alchemist. From his age, she felt he was at least at the expert alchemist level. "It depends. Are you turning in an issued mission order or seeking imperial merit?" "Imperial merits." She nodded and proceeded to use her fingers to illustrate directions to reach the imperial appraiser. This was a special position that alchemists can hold to appraise the grade, tier, quality, and purpose of the product. Those who were truly exceptional can even deduce the concoction techniques used on the product down to the type of cauldron to the cultivation base of the alchemist. It was a praiseworthy occupation that requires the keenest of eyes and senses. He thanked her and was about to leave, but the young woman hurriedly spoke. "Wait, sir, the imperial appraiser on this level will only accept 6th grade or higher products. If you submit anything lower, he might use his authority on you in frustration." The young woman earnestly warned. It seemed she was worried that Wine hadn't known this detail. After all, he seemed new to this alchemic Dao pavilion. Very rarely do people ask her for directions. Instead, she would be given inquisitions in regards to active missions or if certain products were available, so as to save others from a long and tedious walk. "Oh, I understand." Wine realized that each alchemic Dao pavilion had their requirements as to the level of standard. Her good intentions weren't lost on him, and he smiled. This smile caught the girl off guard as her heart nearly skipped 2 beats. But it most certainly skipped 1. How did I not notice how? Her thoughts stalled as well. Wine didn't know why he had this effect on certain women. He knew Wu Baoshai had been similarly affected, but she regained herself rather swiftly. It wasn't as if in this cultivation world good-looking features were of any actual benefit. Unless you were a woman. After all, even if he was handsome beyond imagination, what woman would give herself to him if he lacked talent, strength, ability, or backing? Only when these factors were added did his facial features actually matter. Anyways, he withdrew a small jade bottle with a fluid ounce of liquid within and grabbed the young woman's hand beneath her disbelieving and admiring gaze. He gently placed the bottle in her hand and said, "Thanks." After, he left without another word. As she watched his departure, she was still in a haze. Her heart was fluttering for seemingly no reason and her face was growing hot. Wine's touch had sent literal butterflies through her entire body and caused her mind to pause. "What did he hand you?" A male greeter walked forward and said with a pouting expression. From his eyes, one could see the light of jealousy and a hint of anger. Just as she was trying to reclaim her calm, a figure arrived through the door with immense presence, startling her. Her eyes were drawn away and noticed a hulking figure with muscles on top of muscles. His tanned skin, thick eyebrows, square jaw, and thick black beard gave him a wild and ferocious appearance. This coupled with his glaringly scarlet robes were exceptionally intimidating. His eyes swept briefly towards the 2 greeters, and they were sent into a stunned state from his forceful gaze. How their thoughts were synchronized as their expressions changed immediately. The hulk of a man, Hao, snorted coldly as his eyes swept the area as if looking for someone. Hao ferociously stomped away and took an entirely different direction than Wine. "He's going to the mission board, but he's not an alchemist," the male greeter said suddenly. About 2 dozen more disciples arrived simultaneously, seemingly interested in the events that were likely about to unfold. A few hastily followed Hao while a few others tailed slowly with soft steps, clearly a little fearful. "What the hell?" The male greeter was shocked by what was happening. He moved to grab a nascent dust disciple, using his astral core realm cultivation base to force him to stay behind. "What's happening? Why is Hao here?" The nascent dust disciple was startled after being restrained and seemingly captured against his will, but he didn't dare show complaint on his expression. The interrogation sent his heart into a panic as he answered with trembling haste. The potential alchemic king and only sky noble of our mountain just arrived here. Gu Hao is. He's. The male greeter immediately came to a realization. Not needing to hear more, he released the disciple to scurry away and pondered with an intrigued expression. It seems our mountain is going to get a little lively. Huh. The female greeter was silent. Maybe. Not those words were spoken with uncertainty. Oh why? Well, I think he went to the Imperial Appraiser. Not the mission board. The female greeter said with a hint of disbelief. The male greeter looked towards her with disbelief. How do you know? Because. I think he just gave me this. She lifted the bottle with a firm grasp, nearly treating it like a precious treasure. Within was a fluid ounce of blue liquid that gleamed with ghastly light. Is that the male greeter focused for a moment? When he examined the bottle, he didn't find anything special with it at first. But upon closer inspection, his eyes widened abruptly. That's. The female greeter fiercely nodded while clutching the bottle. Yin spirit tears. A 7th grade elixir. Just as those words escaped her lips, the bottle vanished from her grasp as if it was never there. Before she could react, there was a young woman dressed in white robes that were examining the bottle with a focused gaze. She had thin eyebrows, an oval face, with soft peach lips and a tall stature. She was nearly 6 feet 6 inches, towering many males in the world. Her long legs were slightly revealed as her robes had a well-done cut at one side that reached to her upper thighs. It was quite alluring and revealed her exquisite white skin. Her green eyes brightened slightly as she gave a small exclaim of surprise. It really is Yin spirit tears. He can already concoct this. I can't let that muscle man beat me to him, the young woman said as she vanished, taking the Yin spirit tears with her. The two greeter glanced at each other for a moment and then simultaneously said, "She stole it." Their hearts were sent into panic as they rushed to catch the young woman. Their eyes flared with rage and a hint of madness. That was a 7th grade elixir. How priceless was that, you bitch? Give me back my elixir. But they went in Wai Wine's direction while the young woman followed after Gu Hao, so they weren't even chasing her. Chapter 105 Bestowed Status. Chapter 105 Bestowed Status. The female greeter's directions were truly spot on. It took merely a few glances and steps to arrive before a counter that reached up to the torso of the average man. Wai Wine swept his gaze over this area casually and noticed a sign hung above. It read Jin Hao Alchemic Appraiser. Jin Hao quietly muttering. Wai Wine saw a skinny old man with a dark gray beard and hair on the other side. He was sitting in a grandfather rocking chair that squeaked every time it leaned back, dressed in a set of dull gray robes. He seemed to be an ordinary old man that didn't release a speck of aura. But Wai Wine's instincts told him that this man was exceptional and dangerous. Casually leaning on the counter, Wai Wine noticed that the old man was having a snooze. His eyes closed and his mouth slightly opened. Alchemic Appraiser. Jin Hao. Wai Wine wasn't polite, directly shouting at the man, "Jess. Lick. Dat." The old man trembled awake while mumbling something nearly indistinct, but felt perverted. After the old man gained his bearings, he looked around and a glint in his eyes seemed ready to rip, shred, and murder someone's existence. Wai Wine coughed loudly, causing the dull gray eyes of the old man to focus on him instantly. But he didn't feel any fear at this piercing gaze that seemed to contain injustice and grievance. "I'm here to submit products." Wai Wine's words and intent was clear. The old man was taken aback, looking around for a second as if unsure if this was the right place he slept. When he finally realized that he hadn't been kidnapped and placed elsewhere as a prank, he turned towards Wai Wine. He said with a shrug of his shoulders, "You have the wrong place, little boy. This is the Alchemic Dao Palace at 6th level. Only Lord and King Alchemists are accepted here." Wai Wine didn't feel offended. He understood that many forewent the opportunity to formulate alchemic natal soul. Thus they had to cultivate the Tao of alchemy with second-hand means. This disparity kept the alchemic skills ceiling rather low, the age-to-skill ratio quite high. But it was acceptable in the end. After all, choosing this path meant foregoing the ability to cultivate according to the heavenly Taos. As for him, while he had an alchemic natal soul, it was concealed. Therefore, he was seen as a 37-year-old alchemist based on his life aura and outfit. To those of this old man's cultivation, that would be an easy thing to determine, and it was rightfully to assume he wasn't an exception. He didn't bother explaining and directly retrieved his token and placed it on the counter, pushing it to the edge so the old man could see. Clearly the old man was curious as he eyed Wai, but he was also lazy. He waved his hand from his chair and the token flew into his palm. Sky Noble, his eyebrows lifted, looking at Wai. Then, he said something that took Wai completely by surprise. You have silver eyes. Wai didn't expect that comment and merely responded succinctly. I do. The old man was quiet for a moment and looked at the token. He finally got up from his chair and stretched for a moment, causing his bones to creak and crack. Pop. A particularly satisfying pop resounded as he reached his lower back and let out a moan of relief. He walked over to the counter slowly and pushed the token across the counter towards Wai. If you get a chance, you should visit the Martial King's Dao Pavilion. There, you'll find a cultivation method called Celestial Eyes of Spiritual Divinity. You should cultivate it if you can. And if you can't, then that's fine too. Wai frowned slightly. Celestial Eyes of Spiritual Divinity, that's quite an arrogant and lofty name. Orn. A sharp pain stung his right arm. His eyes lifted his right sleeve as he saw the shifting characters. While he still didn't visually understand these characters, he knew what they meant. It was still a strange feeling to know yet not know. Karmic luck value 585. 7,565. 7. A full 20. He had lost 20 karmic luck in a single moment. He tried to sense the changes and influence of the heavenly Taos, but it didn't exist. What did that mean? While he was ignorant of its particular sensation before, he was quite familiar with its distinct touch now. It felt like an echo in the mind, leading one to a compass which led to something else. As he thought this, the old man walked forward and said, Boy, what would you like me to appraise? Wai recalled that there was a time where he hadn't felt anything personally, and that was when it was used to influence someone else. Did the heavenly Taos just influence this old man to do something that would present me with an opportunity? Was it something he wouldn't ordinarily do? Wai's frown deepened. He decided to not hold anything back. If this man was judging him and would offer him an opportunity based on his skills, then he had to bet it all. He couldn't determine this old man's cultivation, so he might as well. Without hesitation, he brought out 4 7th-grade products. Of 4 different products types: pill, pellet, paste, and elixir. They were stored in clear jade bottles that were tinted in color by their unique auras. The old man frowned slightly as he looked at Wai curiously. From the moment those bottles appeared, he saw their types. Typical alchemists generally had 1 type of specialization, not 4. This was quite peculiar. In fact, dividing your time between products was ill-advised. Most alchemists were given exceptional titles based on their specialties, such as the Diamond Pill King or Yin Elixir Empress, followed by their surname. This would look like Yin Elixir Empress Zio, a female alchemic emperor. The young are truly rash, the old man commented aloud before picking up a bottle. It contained a 7th-grade pill called the Sky World Pill. It was peak tier amongst the 7th grade, but the pill itself was merely low quality. Wai hadn't experimented enough to improve its quality, but it was his highest tiered pill concocted thus far. According to its description, it can infuse the sea of consciousness with a flood of unique mana that sharpens one's senses towards it. This unique mana would temporarily change one's senses and perception of the world, allowing them to observe and analyze the ambient mana of the world. This state was similar to enlightened, or a shortcut to understanding and comprehending the world's mana to grasp its profoundness. Unlike the Kai condensation realm, which is often referred to as a realm of accumulation, the astral core realm required comprehension of the next stage to ascend, and then one needed to overcome the subsequent astral tribulation to finalize the advancement. The Sky Ruler phase, or otherwise the second stage of the astral core realm, required one to grasp the world's mana, to feel it, to sense it to another level from the 6th stage of the Kai condensation realm, the false reality phase. This pill essentially guaranteed this state, and unless one was a complete idiot, it would be able to create a sky ruler. This is the old man clearly recognized this pill, and his expression vividly shifted into one suffused with shock. A sky world pill. His heart was racing, and it was so loud that one could hear it. He carefully withdrew the pill and rolled it in his palm. After feeling its unique aura emissions, he shouted, "This is truly that pill." Not even looking at wine, he hurriedly checked the 3 other products. A yin nether tears. That's a hightier elixir capable of enhancing a female's innate yin energies, strengthening their sea of consciousness, and heightening perception. This can alter female talent entirely. The boundless rejuvenating paste. This can heal most external injuries, and it can even heal hidden injuries that may affect battle prowess or cultivation efforts. This was a paste that emanated an immense amount of life energies suited for healing. It was entirely white, but shone like there was colorful glitter embedded into it. The volcanic end pellet. Besides the first 2, the paste and pellet were merely low-tier, but their grades were peak quality. Wine observed his startled expressions and felt that he had done the best he could. In truth, these were his best products to date with the most practical and widely wanted effects. For example, the volcanic end pellet can cause injury to a lower phase astral core realm expert if used right. And if used absolutely right, it can even kill one. The old man stared at these products for a moment. His eyes returned to their usual calm. This shift was quite quick and unexpected, and he returned each product to their respective bottle. He turned his gaze to wine, and those dull gray eyes of his were in a haze. Silver eyes. Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! He started to slowly laugh until it became full-blown. His eyes were smiling, and with a grin, he said to wine, "You'll take these products and mark in your token that you've earned 10 imperial merits." He waved his hand, and the token that wine had yet to retrieve returned to his palm. A flash of light later, he threw it towards wine. When wine found it, his eyes twitched a little. His token was no longer the standard silver, but a golden. Furthermore, the title Sky Noble had changed to Heavenly King with a spiritual mark that stated his imperial merits. Were the products worth 10,000 merits? He asked with a bit of hesitation. It hadn't said this in a way of someone looking a gift horse in the mouth, but more so as someone who felt cheated. A high-tier 6th grade product was worth a single point, but a low-tier 7th grade product was worth at least 1,000 merits. And this was the lowest quality of those products, let alone a peak-tier product. He should have a few thousand more. No, maybe 10,000 more. The old man frowned and waved him off. "Little fellow, you've turned in your products. There's a rule. You can only earn 10,000 imperial merits maximum a year." Before wine could protest, feeling somewhat cheated, his vision flashed and he arrived outside the alchemic Tao Palace. Calmly looking around, he shrugged a little. Did his luck backfire after all? Just the existence of those pills were enough to give him a Heavenly King status. He was just waiting to take the examination to become an officially recognized alchemic king. I guess not all lucky chances can lead to better gains. Wine shrugged, whistling and calling forth to Pegasus as he rode off. He hadn't noticed that no one was outside the entrance as he did. His mind focused on his plans of establishing a faction. After wine was sent off, the male and female greeter arrived in a fuss. They saw the old man at the corner and directly ignored him. They looked left and right to find sight of the young woman, or at least the new Sky Noble of their mountain. Finding him was the same as finding her. The old man yawned, returning to his rocking chair, and started to sleep again. Step. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a proud expression arrived, adorned in a luxurious alchemist robe with decorative images of pills made from golden fabric. He arrived at the corner and ignored the old man. He turned his gaze towards the 2 greeters who seemed to be scanning the world with ill intent. "What are you 2 doing? Stop littering around my workstation." He casually tried to shoo them away. The 2 greeters saw the middle-aged man and birthed respectful expressions and postures. "Apologies, Goldlight Pill Lord Jin. We're simply looking for a customer that came over," the young girl explained with a tense expression. Jin Hao was a renowned individual amongst the disciples and elders and was a high-level alchemic lord. If he developed ill feelings towards them, they'd lose their jobs and more. It totally wasn't worth it. Jinhao swept his gaze carelessly. No one's here. So leave. He didn't say anything more as he stood at the counter and simply waited while standing. The two greeters frowned, but didn't dare talk back. They left with slow footsteps. The male greeter sent a spiritual transmission. Are you sure you gave him the right directions? The female greeter truly thought she gave him the right directions. Could she have made a mistake, or was he directionally challenged in any case? They had to find him, and then that thief with hot vigor. She increased her walking speed. Chapter 158 Martial King's Dao Pavilion. Chapter 158 Martial King's Dao Pavilion. To think he'll be cheated. I wonder what were the heavenly Dao's original intentions. He was truly baffled as he considered this matter. He knew that the quirks of these lucky chances changed greatly and seemed to have defined limits, but similarly wide rules. For example, to be given an opportunity to avoid a calamity cost no karmic luck value, but benefiting off it did. It was a give and take, with safety requiring a sufficient amount of love and attention from the heavenly Daos. Of course, this was merely a fabricated escape opportunity. Even without it, one can avoid the calamity and even benefit from it. That required intelligence, strength, and sometimes cunning out-of-box thinking. Another was that one can lose karmic luck value by coming into contact with a possible chance. The young may be blessed in Golden Milk City that he came across had passed him by without a single notice from the heavenly Daos. Yet his karmic luck value decreased. This was a similar situation. At that time, he needed to realize and act according to a certain script to benefit. And the level of his benefit varied. Who knew what would have happened if he interfered and killed those chasing after that young boy or brought him away safely? Perhaps a string of tailored events that would have established karmic ties between them, who knows? He had an assumption that Long Chen's adventures and meeting of beauties likely had this rule. If anything, he had to give him his due praise from always taking advantage of his opportunities. But perhaps there were countless other beauties that he rejected and therefore lost value, but gained nothing. He didn't know, but it was a thought. Anyhow, he had somewhat lost out on this one, and it cost him 20 points. Even though that old man was likely a prime imperial sage or even the grand imperial sage and sole emperor alchemist of the sect, it still didn't matter. If this is a protective talisman to help me grow safely beneath his protection, then that's utterly fucking worthless. I'd truly lose out on that one. Why Wine's thoughts were clear. And he wasn't an idiot. Easily noticing that Jin Hao was not that ordinary-looking old man. Unfortunately, he always had ways to protect himself in any given situation. Even against astral core realm experts. They wouldn't necessarily be his match nor threaten his life. And to put himself in danger intentionally had never been his way of doing things. In the end, he could only sigh. Whatever he gained from this, he could only hope that in the future, he could abuse it to its most effective limit. Let's go to the extreme monarch, he said to the Pegasus, who neighed and soared towards the central mountain. According to that old man, the Martial King's Dao Pavilion has a unique method that might be suitable for me. The celestial eyes of spiritual divinity. If I were to make assumptions extrapolated from its name, then I assume it had connections with the divine characteristics my spirits took. After muttering this, he decided to browse the Martial King's Dao Pavilion to find methods to cultivate his saber and elemental natal souls, especially methods suitable for the astral core realm. This needed to be done, and he was intrigued. A brief delay in forming his faction wouldn't bring him any harm. With that thought, he laid back, and allowed this Pegasus that seemed to already know the location of every important location in the sect fly freely. In the extreme War Mountain, at the 7th level, an effeminate yet seemingly gorgeous young man was cultivating atop a pond with dense mists composed of astral essence. His thin eyebrows quivered slightly as his ring glowed with the dim light. He retrieved a transmission crystal. A moment later, his gorgeous appearance turned slightly unsightly. What do you mean you lost him? The voice was unfathomably deep, completely unlike the effeminate appearance. It seemed like it could never come from this young man. Yet it did. Realizing he spoke pointlessly, he hurriedly sent a frustrated message through the crystal. On the other side of this line was Gu Hao, who seemed to be covered in sweat and had faint wounds on his body. He was outside the alchemic Dao pavilion and his expression was harsh and frustrated. It seemed as if he had just finished a tough battle with a difficult opponent. He said, "Yes, sir." It seemed he left immediately after arriving. Those at the 5th level said they saw him leaving, likely traveling to the extreme Monarch Mountain. After a rather tedious exchange, Gu Hao was left with gritted teeth. When the exchange was over, he gritted his teeth and looked at the body of a young woman who had her clothes torn and left bloody on the floor. She was still breathing, but weakly so. You overconfident, idiotic, and annoying little bitch, if you hadn't interfered and challenged me to imperial combat, would you be reduced to your state HMPH? Since you dared to challenge, then don't say anything tonight. He reached forward. The world's mana shifted and wrapped around the body of the young woman. There was a huge crowd that seemed to have been watching this fight with intense eyes. But most of them had eyes filled with pity. To think Yu would lose to Gu Hao, and she even bet over her authority and autonomy to Gu Hao. TCH. A disciple spoke with pity. Yeah. She'll lose her virginity and become his slave for a year. Ah. Woeful is the world when a good flower is ruined by a... Shoosh, he's right there. Idiot. The disciple hurriedly grabbed the other speaker and brought him away. Gu Hao brought over Yu's body, but when he sensed her state, his lips twitched. He spat and stomped his feet before smacking his palm, taking Yu's storage ring, while Yu's body, no, warm corpse, was thrown away like trash. She had ended her life with the last bits of her remaining strength, shattering her sea of consciousness and heart. At the moment, her life force was rapidly dissipating, and no one had the means to save her. Dumb little bitch. You challenge me to an imperial match, and then take your own life when you lose. Fucking pathetic. He angrily spat before taking a step and flying away. When he left, everyone moaned for the newly deceased for a brief moment. Then, they went about their lives. Regardless, events had come to an end, and it was an exciting watch, but they still had tasks and cultivation to do. The male and female greeters were similarly watching, but they could only bite their lips in frustration. Gu Hao had taken the ring, and likely the yin nether tears. Their hearts were full of grievance, but had nowhere to cry. Just as they were about to leave with sadness in their hearts, a flash of light blinded them for a moment, and then within the female greeter's hand, a bottle filled with blue liquid emerged. That little fellow wanted you to have it, so you should have it. The voice was fleeting and distant like a whistle. Shocked, the female greeter looked at the bottle and heard those words. Before, she was full of grievance, but now she was incomparably happy, so her tears fell like rain. Thank you. So this is the Martial King's Dao Pavilion. Wine stood before a tall, wide, and squarish building on the 1st level of the extreme Monarch Mountain. Unlike the alchemic Dao Pavilion, the Martial King's Dao Pavilion was a single building that stored all of the cultivation methods within the sect. Supposedly, it was reinforced by spiritual formations set up by the 5 Grand Imperial Monarchs. It was an initiation of sorts. Because of that, it was regarded as one of the most protected buildings in the entire sect. He entered and realized it was quite empty. While there were some people, there weren't very many. This was like a bookstore in the mortal world. His senses were immediately assaulted by the scent of paper, leather, and cotton cloth that were typically used for book covers. Physical records. He didn't think a sect as advanced as the Myriad Monarch sect would employ such mortal efforts. He expected spiritual jades used to inscribe information, not written words. Perhaps it was because writing had intent and an understanding of the mindset of the writer at the time. It might allow one to enter a state of enlightenment he didn't really know. But he enjoyed books better than spiritual jades. When he scanned spiritual jades, it was like all the information was copied and pasted into his mind all at once. But with a book, he could take his time and read every single thing, word by word. An older woman was reading a book while wearing oval spectacles with black frames. She didn't bother looking up towards Wine and simply lifted her finger and pointed. Following that point, Wine saw a board that listed the various rules of the Martial King's Dao Pavilion. He hadn't realized it before, But this building was at the maximum height for a level, and contained 9 floors. According to these rules, each floor stored various methods of varying abilities. It also warned that the higher the floor, the more highly ranked and typically more difficult the method. To travel from the first floor to the second, one had to pay 1 imperial merit. The third floor required 5 imperial merits. This continued to increase by random amounts, but the 9th floor required 1 imperial merits. After reaching that floor, you were free to browse the information as you pleased. But no books can be taken out. This meant you had to read and memorize everything you wanted. You can even inscribe it into a spiritual jade. But the various books and scrolls could not leave the premises. He nodded, finding the stairs and ascending. The stairwell twisted in a spiral, and at each floor there was a door. And at that door was a spiritual formation that seemed to require your token to activate it. This formation likely automatically deducted points. He continued to climb until the 9th floor and entered, paying the 1,000 imperial merits. This was an absurd amount of imperial merit. It might take an individual an entire century to earn this much. And that's by taking high-level missions. For alchemists, they truly had the get-rich-quick scheme set up for them. Too bad the alchemists of this sect couldn't fully abuse this. Furthermore, alchemists had almost no need to cultivate high-level cultivation methods with incredible difficulty, as it will take away from their time concocting, studying, or enjoying life. They already cultivate the Tao of alchemy. Why place more on their plate? The 9th floor room was filled with bookcases and stands of individual books with plaques that stated their name and a brief description. He didn't want to bother reading too much, because unlike the Scarlet Tao Temple, this place had tens of thousands of thick, heavy books. So he swept his gaze on the names and covers of each book. After several minutes, he realized there was no book titled Celestial Eyes of Spiritual Divinity on the 9th floor. Wait, why did I automatically assume it was on the 9th floor almost immediately? He realized his mistake. With a bitter laugh, he looked for methods that would help his saber and elemental natal souls while filling up his knowledge on the full astral core realm. He found 2 suitable books. Well, no. His natal souls found their own books. They externalized and left his body without his will once more, snatching specific books and bringing them into his hands. Once more. He could only bitterly laugh. The first book was titled Elemental Origin Intent, a Guide of 9 into 1. It detailed elemental energies and how it was incomplete as the 9 elements hadn't fully become a single type of energy, but a raw mixture without a cohesiveness. It was like how yin and yang energies needed mana to merge into yin-yang energies. The 9 elemental energies required a type of intent called the Elemental Origin Intent to create elemental origin energy. It was rare, and supposed the divine King Hanzei had written this book and distributed it in hopes of finding a successor. Again, with the divine King Hanzei looking for a successor, he would think the heavenly Taos was gearing him to obtain that mantle. But it didn't seem like it. After all, he had similarly heard that the divine King Hanzei's hidden trove of legacies had been found and a successor was obtained. If he had to make a guess, it was properly that young man he saw with that mysteriously beautiful woman at the Myriad Your Continents gathering. He had an air of the elements about him. And since he was a blessed, it made sense. He had learned that, like the king of Everlore, the divine King Hanzei had ascended from the continent, not died. In fact, he went on to become a founder of one of the 5 hegemonic sects after the king of Everlore's disappearance. Despite being an era apart, they still met in the end, and the king of Everlore had even helped divine King Hanzei in the history records. I wonder how many methods and paths he left for others to become his successor. He didn't think the divine King Hanzei hadn't made numerous preparations to find his successor. After all, he publicly released all this information to pique interest. It was even in the Myriad Monarch sect. At least he was very open with the spread of information. In fact, wasn't the king of Everlore the same? Anyways, putting aside these 2 mysterious figures, the saber cultivation method was called a single-word saber. It was written with a sharp edge and seemed boundlessly tyrannical and lethal. He felt his spiritual sense prick just reading the title. It contained a natural intent that seemed to infuse with the world. Quite exceptional. It detailed a proper list that cultivation methods had. Spiritual spells. Spiritual formations. Saber-type arrays of both Kai and astral design, including Kai and astral arts. It highlighted saber intent, and its next-level saber heart intent. Its full name was Heart of the World, World of the Saber Intent. After spending several hours reading each word and committing it to memory, he left. After memorizing those 2 books, he could only descend and return back to the first floor. The old woman still had her nose deeply in a book. "Excuse me, do you know where the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity is?" he asked patiently. The old woman didn't even lift her head as she pointed a finger and swiped. A book from one of the numerous bookcases on the first floor flew out of the shelf and slid on the counter to Wai Wyan. Wai Wyan's left eyelid twitched erratically. "It's on the first floor with that name. Chapter 1-9 and the Records of Foxy. Imperial Combat." Chapter 1-9 and the Records of Foxy. Imperial Combat. His level of skepticism was quite high as he lifted the book and saw the ordinary characters inscribed in its hardened surface: the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity. The Records of Foxy. Foxy. Wai Wyan frowned. This name felt both familiar and unfamiliar. He flipped open the book and proceeded to reach each character on the front page. Immediately, he was welcomed by an esoteric and eccentric diagram that seemed to depict the sky, heaven, rivers, mountains, marshes, earth and flame, but they were divided, disjointed yet oddly harmonious. The first words read: "Let there be fire. Let there be words. Let there be safety. Let there be prosperity, and the future of the known." His heart shook intensely, and his vision felt as if he was plunged into a body of yellow water. His lungs felt tight and breath was struggling to escape, but he couldn't breathe no matter how hard he tried. Within this world of water was a light. When his silver eyes met this light, his eyes shook and the world fragmented and shattered into an infinite amount of pieces. A flame. His thoughts were said and the world returned to normal. But his hands were shaking without end. He couldn't think or focus. Closing his eyes, he recalled the experience of pain that dwelled upon his mind since that day with Ming Shufang. The horrific, inhumane degree of pain that plunged him into an indescribable terror resurged, and his hands that trembled only intensified. But his thoughts became focused and stable. After a deep inhale and a powerful exhale, he regained himself. Opening his eyes, his silver eyes remained clear and without a hint of taint. That was the Yellow River. If it was someone else, perhaps they would be shocked by the existence of the Yellow River. But not him. He had read the scripture of Sen and understood the intricacies of hell. While the Yellow River was not specifically hell, it surrounded the 18 levels of calamity that tortured sinful souls until total cleansing. The Yellow River was a segue for souls of the deceased. It was the location said to store souls, allowing them to exist there and await their time for reincarnation. But the Yellow River shouldn't be something he could see or experience. Yet he did. What is the origin of this book? And who is Foxy? He muttered quietly to himself. After calming his thoughts entirely, he continued to read the book in its entirety, but he experienced no more sudden immersions of imagination or intent. Instead, it detailed the story of Foxy and the cultivation method for the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity. According to the book, Foxy was a benevolent entity that loved humans. He was a teacher, the most prominent and illustrious teacher of humanity, and gave them instructions on how to create fire to warm their bodies, cook their food, and light the darkness. He taught them how to fish and hunt, to grow and sustain themselves amidst a barren world. He taught them how to perceive the future so that they would no longer fear the future. This was all it described. Foxy. He committed this name to memory. After spending several hours to inscribe every syllable and character of the book into his sea of consciousness, he calmly closed the book and slid it across the counter. "Thank you." After those words were said, he left. When he left, the lady placed her book down and looked his way. Her eyes were curious and contained a faint trace of interest. Did he see her words were said verbally, yet not a single ounce of sound was heard by those surrounding her or Wai Wyan. When he left, he hadn't turned around. Silver eyes. Her eyes flashed briefly before sending the book back to the shelf. She returned to her book, giving it her full attention. Wai Wine left the Martial King's Dao Pavilion, and was met with an unexpected, populated scene. It was already night, with the 3 suns' orbit being perfectly positioned to enable night. In truth, the myriad monarch sect experience night once a month at most, and today was that fated day. In front of him was his Pegasus, being restrained and kept quiet. Its legs were bound by shackles. There were at least 10,000 people all over, and that was merely on the ground. In the skies, aerial beasts floated and circled about, containing tens or even dozens of people on their backs. These individuals were all peering down with interest. The 10,000 numbered crowd were a mix of disciples and elders. He could see scarlet, white, black, and multicolored robes littered throughout. Their auras were also varied, with some at the Kai condensation realm while a few at the astral core realm. He frowned slightly, lifting his gaze to see a hulk of a man gripping a chain that led to his Pegasus shackles. He stood upon the air with an imperious gaze and wild air. This man was donning a scarlet robe, indicating his status as a member of the extreme warm mountain. Wai Wine didn't show any fear, walking forward with utter calm as he regarded the man in the sky. "You can let go of my Pegasus now." His words were uttered with the most even cadence imaginable, as if this was an expected scene. In truth, Wai Wine was truly calm and without a hint of ripple in his heart. The only thing he felt was a tad bit displeasure at his Pegasus being chained. While it wasn't going to be his primary mount, it was still an affront to his name by binding his beast. As the age-old saying suggests, before acting against the dog, one should first consider their master. Gu Hao coldly snorted. He yanked the chain that he held. A surge of worldly power sent itself into the restrained Pegasus. It caused the Pegasus organs to rumble, spitting out blood, and kneeling on the ground it was severely injured. Oh God, Gu Hao is not a character one should offend. TCH. What did we expect to happen? Gu Hao isn't here to bring this new Sky Noble into the fold with gentle methods. Mio Yu would've been gentler. Ha! Wai Wine didn't frown. He lifted his arms and fixed his sleeves a little, straightening out his robes while seemingly unaffected. Gu Hao coldly said, "I represent the Grand Axis faction, led by the Sky Noble Jai Muzhao of the Extreme War Mountain. This is an invitation to join our faction, leading the myriad monarch sect to greater heights." Gu Hao's words might seem like he was inviting, but it was a blanket threat. Wai Wine finished straightening his clothes and said, "Jai Muzhao, all right? He's the chicken." What the chicken? The crowd was startled by Wai Wine's words. Unsure of its meaning, Gu Hao frowned and coldly snorted. "Will you accept, or do I have to invoke imperial combat?" Wai Wine thought about imperial combat. According to orientation, imperial combat was generally used to settle matters between disciples. But it can be taken to an extreme. Those of the same rank can't refuse a challenge of imperial combat, and the challenging party can set the initial terms. The challenged party can set a date, location, and their own terms which cannot be refused. This was how most things were settled, but very rarely do people enact it because the difference amongst those in the same rank wasn't very high. Those who were mortal common disciples were all experts at the first stage of the astral core realm. The world C phase, those at the earthly elite were all experts at the second stage of the astral core realm. The Sky Ruler phase, those who were Sky Noble disciples were all at the third stage of the astral core realm. The Soul Idol phase. While the differences between phases were incredibly massive, nearly insurmountable without extreme differences, but within the same realm, there were very little differences unless one was an absolute elite. Furthermore, those who had a higher degree of combat strength to surmount a realm would be given a higher rank by special exemption. So this made things fair. However, Wai Wine was originally a Sky Noble and thus could be challenged by other Sky Nobles or their subordinates by proxy without the ability to refuse. This was why many were startled by his decision to descend. His arrival was a storm that would cause all sorts of blood and rain to descend. In fact, Meo Yu was already a casualty of this event. How unfortunate. Unfortunately for you, I'm not a Sky Noble, Wai Wine calmly stated. Looking at Gu Hao, What not a sky noble was his status revoked. The crowd went wild with speculation, and a mixture of guesses flew. But no one thought of the truth. Gu Hao shrugged. If his status was revoked, they'll still bring this young alchemist to their side by challenging him, or using force. After all, he was an earthly elite and can freely challenge Wine still. Unless he became a mortal common disciple. Make your choice. Gu Hao's aura continued to dominate as she looked down upon all heaven and earth, including Wine. Wine nodded. Wine, challenge Gu Hao to imperial combat. My terms for victory are not relevant. As I invoke death of self. His words rippled as he retrieved a golden token and lifted it upwards. A faint trace of light shot into the sky. I invoke my right, as Heavenly King of Extreme Creation Mountain, to force this challenge. Wine's voice was loud yet unfathomably calm. Just as his words finished, a figure flashed into existence. It was an indistinct figure, but its power warped the world and pressured the hearts of the crowd. They couldn't even reach as their breaths were stuck in their lungs. Imperial merits must be exchanged for a force challenge. 100 merits. Do you accept? This voice was grand and boisterous, imposing and filled with boundless authority. A heavenly king he called a prime imperial sage. Gu Hao was deeply shocked. He easily understood the implications of this. I accept. His golden token light dimmed and flashed. Its points went from 9 to 8. 900. The reason why Wine had to force this challenge was because a lower rank disciple can refuse an imperial combat challenge from him. And Gu Hao might try to run away, regroup and survive for a little bit longer. But Wine was willing to breathe the same air, live under the same sky, or exist in the same sect as Gu Hao for a second longer. His act of injuring his Pegasus might not have caused him to react much, but this was no different than spitting in his face. How could his rage be small? If Heavenly King Y loses to earthly elite Gu, then all imperial merits, rights, and life or death matters will be handed to the other party without any interference. You may begin. A spherical field the size of a kilometer erected by the prime imperial sage's power, separating the crowd from Gu Hao and Wine. The Pegasus was brought away as well, the chain dispersing and ensuring that Gu Hao no longer had control over its life or death. Wine calmly smiled. You got your wish. If you defeat me, you can make any request. My life is yours. But if I win, well, that smile turned into a grin. Next year will be the anniversary of your death. You'll be sure to show respect by enjoying a bottle of fine wine for your sacrifice. Chapter 161 To Eat the Death of Gu Hao. Chapter 161 To Eat the Death of Gu Hao. Heavenly King, how is that possible? A disciple exclaimed from behind the spherical barrier. His eyes were fixated on Wine's figure. The golden light from earlier could only originate from a Heavenly King's token, and only they can force a challenge against a lower-ranked disciple on a neutral or their own mountain. Are you dumb? Stupid? Or dumb? Can't you see that he must have officiated his status as an alchemic king? A more knowledgeable disciple exclaimed, causing waves of gasps and shaking eyes suffused with disbelief. If Wine was truly officiated, then his ability was confirmed. How terrifying! Was an alchemic king from the backyard continental flat earths who was younger than 40. He was likely the youngest alchemic king in the last 5,000 years. He might even be younger than the king of Everlore. While this couldn't be confirmed, this simple thought caused a multitude of hearts to chaotically tremble, especially those who knew he was born on the same continent. Was this the second king of Everlore? And he didn't have an alchemic natal soul. How exceptional was his natural talent towards the Tao of alchemy? How fearsome, how peerless! Gu Hao's expression was no longer arrogant, but twisted and ugly. A heavenly king and alchemic king before 40. His heart was similarly beating without end, and this person seemed intent on taking his life while he had regret. There was no pill he could take. Perhaps Wine could concoct one, but he surely wouldn't give it to him. Gu Hao actually didn't dare to make a move. Rendered speechless and confused, Wine didn't bother. Your faction is called the Grand Axis faction. Good. Since they want to use tyrannical tactics against prestigious alchemists, showing no respect for them, then they are a scourge in this sect. After your death, you'll be sure to ensure their destruction. His words were calm, but cold hisses resounded behind the barrier. If it was anyone else who dared to say this, perhaps they would wildly laugh and jeer. But it was a heavenly king and an alchemic king under 40. If he said this, then there will be countless ways to complete it. When they thought of this, they realized why wine fearlessly descended from the sky layer. He was a heavenly king. Only heavenly kings can avoid all imperial combat challenges, and even other heavenly kings can't challenge others. These figures were the peak of the sect, and while the sect mostly allowed them to do as they pleased in some matters, bringing each other down or ensuring mutual destruction wasn't allowed. They could fight with their factions, but never each other. Of course, this right also extends to their subordinates, so that heavenly kings can't threaten other heavenly kings with their loved ones. While their belief was wrong, they still came to this conclusion. As for Gu Hao, his eyes frowned and then a hint of wild madness entered his gaze. You're just a Kai condensation realm expert, while I'm at the second stage of the astral core realm. Our differences are as great as heaven and earth, and I can stomp you to death with a single breath. Gu Hao wasn't an idiot. Idiots would never be able to arrive at his cultivation. He knew their differences, and if he acted, then his victory was assured. Wine looked at Gu Hao inside. The Tao of alchemy was a complete Tao. It was not incapable of combat. He retrieved 3 black pellets from his ring and calmly clenched his fist. Boosh! A vast amount of black gaseous fumes and clouds started to diffuse rapidly, seeking to consume the entire inside of the spherical barrier with this cloud of black gas. Gu Hao's eyes narrowed as he acted swiftly. He tried to use the ambient mana of the world to restrict the gas, but it continued to spread. He retreated, believing the black gas was poison of some sort. Stepping on air, he retreated and executed a brown-colored astral ward that radiated an earthen aura. He touched the edge of the spherical barrier, and a hint of fear entered his eyes. The fear of the unknown was always terrifying, but the gas didn't seem to affect him, only spreading to the entire barrier and then started to rapidly dissipate. In a few seconds, everything returned to normal. Wine slowly walked on the ground. After all, he couldn't step onto the air or use the world's mana to fly. Well, neither could Gu Hao anymore. A scream echoed and a large, hulking figure fell several hundred feet in the sky and smashed heavily towards the ground. He seemed to be constantly trying to grasp the air, step on the air, but to no avail. Wine retrieved 5 glass-like pellets filled with glittering multicolored light. He threw it towards the ground and it smashed against the ground, and a flash of light exploded and brightly lit the entire barrier. The crowd was utterly shocked, and nearly blinded. When they regained their sights after a few seconds, they saw Gu Hao climbing out of his man-made crater with bloodshot and enraged eyes. What did you do? Why can't I control the world's mana? He was hysterical, completely terrified at what he had just experienced. For some reason, he couldn't manipulate the world's mana as a sky ruler, causing him to fall powerlessly to the ground. This was a feeling he hadn't felt for 200 years. Wine shook his head, rolling up his sleeves. You haven't noticed? His eyes looked towards Gu Hao with a tinge of pity and questioning of his intelligence. Gu Hao felt his heart race as he started to instinctively try to establish an astral ward against any uncertainties. Even though Wine was unfathomable, he still couldn't defeat him. A second stage of the astral core realm. As a Kai condensation realm expert, he had astral force without the ability to control the world's mana. He could still obliterate him with astral arts. Gu Hao stilled. His expression was unnatural as his eyes bulged, looking at his hands and torso. With a sense of urgency, he touched his navel and tried to feel his Danshan and astral soul, the evolved form of a natal soul. What did you do? Gu Hao screamed with utter horror, fear warping his expression as he felt a sudden and abrupt sensation of powerlessness. Wine continued his brisk stroll towards Gu Hao. You know what happens if your spiritual energies are sealed? Well, I guess you do know. What his spiritual energies are sealed? The crowd went wild. This was a drastic development and the worst nightmare for any cultivator. Spiritual energies originated from the spirit, which had long since merged from the heart of Kai, and become a natal soul. This natal soul would become an astral soul, but the spirit was still unfathomably crucial as it was the brain center. Typically, A cultivator controlled their spirit with its spiritual energies linking with their sea of consciousness. This was how spiritual sense was born. A sixth sense born from the unification of spirit and mind. But if spiritual energies' flow was sealed, then so was the link between mind and spirit. They no longer had a pathway to their spirit. No longer could control their chi or astral force. Furthermore, they can't even use spiritual spells. They were essentially rendered mortal. Wine experienced this when his spirits went dormant when he lost his memories. He had no connection with his spirits until they awakened and reconnected with his mind. Now it's just me and you. Man on man. You seem to have a fine body. Let's see how strong it really is. Wine calmly said, finishing rolling up his sleeves properly to reveal a set of well-defined muscles. You like to bully beasts well. Let's see if you can handle a beating. He moved his fingers a little, cracking his knuckles and stretching his arms. Only then did the crowd come to the realization that Wine hadn't just sealed Gu Hao's spiritual energies, but likely his own. Those pellets had taken his ability to manipulate the world's mana, and then sealed their spiritual energies. How terrifying were alchemists. Gu Hao's mind similarly came to that conclusion, but his eyes were still suffused with a hint of confidence. Even if it was false, he clung onto it vigorously to beat back the impending, soul-crushing fear of death. You sealed both our spiritual energies. Foolish, my body has been refined by astral force. Enhanced elemental energies for 400 years. Yet you're not even 40. You think you can match me in a fist fight? He clenched his fist, and was ready for a brawl. He would bash this fellow to death. "Aha!" was Wine's only response. Then, he kicked off. His figure was insanely fast, covering the remaining distance between Gu Hao and him in a short moment. His eyes were calm as he pulled back his clenched fist and lanced it forward at Gu Hao's head. Gu Hao's eyes widened. Without his spiritual senses, he viewed the world normally, and his mortal senses weren't refined. He only saw Wine vanish and a big fist soaring his way. He couldn't even exclaim before it smashed against his nose. He flew like a thrown chicken, flailing by instinct, trying to fly until he smashed against the barrier. His body was definitely refined to an extraordinary point, as his body hadn't gone splat. He slid across the barrier, seemingly unconscious. Oh, did I hold back a little too much? Checking his fist, he expected Gu Hao's head to at least distort until disfigured. The fact he hadn't meant his head was very hard. Well, at least you didn't die immediately. With those words said, a cold chill ran down everyone's spine. Wine kicked off again, his right leg pushing forward in a stomp that roared towards Gu Hao's right leg. Crack! A resounding bone-snapping sound erupted from Gu Hao's right leg. But it didn't end. Wine proceeded to stomp again and again and again, aiming for the 3 remaining unbroken limbs. He was ruthless, striking at the most concentrated parts of muscle and bones. Horrific, nightmare-inducing shrieks echoed out ceaselessly. The groans of the pained and frustrated shook the world. Wine wasn't merciful and took his time. After knowing his limits of strength and what Gu Hao could withstand, he truly held nothing back. So the crowd was left to watch a show of one man torturing a helpless expert that flailed. When he tried to verbally beg, a foot stumped towards his jaw and crushed his teeth and tongue. Even his screams became drowned by the breaking sounds of his body and bones. 10 minutes passed. That painful scream had long become a begging whimper, which turned into a crying whisper, which turned into silence, deathly silence. The spherical barrier dissipated, concluding the outcome. Wine stood there, his hand and feet drenched in blood. His figure was absolutely terrifying, and many couldn't help but feel true and unfathomable horror in their hearts, especially how calm he looked throughout. Nary a smile nor a frown in sight. This can be considered as revenge for injuring my mount without considering me. Now, Wine calmly declared as he looked towards the crowd, that was just for injuring your mount, such a horrific death. Wine pulled out his golden token and it became brightly lit, shooting a tower of golden light into the clouds. I, Heavenly King of Extreme Creation Mountain, hereby issue an order of extermination on all official members of the Grand Axis faction with these conditions. If anyone can cripple a mortal common disciple of the Grand Axis faction, You'll obtain a free peak deer. 6th grade alchemical product. Earthly elite disciples will be worth a low deer. 7th grade alchemical product of their choice. If anyone can kill or cripple Sky Noble Jai Muzhao of the Extreme War Mountain, they'll be able to obtain 3 low deer. 7th grade and 1 high deer. 7th grade alchemical product of their choice also. If they can bring me his head personally, then I'll owe them a favor. What? Chapter 161 and the Swift Aftermath. Chapter 161 and the Swift Aftermath. News traveled fast. In the Myriad Monarch sect, in the Myriad Monarch planet, and even the Myriad Monarch astral territory, countless transmissions of this event were sent out and learned by numerous individuals in this astral territory. Factions were widely spread and oftentimes included entire clans, sects, or various other forces. These clan leaders, sect masters, pavilion lords were often considered external disciples, bestowed such a rank and given that classification by the sex elites, such as Wu Jiao. Therefore, the targets weren't merely those disciples in the sect, on the planet, but inside the entire astral territory. What's more, due to the hegemonic status of the Myriad Monarch sect, as long as its foundation isn't damaged or threatened, its pillars such as heavenly kings, commanders, or prime imperial sages weren't targeted. They would essentially allow factions to act as they pleased, and even announce legitimate war. They called this tempering, but mostly it's due to their status as a hegemonic force with merely 1 superior and 3 equals. These equals were too far away, and this superior merely wanted annual tributes and cared not for their matters. Because of this, there was a lack of true competition, so factions were inevitably born. They allowed disciples and imperial sages to fight fiercely against each other for territory, resources, and training. Those who survived required leadership, strength, cunning to use the rules to their favor, and intelligence to outmaneuver their enemies. It was brutal, but it was effective. The most recently promoted Grand Imperial Sage, Yao Zhen, a demon and leader of Extreme Demon Mountain, had been born due to these rules. This was an expert at the peak, equal to all other peak experts in the starfield besides 2 individuals. This showed its effectiveness, and this was merely the most recent example. So, when the news that Wine, as a heavenly king of Extreme Creation Mountain, had placed a bounty on the livelihood of the Grand Axis faction, 3 things happened in the course of 2 hours. 1. A mass exodus of disciples from the faction demanding their faction leader prove of their departure, and sending endless requests to the prime imperial sages to approve as well, just in case. 2. The mass hunting of disciples by everyone who was willing and strong. It didn't matter if they were disciples of the sect or not. The forces and territory beneath the Grand Axis faction were targeted and many collapsed in the course of 30 minutes from the announcement. 3. A Sky Noble of the Extreme Scarlet Mountain had claimed Jai Muzhao's head within an hour, using the rites of imperial combat. Before then, Jai Muzhao had fought and defeated 2 other Sky Nobles, claiming their lives, but his persistence and skills only lasted so far. Upon his death, all disciples were immediately given the right to leave the Grand Axis faction at will. The moment their status was removed, so was the target on their backs, and the wave of slaughter and crippling was narrowly dodged by those who were lucky enough to last. In 2 hours, the Grand Axis faction had completely and totally been wiped out of existence. The word of a heavenly king must be followed, so Wine would soon receive piles and piles of proof and the subsequent requests for alchemical products. Fortunately, he didn't set a time limit for these products to be redeemed, so he could take his time. But there was a whisper born from this act, this fierce declaration, and it rolled endlessly into the hearts and ears of countless individuals. It was now that people once more realized the absolute danger of offending a skilled alchemist. They were absolutely terrifying, and their rallying power exceeded any other occupation in existence. After washing up, Wine used his elemental wood kai to heal the Pegasus of its wounds. Gu Hao's actions had essentially put it out of commission, but it had a silly smile on its face as it constantly rubbed its head against Wine's palm. It, like everyone else, saw the ruthless, brutal, and nightmare-inducing consequence that Gu Hao suffered for harming it. Its owner had gotten revenge and more, eliminating and making an example out of an entire faction because of its suffering. As a Stargrade beast, it was exceptionally intelligent, but it still couldn't notice the truth behind the scene. Regardless, its happiness couldn't be diminished, especially serving such a tyrannical master that brought fear and reverence into the hearts of everyone. Wine quietly healed the Pegasus as he thought about the previous events. I used the world's quietest pellets to temporarily cause the world's mana to become still, and astral light binding pellets to seal spiritual energies. But these pellets have a range of effectiveness. If it wasn't for the sealed-off area that Imperial Combat provided, I would still be weak to Astral Core Realm experts. After all, they could just leave that area. Furthermore, I can't use these when I'm in the Astral Core Realm cause they'll affect me too. Even though alchemists have pellets for protection, it's not as thorough and certain as your own strength. Wine's thoughts were clear and understood his weaknesses. While these 7th grade pellets were useful in handling a lower phase Astral Core Realm expert in an enclosed space, it was similarly limited. For example, the Astral Light Binding pellet would be entirely unable to seal 3rd stage experts at that realm due to their overwhelmingly abundant spiritual energies, or those with exceptional spiritual strength that rivaled the weakest at that stage. He had taken the arm of a 2nd stage Astral Core Realm expert and taken the life of another, but pellets were the core reasons behind these feats. And even then, the situation was optimally utilized to be the most effective. He couldn't kill Wu Jiao, and if Gu Hao hadn't been sealed in with him, he would've definitely been a fish on the chopping block unless he had 8th grade pellets at the ready. In the end, he needed personal strength or strength he controlled. If it wasn't for his exceptionally strong body refined by his draconic heart and its natal soul, he would be unable to treat Gu Hao like an infant that can only passively receive a lethal beating. At least this action of his should cause the monkeys to scatter and grow fearful, allowing him to develop as he pleased. As a heavenly king, no one could challenge him or his subordinates without their agreement within the sect, so he had no fear of being attacked openly, and merely had to take precautions against hidden schemes. But what Wine didn't realize was that his actions had not only cowed the monkeys, but brought about a huge shift in opinion when people thought of him. The title Second King of Everlore started floating around like elusive mist as everyone started to pay extra attention to his actions. The King of Everlore of the past had caused the development, and were the reason behind the subsequent towering statuses of the 5 hegemonic forces in the Tri-Vision Starfield today. This was a fact that everyone with an understanding of his history knew, yet now there was a possibility of a second one being born. And in the Myriad Monarch sect no less. Would this be the start of an imperceptible shift in the current world order? Chapter 162-160 Ascendants. Chapter 162-160 Ascendants. So, it's really that easy. Wine quietly left the Extreme Monarch Mountain on the Pegasus. Just earlier, he had entered the Prime Monarch office and submitted a request to form a faction of his own, and the process went smoothly without the slightest hitch. After a brief series of forms signed which included a bit of information of himself, the name of his faction, and his type of faction, it was simply a matter of 100 Imperial merits, and then an hour wait for processing. While the overall process was rather swift and without inconvenience, he was shocked to discover that factions had varying types, and this also determined the freedom and actions they were allowed to take. There were 2 main types of factions: sectoral and independent. Sectoral factions were limited to operating within the sect, recruiting only sect members. But its members are protected from external conflicts and are given support in the case of any mishap. Independent factions offered more freedom, but very little to no support. Those a part of an independent faction received 0 help from the sect from conflict with other forces within the astral territory, but were capable of recruiting from all over. They were even allowed to accept disciples into the sect to a certain extent, mostly used for young talents. These factions could control contested land on planets and continental flat Earths of their own, unless the other 4 hegemonic powers were to be involved. They were truly independent. Even if an evil cultivator group banded together to hunt and slaughter members of this faction, the sect will merely allow an official mission to be issued, so that other independent factions can offer support. And the rewards of this mission must be provided by the issuer, while sectoral factions would bring about the hammer of hell to any force that dares overstep a single millimeter, even sending prime imperial sages to eradicate entire countries if needed. It was that extreme. The pendulum ends that was sectoral and independent did not have a middle grounds, which was quite surprising. Anyhow, he had decided to formulate an independent faction. This right would allow him to contest for territory, resources, and even enter conflict with other members of the sect that weren't considered sectoral factions. The vast majority of elders residing in the sect were a part of sectoral factions, and they donned multicolored robes, such as bouquet and zhangling. As for elders that weren't, they typically were stationed as guardians within territories by sky nobles, heavenly kings, and imperial sages. They were the core strength of factions acting as sentries and guardians of their territory. There was likely no other sect that operated in this fashion. Whether it was its practical application that forced leadership or unity, or its rules of authority, power, and brutal indifference to death. He learned that while the other 2 planets and dozen continental flat Earths were free territory, the Myriad Yor continent and Myriad Monarch planet were territories that couldn't be occupied or contested for. The Myriad Yor continent wasn't just protected by the Myriad Monarch sect, but by all the hegemonic forces, especially the Elemental Heaven Pavilion. Their founder had been born from there as well. It was only by the grace of the King of Everlore that all these hegemonic powers were capable of reaching their current heights, so they gave it the appropriate respect. Furthermore, the Myriad Monarch sect isn't the only sect that has access to the continent, but it was their time to select a leader to unite the continent and ensure a period of prosperity and peace while propagating and ensuring that the King of Everlore and other important figures were remembered and respected. Their chosen champion was Wu Jiu, an external mortal common disciple. I need a base of operations. Wai Wine pondered this. As he had chosen an independent faction, he required territory. This depended on where he wished to settle, a planet or continental flat Earth. Regardless, it would be the beginning of his reign as an independent power. There were 2 planets within the Myriad Monarch astral territory, Wuyu Amp Junia. These planets were named after the founder of the Myriad Monarch sect, Wu Yu, and his wife, Junia. He needed more information on the various networks, conflict levels, resources, and overall strength of the inhabiting forces. After gauging this, he'll make a decision. For now, he flew across the skies and shot upwards, intending to penetrate into the sky layer. He still needed to cultivate, and he could send Su Mei to obtain alchemical materials. Right now, staying beneath the sky layer offered him very little benefit. The environment above was definitely 100 times better for his cultivation. However, just as he reached the 6th level, a larger Pegasus flew over. Its trajectory seemed intent to meet him, so he halted his own Pegasus to hover within the air and wait. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then a slight smile emerged in his face. Bouquet was riding this Pegasus. Brother Bo Wai Wine cheerfully greeted when Bouquet arrived. The 2 circled each other, creating a rather brilliantly gorgeous display of jade light that emanated from both of their Pegasus wings. Heavenly King Wai Bouquet said with a tinge of shock lingering in his tone. Wai Wine shook his head. You can call me Brother Wai as long as you consider me as one. Towards this amicable demon, he had nothing but good feelings. How could he pull rank or authority? Bouquet was sent into a stupor for a moment. He brightly smiled, lifting his tribal markings into an odd yet mystifying shape. Brother Wai, how about we talk in my sky palace? Wai Wine offered. He recalled Bouquet had wanted to have freedom to enter and exit the 7th level at will. Now that he thought about this, he'll likely be moved shortly to the 8th level soon due to his promotion. He wondered how luxurious and majestic his sky palace there will be. Bouquet hurriedly shook his head. I would love to, but I came for another matter. Oh, do tell. It's about your status as a heavenly king. Have your alchemic king status been officiated? Bouquet asked. His eyes contained a trace of solemnness that seemed to originate from this question. Concerning this, a higher-ranking member of the sect automatically promoted me when I earned 10,000 imperial merits and offered a few 7th-grade products. But, no, I haven't been officiated yet. When Bouquet meant to be an official alchemic king, it was taking the alchemist examination that was held by the Alchemist Association. The Alchemist Association was an lofty and extraordinary organization devoted to the development of the Tao of alchemy within the Trivision starfield. It was originally devised to officiate the status of an alchemist by 4 of the 5 hegemonic powers, confirming their skill and ability while simultaneously allowing alchemists a platform to trade insights, sell products, learn new methods, leave their legacy, and various other matters. It was quite extensive in what they provided. This later developed into its own neutral, independent entity that was only weaker than the 5 hegemonic powers. But they had the foremost authority in regards to alchemy. I see. Bouquet frowned heavily. You see, news has already spread of you becoming an official alchemic king, but the Alchemist Association has denounced this thoroughly. Why, Wine was stunned. News really traveled fast. The concept of transmission crystals was definitely abused here. Before he even finished healing the Pegasus of its injuries, he had already heard the crowd discussing the eradication of the Grand Axis faction. Even he was startled at how quickly that occurred. Well, the longer it lasted, the more he owed. This was why he offered a favor for Jai Mahou's head, to ensure a quick end. He just didn't expect it to be so highly valued that in a short few hours, the entire matter had been wrapped up. Guess this was the dangers of an independent faction. He slowly rubbed his chin and thought. The Alchemist Association, I don't really care about that right now. Indeed, he never had any plans to become an officially recognized alchemic king at the moment. He wanted to first delve into the various high-level methods and tools to better his own skills. If it wasn't for that old man doing it without his permission, he'd much rather remain a sky noble and slowly build up his reputation step by step. Right now, he had the foundation and a seat of reputation. So why concern himself with such matters like the Alchemist Association? Bouquet realized why Wine hadn't fully gauged the overall situation and explained. The Alchemist Association doesn't allow those to falsely proclaim themselves as a king alchemist. Those who do, they issue a writ of challenge. If you are unable to prove that you are an alchemic king, they'll definitely act against you. But only by defeating them and proving your status can you operate as an alchemic king. How tyrannical. Why, Wine pouted slightly. Act against him, how hilarious. They wanted to force him to seek them out, try to rope him in. It could even be a ploy by a rival hegemonic power attempting to lure him out and remove him. He could clearly see the hidden undercurrents that might be happening. Writ of challenge. Laughable. Did they think they were the heavenly court deciding who's who? He shook his head, unwilling to bother with it all. They even sent Bouquet as the mouthpiece to deliver this news to him so that hell feel pressured to be recognized. Someone in the sect has ties to the Alchemist Association and were hasty in hoping he would obediently follow along. After all, the writ of challenge hadn't been issued yet. Tell them I've been seriously, nearly fatally injured by Guhao and will be unable to accept a challenge currently. In 200 years, he'll accept their writ of challenge if they decide to issue it. Until then, I'm just an unranked alchemist. Okay, he calmly smiled and said, if you wanted to sell products, there would always be buyers. Officiated status or not. Bouquet stilled. Why, Wine laughed at his shocked expression. Brother Beau, come to my sky layer any time you want. I don't have many friends in the sect, so I could use the company. After that, he waved and patted the sky Pegasus. With a huff, it shot upwards and pierced the sky layer. Bouquet remained in that stunned state for several moments before he looked upwards and sighed. You shut all their plans down with a few words. After, a wry smile emerged on his face, just as his eyes were brightly lit. A glow of his storage ring alerted him of a message. He withdrew a transmission crystal and read the message. First he was intrigued, then he was incomparably shocked. Why, Wine had created an independent faction and its name was Ascendance. Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like. a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.